Chapter 1651. As long as he acted with low-key caution and didn't exhibit excessive flamboyance, with his methods, self-preservation was not a concern. But Levi's ambition did not stop there. He wanted to seize this opportunity to create a new era for knights. 2 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1315, month of Wheatfield. Levi was now 325 years old. Maximum soul, 58 paths. Unknowingly, it was already the 7th world's first dragon tournament, and the faceless infant dragon had won first place once again. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, Mana and Martha, aside from their cultivation, began to play chess. This was something Levi had taught them, to pass some of the tedious moments. The Black Lotus beast had reached level 6, still self-disciplined, practicing diligently every day. Diabo guarded the gate, ensuring that the ancient Saint Plain had not experienced a single foreign invasion to date. Leon, after devouring the true souls of the ghost baby and big-eyed monster, had fallen into slumber once again. Levi estimated that after this little one awoke, he would reach level 6. He wondered what kind of bizarre abilities he would have then. Compared to others, Leon really was a winner in life. Following Levi, there was no need to fight, only to eat and sleep and eat, and the key was that his strength was continuously growing. If Phoenix heard about this, it would surely shake its head. Is there really such a good thing in this world? It had lain on sticks and tasted gall for nearly 200 years to earn its fortune. During this time, Levi had been focusing on the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique, preparing for his advancement to level 6. From the case of the brilliant golden dragon armor, he might have to endure many tribulations such as the Black Whale, Ostrich Mountain, Musk Bull, Frost Giant, Saint Ape, Red Lotus, and more. The thought was enough to lead to despair. However, with the potent Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique, passing safely was not a problem. Moreover, his defensive dimension had already reached level 6. With his base attributes laid out thus, passing other breathing techniques' tribulations would only become simpler in the future. Half a year later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1316, the first day of the month of beginning. After concluding the 216th Round Table meeting, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace. Midway, a figure quietly emerged behind him. His instincts alerted him, and golden light flashed. However, once he perceived who the visitor was, he laughed and said, "Flower Knight, aren't you going to rest this late?" Flower Knight replied, "Are you always so tense in your own house?" Levi said, "Sorry, it's a habit, don't mind it, I'm not guarding against you." Flower Knight pouted. "Besides me, who else can appear silently behind you?" Levi was left speechless. Flower Knight stopped teasing Levi, and with a serious tone said, "I'm about to advance to a level 5 knight, and I'd like your guidance, is that possible?" Levi was suspicious. "With your talent, isn't advancing to level 5 a piece of cake?" Flower Knight crossed her arms, resigned. "I just have a slightly better wizarding talent, it doesn't mean my knight talent is good." Levi analyzed seriously. To become a legendary person in the old era, the knight talent must naturally be top level. Flower Knight was at a loss for words. "Just help me out with a lesson, and when you advance to Primordial Soul, I'll return the favor." Levi said. "No problem, just let me know when you're ready." Flower Knight smiled. "Okay, as a reward for your lessons, I'll give you a little something, consider it a birthday gift." Levi was surprised. "How do you know my birthday?" He seemed to remember that he always spent his birthdays alone, without mentioning it to the knights. It wasn't for the sake of caution. In this world, there were no curses that could kill someone based on their birth date. He just didn't like to trouble others. If the knights knew, they would certainly make a big fuss on that day, giving him surprises and such. Flower Knight's lips curled into a smile. "So today is your birthday? I didn't know your birthday, I was just giving you an early present." Levi was speechless. It turned out he had revealed it himself. "Thank you." Flower Knight handed over a small, neatly wrapped gift box to Levi, even thoughtfully placing a restriction array on it to prevent Levi from investigating. She said with a laugh, "Open it when you get back." Levi thanked her. "Thanks. Now that I think about it, after living for hundreds of years, this seems to be the first gift I've ever received." Flower Knight looked incredulous. "My commander, how can you be so pitiable? Aren't you the leader of a group? Don't you even have someone to give you a gift?" From now on, I'll give them to you. Care for the lonely old commander starts with me. Levi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Don't bother. Flower Knight muttered. It's a bother for me, not for you. Levi said. Then, it doesn't need to be once a year, right? Our lives are incredibly long, once every 100 years seems more reasonable. Flower Knight thought for a moment and said. But I receive gifts once a year, the 24 flowers send them every year without fail. Levi. Nighttime. Stars glittered brilliantly. Levi and Flower Knight floated beneath the starlight, casually chatting. Unknowingly, dawn approached, and the first light of the morning glimmered. Before parting, Levi, mindful of the custom of reciprocity from his previous life, asked. Flower Knight, when is your birthday? Guess. I won't guess. Flower Knight laughed out loud. You. She stood up, her golden curls sparkling in the first rays of the morning sun, reflecting beautifully against her silver-white armor. My birthday is, yesterday. With that, she turned and left. Leaving Levi behind with an astonished expression, murmuring to himself. Off by just one day? Really? His immediate thought was that Flower Knight was fooling him, having a bit of fun. Flower Knight's voice floated back. Really? Levi laughed. All right, I'll remember it. After returning home, Levi cautiously opened the gift box Flower Knight had given him. This time, he did not remotely control any alchemical creatures to do it. Unlike with Lucy, he trusted his companion of many years. As he opened it, a melodious tune emerged, like that of a music box. A ring lay inside, set with an eyeball. A 6th-ring wizard tool, Flower Gaze, from Flower Knight Elena. Chapter 1652. Ancient Saint Plain. Emperor's Palace. Levi looked at the ring and had a sudden realization. So, that's why Flower Knight wanted the big-eyed monster's materials, to make me a gift. But I haven't heard of Flower Knight making artifacts. Could she have asked someone else to do it? His heart was filled with doubts, and he was eager to find Flower Knight and get some answers. This 6th-ring magical artifact seems to be of top-quality workmanship. It's quite precious. If I am to reciprocate, I definitely can't give something cheap. It must be worth at least 100 million ether stones. After studying it, Levi put the ring on his right index finger. It was a storage ring with a space capacity larger than all the other rings on Levi's hand combined. Moreover, it was extremely durable and not easily damaged in battle. Aside from storage, the Flower Gaze had the following features. First, it could cast the Flower Barrier spell, whose effect was comparable to that of Flower Knight casting it personally, strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from a 6th-ring senior wizard, almost as powerful as the Wind Disaster Pearl. Second, it could cast the Stars Forever spell, capable of trapping a 6th-ring senior wizard for a moment. Levi had witnessed the effects of these two spells. They were part of Flower Knight's capabilities. Finally, the eyeball on the Flower Gaze could project a phantom image of a nightmare cannibal flower with roughly level 6 early stage strength that lasted for a minute. The nightmare cannibal flower could create a powerful nightmare illusion and craft flower demon traps, proving to be formidable. Under normal circumstances, a 5th circle wizard would not be able to use a 6th-ring magical artifact because the consumption was too great, and they could not bear it. But Levi's spiritual force and spell power far exceeded those of an ordinary 5th circle perfection. So he tried, and now he could just manage to use this Flower Gaze ring. It could only be said that using it might leave him drained. But as a trump card, it was quite impressive. Fumbling with the ring, Levi's mind wandered in thought. The next day, Levi went to Flower Hall. Flower Knight pushed open the door, her eyes bleary with sleep. Uncommonly, she wore a robe, her blonde hair draped over her shoulders. Unlike Levi, Flower Knight had a fixed sleeping schedule every month. On that day, she would be like a corporate drone from Levi's previous world, not thinking about cultivation and other troublesome matters. She would just sleep, read leisurely, or have a tea party with her good sister Triss. Commander, what wind brings you here? Flower Knight stretched and yawned as she spoke. Levi fell silent for a moment before saying, I also want to prepare a birthday gift for you, but a year might not be enough time. Your gift was too precious. Flower Knight smiled and said. You look so worried. Can't think of what gift to give me? You're not feeling pressured because I gave you a gift, are you? Flower Knight looked at Levi, finding it hard to associate him with the creature inside the ancient tower whose presence was incredibly imposing. She continued. Think of my gift to you yesterday as a small token from our members to you, their commander. That should make it feel a lot lighter. After all, the value of a gift isn't what's important, and no one can always give expensive gifts. Sometimes my girls give me some food I liked when I was immortal, a weapon, or a beautiful wild flower I've never seen. I can smile sincerely, gaining precious emotional value. Levi nodded. Thank you, I think I understand a bit more. I've come step by step, never daring to slack in my cultivation, often overlooking some of the things around me. Flower Knight laughed. You're doing well. Otherwise, how could you have achieved what you have today? You must have some special opportunities that gave you your current strength, but not everyone with those opportunities could reach your level. As their conversation went on, they ran out of topics and silence fell awkwardly. Levi quickly said. By the way, aren't you about to reach rank 5? Let me tell you about some things to pay attention to. These are insights I've gained from my own experience and from other members. Flower Knight smiled. Welcome. After the lesson with Flower Knight, Levi returned silently to the Emperor's palace. I hope everything goes well. He couldn't help touching the flower gaze ring. In the days to come, aside from his cultivation, Levi planned to ask the 24 flowers about Flower Knight's preferences. Of course, he wouldn't do the asking himself. He found Mia and shared his request with her. Mia said she would handle it. Days later. Inside Flower Hall. Flower Knight was sitting across from Sakura Witch and Violet Witch, her eyes curving with hidden smiles. Why is Mia asking you these questions? Sakura Witch said. Lord, we don't know. Could it be that Master Fire Dragon is interested in you? So we didn't know if we should tell her. Because Levi was in seclusion most of the time, they usually treated Mia as the Holy Infant's messenger. Flower Knight spoke with a chuckle. Just tell her. There's no harm. Violet hesitated. Lord, is that really all right? Flower Knight said. I know what I'm doing, just cooperate with her. After the girls left, Flower Knight remained at home alone, seemingly in a good mood. Quick to apply new knowledge, I see. Half a year later. Small stone pond. Levi opened his eyes and accessed the proficiency panel. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 17, Maximum. Phew, another breathing technique has reached its maximum, and it's the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the most powerful one for me. Chapter 1653. The advancement secret medicine for the Crimson Emperor Dragon had long been prepared by Levi. He did not delay, and after notifying 100 Flowers and the Knights, he sequestered himself once more. This retreat was still located in the outer sea region of the ancient Saint Plain. Time hurried along. 4 years later. In the year 1320 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of grass. At the conclusion of the 220th Round Table meeting, the knights rejoiced with great news. Flower Knight and Silver Dragon Knight, one after the other, had broken through to the 5th level. The name of Flower Knight's blood source armor was Flower Fairy Armor. As the name suggests, the various abilities of this armor were closely related to Flora. It had 2 functions. The first, to enhance the defense and physique of the Flower Knight. Most importantly, wearing the Flower Fairy armor allowed 100 flowers to absorb a special breath of plants from the surrounding flowers and trees, which she used to heal her wounds. The second, through different applications of blood chi, the Flower Fairy armor could transform into various flower scale armors, each type of flower granting distinct abilities, similar to her originally created flower language spells. For instance, with the cactus flower scale armor, 100 flowers could release sharp blood chi spikes. With the man-eating flower scale armor, she could form a blood chi cage to imprison and corrode her enemies. So far, she had developed only these 2 flower scale armors, both of considerable power and comparable to unique 5th ring spells. The Flower Knight's Floral Divine Palace could establish a flower domain. Within the domain, various flowers could impose different positive or negative effects on allies or enemies. The effects were not very strong individually, but there were many varieties, affecting not only the knight's 6 attributes but also a wizard's spiritual force. There were even some quirky and fun minor effects. The name of Silver Dragon Knight's blood source armor was Silver Battle Armor, which boasted exceptional endurance. Moreover, it had 2 special functions. First, once wearing the armor, the Silver Dragon Knight could release an exotic thunder called Silver Lightning, which was more potent than a normal fifth ring lightning spell and not far inferior to the Letni family's Golden Lightning. Second, the arm area of the silver battle armor could launch the Bloodline Divine Weapon to strike at great distances. Kelvin's Bloodline Divine Weapon was Silver Mountain's Honor, a silver spear. This attack had excellent penetration power in a long range, which he called Silver Rainbow piercing the Sunday. A hint of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear thrusting forth like a dragon. Before the enemy could react, they would be pierced through by his spear. And with the blood source armor, no matter where the spear was, it could easily return to his side. It was akin to an altered form of sky-dominating spear technique. The other members of the Knights also made great strides, relying on prolonged training and battles in the nightmare world. Their abilities, both individually and as a team, surpassed ordinary wizards. Their coordination was on par with wizard battle groups. Combined with the Dragon King Order and the prestige of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, their strength was incomparable to the past. Unconsciously, the Knights had been pioneering the nightmare world for over 50 years. Now, they had largely stabilized the territory of the Nightmare Black Dragon, and remnants in other territories had also been eradicated. Next, relying on the Knights and the Nightmare Creatures army, they would defend their territory. Using this as a platform, they continuously expanded in the nightmare world, gradually becoming a dominant force capable of contesting with the true powerhouses of Central Lands. The Dawn Wizard Tower had also been established for nearly 90 years. Over these years, the progress of teachers and students within the tower was rapid. Especially Vice Tower Master Herman, who fully utilized the advantages of the mechanical school, enhancing the efficiency of the Wizard Tower's operations and reducing unnecessary manpower waste. Levi knew that the Tower Master must have had his own significant opportunities in the myriad machine plane. He was also eager to see how far the Tower Master could go eventually. Compared to walking the path alone to the end, he hoped to have some companions by his side. On the side of the ancient Dragon Empire, development was equally swift. Wing, Feathers, and King, the three ancient kings of the older generation, had advanced to the middle stage of level 5. Additionally, the number of ancient saints in the ancient Dragon Empire had reached over 100. Just among level 5 experts, there were 9. Levi's Lizardman battle group, Knights, had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to when he first returned to the wizard world. Recently, the commander of the Fur Knights, the White Wolf girl Algerda, successfully advanced to level 5. As Levi had guessed, the girl realized that her peak would be at the peak of level 5 with her Frost Wolf breathing technique. She didn't need to undergo the Blood Tribulation Master's test to reach the realm once held by the Silver Frost Wolf. Now, she was a pioneer herself. In the future, to reach level 6, she would need to fuse new bloodlines and forge her own path. Through experiments on Algerda, Levi found that shallow breathing techniques allowed for faster cultivation, but also had a lower ceiling, suitable for training a quickly formed battle group. This gave him a bold idea. In his early years, he had collected a rare non-bloodline speed-typed breathing technique, called the Siren breathing technique. This cultivation method was somewhat superior to the Frost Wolf breathing technique. Its bloodline overlord, the 8-legged sea demon, was probably a 6th-level creature like the man-faced spider. He planned to find a group of mortals with decent combat skill talent in the human realm, to form a small-scale, rapidly trained Sea Demon Knight Order as sacrificial soldiers. Chapter 1654. They all cultivated the siren breathing technique and didn't need to worry about resources, which were all provided by the organization. Whenever there was a war or the organization demanded, they would risk their lives for the organization. The secret medicines they cultivated were all top level. And Levi knew where they came from. The 4th layer of the Dark Ancient Tower. Back when he was searching for resource points, he discovered a terrifying 6th-level lord from afar in a forbidden zone. A siren. If he could capture it, given its strength and size, it should be able to sustain a small elite death squad. If in the future, he could find more sirens, engage in large-scale breeding, and nurture them, he could even build an Sea Demon Knight Corps. They didn't need to evolve, they only had to practice combat techniques and the siren breathing technique. As soon as they reached rank 4, rank 5, they would be of use. Naturally, it would be even better if they could, by chance, advance to rank 6. More years in the Dark Ancient Tower would open again. With Levi's current strength, dealing with sirens wasn't a problem. Month of winter. The outer sea region of the ancient Saint Plain. On an isolated island. Levi opened his eyes. The Red Emperor Dragon advanced potion within his body had been completely assimilated. At the same time, his soul had reached 60 paths. After adjusting himself to his peak state, Levi held the Crimson Dragon slash and looked up at the sky. Far away, the Saint Ape Knight, Black Knight, Flower Knight and others eagerly awaited. He wanted the Saint Ape and Black Knight to witness the future Blood Tribulation Master and get an early understanding of the considerations for advancing to the 6th level. As for Flower Knight, she said she was there to protect him and nothing could stop her. The Black Knight said with envy. Our commander just had a breakthrough not long ago, and now he's broken through again. He's truly inhuman. The Saint Ape Knight expressed with emotion. The commander is different from us. We only cultivate a single-dimensional attribute, but he has always embraced diversity and inclusiveness. His difficulty is multiples of my own. I hope his passage through the blood tribulation goes smoothly. Flower Knight said. One must be no ordinary person to become our commander. You needn't worry about him. She said not to worry, but her heart was actually more anxious than anyone else's. Through Levi, she had also come to know some of the knowledge regarding the advancement to the 6th level. She knew the tribulation that Levi would face was extraordinary. Even the land of darkness, that nurtured all life, would descend its trials. One could imagine the difficulty. Above the isolated island, the wind and clouds gathered, and the fire elemental power surged from a 10-mile radius. In addition, there were other elemental powers, but they seemed insignificant in front of the fire element. The ostrich mountain bird, capable of stepping on earth and shattering mountains with its strong black feet. The frost giant, whose ice-cold presence reached the heavens and whose arms could support the sky. The musk bull, mountain-like and rage-filled to the skies. The giant whale, like an isolated island floating in the void, carrying a nation, boundless and vast. All those mythical creatures, the blood tribulation masters in Levi's bloodline, now emerged one by one. He silently stood up. Let's begin. He gripped the Crimson Dragon slash, one sword strike, then another. The sword chi, tearing through the void, engulfed all the blood tribulation masters. If one strike wasn't sufficient, he would strike twice. For the current him, these blood tribulation masters were indeed not to be feared. Even if he could only use the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique, paired with his multidimensional attributes, he already formed an overwhelming advantage. Like a game, in the face of absolute values, everything else was irrelevant. Eventually, these giant beasts all vanished into smoke, annihilated by Levi. Of course, for those creatures like the Saint Ape and Musk Bull, Levi intentionally delayed some time to facilitate Emperor Mu and the others' learning. In the distance, the Black Knight was flabbergasted. Can't be, right? So many blood tribulation masters were resolved that quickly. Emperor Mu was equally dumbfounded. Too strong, the commander is too strong, unimaginably powerful. Flower Knight's brow furrowed, detecting that things weren't so simple. Don't be too happy too soon, the real Great Tribulation hasn't arrived yet. Sure enough. In the sky, the swirling fire elements formed clouds, constituting the blood tribulation master Levi dreaded the most for his tribulation. The Red Lotus Dragon. With a wingspan of 500 meters, it was like a cloud hanging from the heavens. Its aura was seemingly even stronger than the Black Lotus beasts. It looked towards Levi, with a gaze full of satisfaction, admiration, and even a hint of surprise, reverence. This moment, across boundless space-time, Levi and what was likely an extinct mythical creature, faced each other. The bloodline path was bondage, yet also the passing of a torch. The Red Lotus Dragon flapped its wings, and the terrifying solar wind swept forth. Boom! Within a radius of over 10 miles, the surface of the sea evaporated, left empty, exposing the scorched soil of purgatory below. Not only that. In the sky, countless crackling flames fell like a dazzling flurry, too brilliant to look at directly. The Red Lotus domain descended. Like a crimson chariot, the Red Lotus Dragon rode the hot winds, sweeping across the battlefield towards Levi. Levi laughed heartily towards the heavens. Let me experience the might of a real mythical creature. Boom, boom, boom. He stepped forward, shattering the void, creating ripples. The sun aura descended. He swung out the Crimson Dragon slash, its unmatched, vast sword chi sweeping over everything. Above the sea, a tireless red sun rose. Before this red sun, even the Red Lotus Dragon seemed diminutive. Boom! The fierce collision shattered the Red Lotus dragon's scales, tearing a massive gash. Chapter 1655. Levi shouted. Evolution is the trend of the world, and I will make you lose convincingly. He suddenly burst forth, his fleshly fists colliding with the body of the Red Lotus dragon. Boom! 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 The dual wings of the Red Lotus dragon were like blades, slicing through everything, its tail like a whip, continuously breaking the air, its dragon claws reaching out, shattering everything. It did not know combat techniques, yet every move seemed naturally perfect, harmonizing with heaven and earth. Levi's fist turned into a warhammer, his arms into iron rods. Roar! Levi's body erupted with a terrifying aura, red ripples shaking the void. Behind him, the majestic Crimson Emperor Dragon Dharma idol that commanded all beings congealed. He wore the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor, holding up heaven with his hands, standing on the void. At the heart of the dragon armor, 36 red lotus petals slowly bloomed, continuously flickering, making the plane tremble. After reaching level 6, the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor had advanced from 32 petals to 36. And moreover, it no longer required the direct consumption of a unit of energy. A kilometer-wide red lotus purgatory encapsulated the sky with red clouds, descending like the day of destruction. Rumble! The red lotus purgatory exploded. The domain of the red lotus dragon was torn apart. Its majestic body was blasted into a bloody mess, turning into cloud of flames, slowly dissipating. Its trial ended swiftly. It came in haste and left in haste. Levi's heavy breathing was like a giant dragon, exhaling boundless fierce flames. He quickly recovered his strength, meditated to regulate his breathing, waiting for the arrival of the dark tribulation. Considering such a defiant existence as the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the dark tribulation must surely be terrifying. Levi murmured to himself. In the distance, the Black Knight and Emperor Mu were both boiling with excitement, looking at the remnants of the flame clouds in the sky, utterly astounded. Emperor Mu sighed. This is the true Red Lotus Dragon. I always thought our holy ape family was the natural foe of the Red Lotus family, but now I realize, it was just that the Red Lotus family hadn't brought out the true maximum strength of the Red Lotus Dragon. 100 Flowers said. The majesty of a mythical creature is too powerful, but next, there's another tribulation to pass before one can truly stabilize their realm. The next moment, accompanied by the tearing of the sky, from the outer layer of the plain crystal wall, endless cold seeped from the land of darkness. In an instant, 100 miles radius of the sea surface turned into solid ice. Levi muttered. Extreme cold tribulation. Not only that, Levi noticed a streak of blue light rushing towards him. Above it was a tumultuous sea, fractured plates, and the illusory plain crystal walls. A sense of destruction and death pervaded. Using a water world fragment directly against me, hey! This land of darkness truly regarded him highly. This fractured plane seemed to be about 20 kilometers in diameter, with an irregular shape. Compared to the meteorite that ended the age of dinosaurs, it was truly a case of a small witch seeing a great sorcerer. It rapidly crossed the land of darkness, trailing a long blue tail flame behind, which were the scattered water streams, just being pulled by the elemental magnetism emanating from the plane. Because of the absolute suppression by the Red Lotus Dragon, thus the attribute of the Crimson Emperor Dragon was purely of fire. And the things that counter fire were 1, water, 2, ice, and 3, earth. Well, well. This land of darkness brought everything that could counter fire. This was outright targeting. Extreme deep cold struck, and even Levi's body felt the bone-chilling cold. He casually threw out a wizard tool, which quickly froze and cracked, showing how formidable it was. Levi exhaled a breath of scorching air and sighed. Well then, let me show you the might of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He suddenly stomped the ground and rose, the 100 miles of ice instantly cracking. Boom! A streak of red light, like a rocket, soared into the night. From the fragmented plane, the escaping water turned into countless ice columns, ice arrows, rushing towards him like secret swords under tremendous acceleration. Boom! 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 The air was filled with explosive sounds. Earth elements gathered, golden gravity pulled, and tens of thousands of meteorites formed a star ring, transforming into grinding discs, rotating above him. The grinding disc was quickly smashed by the ice columns, and the remaining dense attacks all landed on him. His elemental magnetism burst forth, weakening the impact. Bang! Endless ice columns assaulted him, and from a distance, it seemed to transform into a white icy river waterfall stretching from heaven to earth, wildly pouring onto the sea surface. The cold air rolled in, sweeping across. In the distance, Emperor Mu asked. Commander should be all right, right? This cosmic calamity is truly unimaginable. 100 Flowers looked solemn. This tribulation seemed more terrifying than the last one. The previous Black Beast tribulation and the Meteorite tribulation felt negligible to her, easily obliterated. But this plain tribulation, soon to collide with the ancient saint plane. Even she, having been promoted to a 6th ring senior for over 100 years, felt a bit of pressure and had to treat it seriously. 100 Flowers whispered in her heart. If Levi can overcome this tribulation, relying on night techniques, he might be able to exchange a few moves with a 6th ring senior wizard. The gift of the ring I gave him seems somewhat superfluous now, just how much strength is this guy hiding? Rumble. On the distant battlefield. Levi, tiny as an ant, continuously washed and frozen under the ice river waterfall. The sea surface cracked layer by layer, and he was directly bombed into the underground by the ice river. And the real great tribulation was the imminent collision of the shattered water world. Would this streak of red flames be extinguished? Levi's expression was ferocious. The wind disaster pearl emerged, and the wind spirit shelter formed. Relying on the protection of this rare treasure, Levi gained a moment's respite. His body now, full of scars and bloody mess. Chapter 1656. The frozen wound was actually preventing his self-healing. His heart area projected the image of the Crimson Emperor Divine Palace, enveloping him. Under the high temperature, all the ice thawed completely. Levi endured the intense pain as his body healed rapidly. Level 6 Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames enveloped him, transforming into countless crimson streamers, fluttering in the wind like the armillary sash, all winding towards the water world. Ice isn't frightening, I must destroy this shattered water world to prevent it from colliding with the ancient saint plane. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes brought about by the ascension of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. The next moment, his level 6 aura exploded, he grasped the now level 6 Crimson Dragon Slash, surrounded by the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, and charged into the ice river waterfall. A stroke of red light, unstoppable. Shattering the waterfall layer by layer, he fought from the ocean's depths to the 9 heavens. Until Levi reached the crystal wall, he looked toward the land of darkness and fearlessly flew out. His entire defensive capability activated, his mind's primordial spirit projection took form, brandishing the 8 desolate halberd as the Thunder Emperor. Golden Divine Palace fired off, its suppressive force slowing the water world's speed. Soon after, the Divine Palace shattered. Elementary magnetic field energy burst forth, desperately trying to attract the plane fragment. At the same time, in Levi's palm, the grand golden gravity formed countless lightning bolts, covering the plane fragment. Thousands of crimson streamers formed by the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames bound the fragment. The Emperor's essence in his hands launched the Chaos Sword energy. Under the dual power of the Sword Chi and golden gravity, the plane suddenly cracked in the middle, its momentum significantly slowing. Levi, shining brilliantly and colliding with the destroying heaven and earth fragment, finally collided. Red Emperor Dragon Transformation. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, the entire land of darkness was lit up by a fireball resembling the Little Sunday. A majestic giant dragon with an air of endless imperial authority appeared. Its body covered in crimson scales, with a wingspan of 600 meters, muscles taut and fierce, the flames around it bending to its will. The pinnacle of strength, the flame dragon of world annihilation. The crimson dragon opened its jaws wide and roared. A crimson emperor breath hundreds of meters thick burst forth. At the same time, the dragon dug its claws into the center of the fragment, spreading its wings wide. Red Emperor Domain. Centered on the Crimson Emperor Dragon, within a radius of several miles, the void birthed endless flames that devoured the fragment. Water may conquer fire, but fire too can conquer water. Under the Red Emperor Domain, Levi felt infinite power flowing into him, making him feel as though he could shatter a star with a single punch. Explode for me. The Crimson Dragon exploded with power. A tremendous surge of strength flowed into its wings. The flames moved upstream, completely enveloping the plane fragment. The Crimson Emperor Dragon roared towards the heavens, standing tall. Now, the fragment had become a fire world. And the dragon was its king. The dragon refined the stars, dissipating the darkness. The residual force from the fragment carried the Crimson Emperor Dragon as it continued to fall, and the fireball's size diminished. Boom! The fireball exploded on the ocean's surface, sending shockwaves sweeping across. Flower Knight waved her hand, blocking the remnants for Black Knight and the others. She looked gravely at the center of the explosion. The void itself was collapsing, a myriad of chaotic currents swirling. Levi, in his Crimson Emperor dragon form, scales blasted apart, blood flowing freely. The water that had been evacuated by the explosion slowly returned but was immediately evaporated by the scorching giant dragon. An irregular water-blue crystal, the size of a human head, floated in the void. The Crimson Emperor dragon caught its breath, and its wounds gradually healed. Levi transformed back to human form. He looked at the extraordinary crystal. From it, he sensed a familiar force of space. A power only a level 6 expert could comprehend. Could this be the legendary Starfall remains? Levi secured the object, planning to consult with Mana when he had a moment. With all his might, the huge fragment had been eroded away, leaving behind only this small crystal. Such was the might of the Crimson Emperor dragon. After a long time, no other ordeals descended. At the same time, Levi felt that his Red Emperor dragon realm had completely stabilized. He looked toward the concerned crowd in the distance and transmitted his voice. The tribulation is complete. Everyone hurried over. 100 Flowers even used void travel to arrive beside Levi, handing him a blue medicine. A 6-ring healing potion, drink it. Levi couldn't help but say. This must cost quite a bit of money. 100 Flowers huffed and said. Just drink if I tell you to, it's not your money that's being spent. Levi took the medicine with a wry smile. The 6-ring potion was indeed extraordinary. As if rejuvenating both body and mind, the potion swept away Levi's fatigue. Once again, Levi was full of energy, lively as a dragon. Under the influence of the Death Ember dragon, those internal and external injuries were trivial. Based on Levi's experience as a pharmacist, such a medicine would be extremely expensive. Even a 6th circle wizard would not consume it unless in a life and death crisis. Done for, my debt just keeps growing, when will I ever clear it? Levi pondered in his heart. 100 Flowers smiled sweetly and said. Congratulations, your strength has increased yet again, although I've grown tired of saying this. The other knights who had followed quickly thanked him. Thank you, Commander, for allowing us to witness the tribulation, it was profoundly beneficial. Levi said with a smile. All right, everyone get back to your duties, I hope you will reach this stage one day too. He and 100 Flowers left first, traveling through the void. Emperor Mew said with meaningful laughter. Black Knight, do you think the Commander and 100 Flowers have something going on? Black Knight said. Do they? What kind of something? Emperor Mew sighed and said. Never mind, you brute, you wouldn't understand. You should, like me, find a partner, and then you will understand. Chapter 1657. After thanking the Flower Knight once more, Levi parted with him and returned to the Emperor's palace. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1/5,000,000, Special Effect, Red Emperor Dragon Body. Level 6 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor, Blood Source Armor, Crimson Emperor Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, Level 6. Frowning, Levi said. Why are there question marks after the Red Emperor Dragon Body? Is it because my current knowledge isn't enough to display super god level information? Red Emperor Dragon Body? 1. You possess the ultimate strength of a Crimson Emperor Dragon. 2. You have an extremely excellent fire element affinity talent. 3. You have mastered Sun's Wind, allowing you to create terrifying sun storms, burning everything to ashes. 4. You have comprehended a Red Emperor domain with a diameter of 7 kilometers, filled with an endless supply of Crimson Emperor Dragon flames. Once the domain is deployed, your power attribute increases by 500%, with all other attributes increasing by 100%. 5. You exert double the dragon's might suppression effect on all fire dragon clans under heaven. 6. You can briefly transform into a Crimson Emperor Dragon. After reading, Levi's expression was one of shock. What a domineering Crimson Emperor Dragon, with a 500% increase in basic strength attribute, it's totally against the heavens. And not only that. The Crimson Emperor Dragon even exerts stronger dragon's might suppression on all fire dragons. As for the power of the Sun Storm, there's no need to say more, it annihilates anything in its path, whether gods or Buddhas. After getting excited, Levi then spent the next year solidifying his Red Emperor Dragon realm. Besides that, he focused on condensing the soul to the maximum. The practice of other breathing techniques was left to naturally progress. Following level 6 as a Crimson Emperor Dragon, strength could break all techniques. He now had the confidence to punch through the deceitful poison wizard's protective force field with a single blow. This is the power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. No fancy skills, just the pursuit of two extremes. The pinnacle of strength and the ultimate mastery of fire. Due to the level 6 Black Lotus Beast, Levi now believed he could catch up to and even surpass the brilliant Golden Dragon in his cultivation speed. As for that blue crystal, it was indeed the Starfall remains. Mana had already begun arranging a space passage from the ancient Saint Plane to the Ice Sea Secret Realm. Upon completion, members of the ancient Saint Plane could enter and explore, pioneering new territories. When Mana found out that the Starfall remains had been deliberately presented by the Land of Darkness, she no longer dared to tell Levi how rare and precious some things were in front of him. Meanwhile, the Holy Infant and Gondif also entered an all-out cultivation sprint. They put aside other affairs for the time being. After their seclusion, the assassination attempts by the mysterious organization naturally came to an end. As for Levi's true form, in the wizard world, he remained a nameless nobody. Apart from family and close friends, no one knew of his existence, making it all the more worry-free. 4 years later, in the year 1325 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers, there were only 6 years left until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. In the human realm, the Black Dragon Empire's army had struck, capturing several small planes. In contrast, the ancient Saint Plane remained peaceful with time passing quietly. Occasionally, some unlucky ones would stray into Dawan. They were punched out by Godnik and Diabo, one little friend after another, struck dead. The 7 kingdoms had become a thing of the past, leaving only the church to occupy their respective dojos. The church always managed to pull out sealing sacred objects to save the day whenever Levi thought they were done for. It's true, a camel, even when skinny, is bigger than a horse. Surviving since the antiquity age, they certainly had some tricks up their sleeves. Furthermore, Levi had never given up searching for the seals of the Duncan family of monster hunters. With his current strength, he actually looked down upon those special effects. But a collector's obsession is just like that, lacking 1 out of 3 is too uncomfortable. Over beyond the endless sea, Triss had been in closed-door cultivation for 12 years, which was quite normal for a primordial soul wizard. Especially when breaking through a major realm, it could take decades, even hundreds of years. As for Ms. Lucy, Levi had never contacted her. Little news had also come from the dragon descendant sisters. If they intended to shatter the internal force crystals, they surely needed to put in more effort than others. Ever since that birthday when he received a gift from the 100 Flowers, aside from cultivation, Levi's heart had started to harbor some other things, taking up a place alongside them. On the Azer continent, the address to the Fire Dragon hut had long been replaced by Schubert's house. The Schubert family had become the leading weapon-making, array dragonhead enterprise in Inner Ring District 1. On this day, the manager of Schubert's house, a 5th circle wizard named Allison, was lying on a rocking chair, eyes closed, enjoying a massage from the maids. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that the maids had silently collapsed to the floor, unconscious. A large hand held him down, and without allowing any objection, a stream of crimson mystical power was injected into his body. Allison said, "Lord." The towering figure was none other than Levi, who had quietly entered the shop. Throughout the years, he had never given up searching for clues about the enemies who killed the Holy Infant. After following leads from the mysterious organization to no avail, he turned his attention to the Schubert family. From the death of the Surging Wave Wizard to the series of events that followed, the beneficiaries, besides the mysterious organization, could only be the Schubert family. In this world, there couldn't be so many coincidences. Behind it all, there had to be a hidden hand pushing events forward. Next, Levi interrogated him. This person didn't know if the family had sent someone to assassinate the Holy Infant. But he had seen the clan leader meeting with a big shot from the Star Sea region. This person was well known in the Endless Sea. The Molten Gold Wizard King. The Minister of Justice of the Tower of Stars, the Righteous Sword. One of the 4 great Witch Kings of the Letny family. Right, this old chap had once bullied the Flower Knight, Levi remembered it very clearly. The Schubert family had actually changed into the Letny family's puppet long ago. They had to offer quite a number of wizard tools, arrays, and ether stones to them every year. Letny family wizards could purchase wizard tools from the store at a complete 50% discount. Levi didn't kill this person right away, he let him continue to be the manager as his own chess piece infiltrated within the Schubert family. After getting all this done, he quietly left to continue his cultivation in the human realm. The Endless Sea, which was supposed to be the most righteous of places, has become a breeding ground for sin and corruption. From Sorit, Levi knew how many dirty deeds the Thunder Dragon family had done to fulfill the tasks given by the Letny family. He had no intention of wiping out the darkness, he just wanted to deal with those who were hostile toward the Holy Infant. The way to make money from wizard tools, he couldn't possibly give it up. In the mortal world. At sea. Levi was on his way. Suddenly, intense fluctuations from a battle ahead caught his attention, it seemed to be of a sixth circle level. With the belief that less trouble is better than more, Levi was about to leave, but then he noticed a familiar figure. It was a chubby bearman girl surrounded by gurgling stream water, playing a flute, and battling a cave wizard. It was Anne. There were also 3 young bearmen, appearing quite young, controlling rocks, flames, clouds, and their strength was not weaker than Anne's. In the middle of the battlefield, a group of elderly bearmen, dressed in simple clothing, were guarding these 4 youngsters at the center. In the 6th circle battlefield, a level 6 bearman moved with such control that rivers seemed to flow with his gestures, roaming through the 6 emptinesses. His grand and imposing maneuvers were directed at the 3 6th circle cave wizards besieging him. Levi's heart changed. Aren't these bearmen from the Panda Plain? How did they get to Nora? Could it be, the plane convergence has also affected the Panda Plain? Chapter 1658. Human Realm. Outer Sea Region. The battle was extremely fierce. The path of the energy sect was vast and profound. Saint Emperor Zhou had advanced to the shattering void realm over 100 years ago and his strength was considerable. But facing 3 enemies alone was simply too much for him to handle. Not long before, he had felt a violent tremor coming from the Panda Empire, shaking the earth and mountains as if it were the end of days. Then he discovered a spatial gateway that had appeared in the remote regions of the Empire. It wasn't long before a group of cave wizards charged in, burning, killing, and looting, committing every imaginable atrocity. The Saint Emperor personally led a team to deal with these people and passed through the spatial gateway to investigate the situation in the outer sea region of the human realm. After that, they were quickly surrounded by an even more turbulent army of cave wizards. Considering this was the wizard world, Zhou, with no options left, could only seek help from the esteemed Elena, whom he knew, but it seemed that Elena was in seclusion and had not yet responded to his message. The battlefield situation changed in the blink of an eye. An, Hong, Li, Chen. Known as the 4 sons of Qi sect, they were the 4 with the strongest Qi sect talent of their generation. After more than 100 years of cultivation, the 4 were all close to the universal standard of level 5 peak state. Each of them could fight against many alone, and when cooperating as a team, they were unrivaled below level 6. Alas, the number of cave wizards was far greater than them. Their Black Dragon army was well trained and resolute in killing, further employing the art of combat arrays. And this army of the Panda Empire was merely a civilian self-defense team called upon by the Saint Emperor, including any master like Master Ma and Master Ye from all over. This was already after the Saint Emperor had trained them for a long time in anticipation of the great convergence of planes. After all, the Panda clan had long lived in paradise, amicable with others, not fond of conflict, and lacked militarized strategies even more. Faced with wizard civilization, even the backward civilization from the Antiquity Age, they were still subjected to asymmetric warfare. The innate spells of the cave wizards bombarded wildly, and the power of their arrays reached to the heavens and through the earth. The people of the Panda clan exhausted themselves protecting the safety of the 4 sons of Qi sect. King Mountain, Clear Spring, Flowing Cloud, Blazing Fire. Various anomalies appeared between heaven and earth. Levi silently observed the battle. At this point, the Panda clan indeed seemed miraculous. With their ability to comprehend Qi through their hearts, they could use the surrounding elements' power within a small range, making each one of them fairly elite. But their numbers were crushed by the cave wizards, so the battlefield situation was still not in their favor. Anne and the other 3 masters of Qi sect talent were quickly besieged. Upon seeing this, Levi left a message for 100 flowers and then vanished into the void. On the battlefield, Anne's expression was tense as he received a telepathic message from the Saint Emperor. Anne, you four use the combined attack 4 symbols absolute skill and lead the others to break through, to escape the encirclement. I will find a way to shake these people off and come find you. Upon hearing this, a gloomy expression came over Anne. The Panda clan was still too weak. The 4 sons of the Chi sect were of one mind, with perfect coordination. Behind them, the phantom images of 4 holy beasts emerged. Spirit Fire Sparrow, Mountain Turtle, Cloud Tiger, Dragon of Clear Spring. This scene reminded Levi of the 4 symbols sect from his previous life. But clearly, this world's 4 symbols were different from those of his past life. It was merely a clever coincidence. Vermilion Bird, Xian Turtle, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, 4 great anomalous giant beasts roared to the skies, causing the 4 heavenly chi within several miles to surge violently. Boom! The 4 symbols unite, mixed element opens the world. 4-colored divine light pierced the heavens and the earth. The encircling group of 5 ring earth cave wizards all employed different means to avoid it. Interesting, the absolute skills of these 4 sects can actually merge into one, with a charm similar to my 9th talent, Levi mused as he concealed himself in the void, not in a hurry to make a move. Rescuing at the last moment is an art. Only when the rescue comes in the most critical moment does it leave a deeper impression and create an indelible memory in the rescued. Just as the 4 sons of Chi sect thought they were about to break out of the encirclement, a 5th circle wizard threw out a spell scroll. Boom! I was thinking of taking some prisoners back to experiment on. Never mind, just kill them to make specimens for study. The transcendent techniques of these bearmen indeed had some merit, but before a 6th circle spell, they were all futile. 6 circle magic snowflakes floating. The north wind howled, endless white snow blanketed everything, vast and boundless, extreme cold descended, sealing everything. Around the 4 sons of the Chi sect, various anomalies surrounded them, resisting the cold. A small green snake emerged from Anne's chest. It was the alien snake species, the azure sky snake, that could naturally travel through the void. It seemed to be trying to break through the void sealed by the 6th circle spell to take Anne away. Anne said, "Green, retreat first. We 4 have our own methods and won't die so easily." Below the frost, an elder bearman, along with his lightning whip, was frozen solid, swept by the cold wind into dust. Below level 6, all were ants. Master Ma. Hong's eyes nearly split with anger. Even the highly respected Master Ma, proficient in the lightning 5 whip, had been killed. A sense of despair spread among the Bearman clan. Saint Emperor Zhou saw the 6th circle spell scroll and his face changed dramatically. He wanted to save others but was blocked. You can't even take care of yourself, and yet you worry about those ants. The 6th circle cave wizards sneered. They were all army commanders under the command of the Water General and had successfully taken down several alien worlds. Compared to other alien races, these bearmen of the Panda world seemed somewhat special. Thus, upon discovering their existence, the general immediately dispatched 3 level 6 wizards to ensure a foolproof conquest of this world. At that moment, a figure in a white robe emerged from the void. He casually waved his hand, and the power of the water elements formed small turtle shells that enveloped all the bearmen within the realm of falling snow. Chapter 1659. His body shone with golden light, and golden gravity traction flung the turtle shells away. Golden meteor showers burst forth from the battlefield and landed far away on the ocean surface. A group of 5th circle wizards looked on in shock. Who was this? They had never seen this person before. One of the commanders said, "We are wizards of the Black Dragon Empire's army, and we kindly ask that this elder not meddle in unnecessary matters and endanger himself. Over there are also 3 commanders with the strength of a primordial soul. Do you think you can escape their pursuit?" These words, spoken gravely, clearly carried a warning. Meanwhile, safely away from the battlefield, sheltered by the turtle shells, the 4 sons of the Chi sect felt relieved yet mostly confused. Hong asked, "Do any of you recognize this elder?" The other bear people shook their heads, clearly having never seen Levi. Even Anne had only seen Levi in his dragon monster form. After reaching level 6, Levi's breathing technique had returned to its original state, no longer needing to exhibit various dragon features to exert his strength. Thus, the dragon monster form was a thing of the past. If he decided to stir up trouble in the future, he would not use the dragon monster form, but rather the true dragon form, and he could then pin the blame on the dragon clan. At the center of the battlefield, in the biting cold, a white-robed wizard stood desolately alone. He snapped his fingers, and one by one, fierce flames appeared from the void. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Millions of red flames suddenly expanded, forming a red flame domain with a diameter of no less than 7 kilometers. Feeling the sudden surge in power and the attributes of other dimensions, Levi's heart roared like an engine, and he grinned. This feeling, it's awesome. Under the Red Emperor domain, he felt that even the Flower Knight, who had been promoted to the 6th circle for over 200 years, was worth challenging, let alone these incomparably weaker opponents. The Black Dragon army also posed a threat to the ancient Saint Plane. Thus, it seemed only natural to seize this opportunity to eliminate some of their combat strength. He threw a punch, and infinite flames followed the wind of his fist, forming a vast torrent that surged toward the sky. In the presence of such vast flames, the six-ring frost magic immediately paled in comparison. Snowflakes melted, coldness faded, and the sky cleared. Levi exhaled a hot breath, with tiny sparks scattering. The surrounding wizards of the army, now gasping in shock, found it hard to believe. This. With one punch, he broke our 6th circle spell scroll. His strength, among the commanders, is also top-notch, probably only a general can firmly suppress him. Don't panic. Form a combat array, we just need to delay him for a moment and wait for the 3 commanders to arrive. Being a well-trained wizard legion, they quickly began their counterattack. Beams of light soared into the sky, lighting up nodes of the combat arrays. Seeing this, Levi raised his hand and meteorites fell from the sky. Primordial magnetic domain. Waves of chaotic elemental magnetism shook the wizards trying to form the combat array to pieces. The combat array broke without being attacked. Not only that, a sudden suction force emerged centered around Levi. Magnetic inversion. A group of wizards involuntarily flew towards Levi, then disappeared into the endless flames of the Red Emperor domain. Seeing Levi, like the fire god, the Black Dragon army panicked. Now, with Levi at the 6th level of both Golden Snake and Crimson Emperor Dragon, his strength was far beyond their imagination. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he threw hundreds of punches, the fist wind forming scorching sun's wind. Where the hot wind passed, sea water evaporated, the seabed charred, and not a blade of grass survived. This was truly a calamity-level ability. It was also Levi's greatest area of attack. After a few rounds, Levi remained unscathed, while of those wizards from the warband, few were still alive. Spurred by fear, they defied military orders and retreated. The Black Dragon Empire's military laws were strict: those who disobeyed orders might be executed, but staying here meant certain death. Levi strolled leisurely, and beams of golden gravity transformed into rays, taking away each fleeing individual. A roar came. To bully a rank 5 with level 6, truly shameless. 2 ugliest-looking 6th circle wizards then attacked from both sides. Seeing the changes here, reluctantly leaving one to contain the Holy Emperor, everyone else came to deal with Levi. Levi laughed. A 6th circle spell scroll is also a 6th circle method, isn't it? What's the point of talking about these things on the battlefield? He swung his arms, simultaneously throwing punches. Crimson Emperor dragon flames wrapped around his fists, shooting out and transforming into 2 fire dragons hundreds of meters in diameter that devoured everything. Boom! Boom! 2 suns rose over the ocean, flames sweeping across, hot air waves rolling, steaming the sea. After the explosion, the 2 6th circle wizards appeared disheveled, with several burn marks. At a crucial moment, their defensive fields and soul artifacts barely blocked what seemed like a casual strike from Levi. This man might be at 6th circle perfection. We cannot stand against him, we need to retreat quickly and let a general take over. That's correct. After just one exchange, they already wanted to retreat, completely losing their previous confidence. He was too strong. This man gave them a feeling of irresistible power from within, flawless. Both cloaked in their talent-induced spell force fields, they fled in different directions. Levi was stunned. They gave up without even fighting? How can this be? Don't run. In a moment of thought, a projection of his primordial spirit appeared in his mind. The Thunder Emperor took decisive steps, wielding the Crimson Dragon Slash, and slashed with his sword. Frost Ice Sword Domain 6th Layer. After these years of cultivation, Levi's cold ice breath was just one step away from the 7th layer's frost barrier. Chapter 1660. With his current level 6 strength, he was fully capable of mastering the 7th floor. He had only fallen behind in perfecting his combat techniques because he was busy with his breathing technique and pushing his soul to its limits. Splash! Billions of ice crystal particles swirled around the void, forcing out a 6th circle wizard who was trying to escape. This was another use for the ice sword domain that Levi had discovered. It was similar to the luminescent tentacles of dragon ants, capable of disrupting void travel. Seeing this, the wizard didn't dare continue the fight. He extended his hand, and a huge bubble emerged, enveloping the Emperor. On the Emperor, the white chaos sword energy was like a laser, piercing through the bubble. Boom! The bubble burst. The explosion left the Emperor's body trembling and slightly disoriented. Even as a cave wizard, those beyond the 6th circle were not to be underestimated. Facing a powerful enemy, one could not afford carelessness. Seizing this opportunity, the cave wizard tore open the void again, clearly attempting to flee. Just then, the Emperor's essence's fingertips shone brightly as infinite spell power crazily poured into the flower gaze ring. Flower language eternal star. Billions of purple and white star flowers fell from the sky, completely sealing the heavens and earth. This was a wizard tool created by the Flower Knight, who had asked someone to refine a 6th ring high-grade wizard tool core, solidifying his innate spell. Its power was as if deployed by 100 Flowers herself. Now, the cave wizard was utterly out of options. He realized in terror that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tear through the void. This was a suppression of strength. The Emperor, seeing this, burst forward. Chaos sword energy swept across, tearing open the defensive field around the cave wizard. Primordial soul witch form sea wolf. A 200-meter-long blue giant wolf emerged, blocking the chaos sword energy. The wizard sneered. Tear him apart. Since he couldn't escape, he decided on a battle to the death. As a primordial soul wizard, his dignity demanded nothing less. A crescent-shaped soul artifact, along with the giant wolf, swirled and danced through the air, its killing intent fierce. The Emperor yanked downwards, and a white giant shield, as large as the South Heavenly Gate, appeared. The crackling noises rang out. The soul artifact collided with the chaos shield, sparking fires, cracking the shield, and the soul artifact was clearly also suffering. Using the giant shield for cover, the Emperor charged at the giant wolf. The giant wolf spewed out an endless stream of water, binding the Emperor. Innate spells surfaced one after the other, bombarding wildly as if they cost nothing. This left the distant wizard panting heavily, sweating profusely. With the giant shield shattered, the Emperor's body wavered. He roared furiously, and a golden shield burst forth, striking the giant wolf's face. Done! With a dull thud, the giant wolf's skull cracked, spell power began leaking, and the wizard form showed cracks. Seeing this, the Emperor held the shield in his left hand to block the bites, while his right hand's shark-tooth-shaped sword plunged into the giant wolf's belly, abruptly raising it up, the great sun bursting forth, like the rising sun. The giant wolf was torn apart, disemboweled, and dissipated into nothingness. Relying on the power of the divine weapon, the Emperor's essence, not yet fully level 6, brutally tore apart the 6th circle wizard's wizard form. The crescent-shaped soul artifact flew through the air, the dense water elemental power forming into a kilometer-long blue blade light. The Emperor's shark-tooth-shaped sword swept horizontally. Thunder half-moon slash. The chaos sword energy knocked away the crescent-shaped soul artifact. Simultaneously, the Emperor's finger pointed. Chaos forbidden ruins. The wizard immediately realized that his innate spell had weakened in power. He actually restricted my water elemental power? What kind of technique is this? Boom! The hapless cave wizard was struck down by the chaos sword energy, turned to dust, and his primordial soul dispersed. On the other side, the second 6th circle wizard was already being pummeled by Levi using a pair of flame fists, defenseless. Despite his innate spells, primordial soul wizard form, soul artifacts, and other techniques, Levi's ordinary punch, paired with a golden light defensive field around his body, could counter each one. Now, with the soul artifact shattered, spiritual force collapsed, wizard form disbanded, he was also completely drained. Levi's fiery palm struck him down, and his primordial soul was crushed in his grip. Under the laws of heaven and earth, the souls of these two 6th circle wizards gradually lost their luster in Levi's eyes, disappearing and heading to the underworld. Pity, Leon is still asleep. Levi collected the spoils of war. His habit was to let Leon also completely devour the souls, denying the enemies any chance of reincarnation. In reality, after reincarnation, it was already a new life form, possibly a human or even a pig. The multidimensional plane has its own set of operational rules. If not for using Leon as a bug, Levi wouldn't dare to easily upset this balance. He looked around. On the battlefield, the dead cave wizards lay scattered, and the survivors had fled, leaving it desolate. On the other side, a level 6 bearman had also killed a cave wizard. He took a deep breath, calmed his state, and smiled. "Thank you for your help. May I ask your esteemed name?" "We, the Panda clan, are always grateful." Levi smiled. "You might not recognize me, but I've heard about you from a friend named Elena, who is also on her way here now." Hearing this, the Holy Emperor was surprised, then his expression brightened. Indeed, someone as good as Miss Elena would only know other good people. Levi sighed. The Panda clan's perception was still somewhat naive. In the wizard world, there were no real good people to speak of. He certainly couldn't bear the title of a good person either. The 4 sons of the Chi sect led other members of the Panda clan, rushing over. Levi said, "We should not stay here long, let's find another place to have a detailed discussion." The Holy Emperor nodded. He looked behind him. A fully formed spatial passageway had abruptly appeared there. "Ah, my homeland has already been discovered by those wizards." Chapter 1661. Levi said, "No worries, I will first use an array to conceal it." With a raise of his hand, he released multiple array items, shielding the entrance. "This isn't a long-term solution, but it can at least prevent others from mistakenly entering your world," the Holy Emperor said. "Thank you very much." In the human realm. In the outer sea region. On a lone island. The silhouette of 100 flowers appeared. She looked at the Holy Emperor, whom she had not seen for a long time, and said helplessly, "It's been a while, Joe. It looks like the panda world inevitably has to converge with the wizard world now, you can't hide away from the world anymore. By the way, this is Sir Levi, a very, very, good friend of mine." Levi smiled slightly. The Holy Emperor said, "Sir Levi has already told me. Thank you for your selfless help." Remembering the previous battle, he was deeply impressed. The wizard world truly abounds with experts, a real crouching dragon, hidden tiger. It's no wonder it's Sauron's homeland. Levi had long been aware of the existence of the Origin Holy Emperor, one of Sauron's fellows. On the isolated island, 3 level 6 beings strategized for the future development of the panda world. The sons of the Chi sect and others looked at Levi with admiration. To defeat a level 6 expert with a single punch, is this what a world of the powerful is like? With our strength, in the panda world, we stand second only to the Holy Emperor, above tens of thousands. But in the wizard world, they are a dime a dozen. Anne also had a worried look, fiddling with a green snake in his hand. Clearly, this group of geniuses felt bewildered about the future. Suddenly coming from a small country with few people to a vast and extensive world, their mentality could not adjust in a short period of time. The 3 level 6 experts talked for a long time. Elena asked, "Joe, now that the panda world has become a target of the Black Dragon Empire, it will sooner or later be conquered. The Chi sect is in decline now, obviously no match for the cave wizards. Have you thought about where to go next? The safety of the citizens of the Panda Empire rests on your shoulders," the Holy Emperor said with distress. "Yes, I do have some plans, but this plane convergence came too suddenly. This world is so vast, where is my home?" Elena glanced at Levi. Levi, understanding, said, "Holy Emperor, if you don't mind, I have a small private plane. Although it is not as vast and rich as the Panda plane, it should be enough to accommodate the Panda clan people." The Holy Emperor pondered for a moment, then said, "Would you be willing to take us in? Wizards are accustomed to equivalent exchange, I wonder what price we would have to pay." Levi said, "It's not a matter of price, but more about taking the appropriate oath. After all, my plane is still in a confidential phase, or else it would easily be disturbed by enemies like the Black Dragon Empire." The Holy Emperor earnestly said, "I understand, we indeed can't stay in the Panda plane anymore. If the Black Dragon Empire extends the war there, I don't know how many of our people might die. Thank you for taking us in. Once our Chi sect is strong enough, we will take back our homeland from the Black Dragon Empire. The Panda clan is grateful, should you need help, we would go through fire and water, not shying away from death. Levi knew that the Bearman clan were simple in nature, genuine, and that he was not merely talking. Now it seemed, the coordinates of the Panda Plain were most likely exposed to the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Empire. But his ancient Saint Plain probably wasn't, which is why, after so many years, it remained untroubled. Next, the three set up a plan for the Bearman clan's immigration. Before the Black Dragon Empire could launch another invasion, they would leave them an empty plain. The Panda clan people were not many, but they lived remotely, scattered. Levi had the major organizations of the ancient Saint Plain, with the help of wizard technology and wizard tools, assist the Holy Emperor to gather the people. The four major chi sects and other chi sect mountain gates rang their long silent bells. In 3 days, the teeming Panda clan people were transported to the ancient Saint Plain through various means. The Holy Emperor and his sons looked at the desolate Panda world and sighed. I hope it won't be heavily destroyed. The poignant feeling of leaving their homeland filled the world. In contrast, the ancient Saint Plain became lively once again. Levi found a temporary settlement for the Panda clan people in a plain in the south of the continent. With wizard technology, shelters were quickly constructed. Once the Panda clan people were mostly settled. As per tradition, under Levi's mobilization, major organizations held a grand welcome feast for the Panda clan people. This way, they could quickly feel a sense of belonging to this place, reducing the sadness of losing their homeland. As Levi had anticipated, the simple and kind-hearted Panda clan were quickly accepted by the members, and now it was time for them to start a new life here. Several days later, at the entrance to the Panda Plain, a figure descended from the sky, the water general. His face was solemn as he waved his hand, and the mighty floodwaters washed away the array Levi had set up. A few days ago, he had received news of their defeat. From some wizards who had managed to escape, he learned that they had been attacked by a sixth circle wizard, presumably a strong enforcer sent by the Congress. This made him uneasy, and after some hesitation, he decided to come and see for himself. Half a day later, the general returned from the Panda world. From his initial investigation, it seemed that the Bearman clan had moved out. The wizard tool rang out. The projection of the Black Dragon wizard appeared. Did you find that group of Bearmen? The general shook his head. No, I suspect they have been taken away by the Congress, otherwise, how could so many people disappear in such a short time? Chapter 1662. The Black Dragon wizard said. Let's not send a legion in yet, I'm worried it's an enemy's empty city strategy. As for actions in other planes, everything proceeds as usual. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. By the small stone pond. After the spoils of war were accounted for, those cave wizards, including 2 sixth circle ones, had only brought Levi a little over 100 million ether stones, as well as 2 soul artifacts. 1, the Sky Sea Blade, could congeal 6th circle standard elemental blade light to attack enemies. The other, the Meteor Wand, was just a very ordinary 6th circle magic wand, with the ability to amplify spell power. The 6th circle spells attached to it were relatively average as well. Overall, the cave wizards were a rather destitute group. Living to this day was no small feat. Both of these soul artifacts were of poor workmanship and quality, but the materials were passable. Levi planned to wait until his weapon refinement skill reached the 6th circle, then refine them again with new materials, and sell them in the black market. Over the years, the Fire Dragon Shop and Gandalf Pharmacy had both closed down. Without a source of income, Levi's wealth in ether stones grew slowly and, coupled with some expenses, he now had only about 500 million ether stones on him. Half a year later, at the edge of the small stone pond, Levi's right hand rested on the bottom of the pond. He carefully sensed the spirituality within the pebbles. In my name, awaken your spirit. As the incantation was recited, a mysterious and profound spirituality flowed from the heavens and earth, stored within Levi's spell model. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the spell model shone brightly, accompanied by the dispersion of spell power. The pebbles at the bottom of the small stone pond, one by one, came to life like creatures. They grew limbs and, like little fairies, danced around Levi. This scene looked incredibly strange and dreamlike. After a full hour, the pebbles returned to normal and settled back at the bottom of the water. The smaller the stones for spirit awakening, the longer the duration, but compared to the previous few minutes, the progress is quite significant. Next, he cast spells such as Sea Spirit Awakening and Fire Spirit Awakening. The small stream beside him, a flame between his fingers, everything lifeless seemed to come alive, dancing and frolicking around Levi. It's close, my 9th talent is almost fully formed. This year marked 45 years since Levi first awakened the spirit. The difficulty of developing the 9th talent was evident. A year later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1326, Month of Vitality. The Panda clan had begun to integrate into the ancient Saint Plane, starting normal cultivation, living, and labor. The dojos led by the 4 major energy sects were also fully rebuilt. To express their gratitude and to promote the path of the energy sect, for the salvation of the Panda world, the Holy Emperor decreed that the doors of the mountain gates of the energy sect would open to all members of the ancient Saint Plane. Anyone interested, whether humans, lizardmen, the Fur clan, could go to the various sects to undergo a heart-seeing test. It was said that this test could reveal if someone had the potential to walk the path of the energy sect. Those identified with potential would become disciples of the sects. Levi also took advantage of the Knights' meeting to encourage the 18 riders and any knight willing to learn the path of the energy sect to give it a try. This was voluntary and based on individual capability. After all, many people could barely progress on the path of knights alone, so how could they take on something else? In this way, members of the ancient Saint Plane, who lacked knight or wizarding talent or had mediocre talent, reignited their hopes. The light might shine in the west if the east remained dark. Perhaps their Chi sect talent would be exceptional. With this mindset, the Chi sect mountain gate was almost flattish by aspirants. The Bearman clan had never seen such a spectacle and hastily sought Levi's help. He set a fixed annual quota for visiting the mountain, which helped manage the influx. The usually sparsely populated Chi sect mountain gate gradually bustled with activity. Numerous Chi sect seedlings were discovered. Among them emerged several remarkable individuals. Both mortal rookies and transcendents. It's worth mentioning that the White Wolf girl had the heart of Clear Spring. After receiving Levi's permission, she joined the Clear Spring sect and embarked on the path of the energy sect. Additionally, Emperor Mew, who had a heart of strong spirit akin to the Flower Knights, had poor wizarding talent. Even with the resources of a level 5 knight, he hadn't reached the standard of a 3rd circle wizard. He decided to try the School of Fire energy path. The Blood Knight and the Divine Light Knight also joined in the excitement. Ultimately, they discovered that they did not possess a heart. The Holy Emperor told them not to be discouraged. A heart, unlike talents in the wizarding world, was not fixed. A lack of it now didn't mean it would never manifest. Perhaps one day, they would have a moment of enlightenment. It appeared that the Bearman clan had an abundance of Chi sect talent, and the Fur clan was impressive too, spawning several Chi sect seedlings. Humans were next in line. The lizardmen had yet to produce a single seedling, seeming more suited to the path of ancient saints. Regardless, the path of the energy sect was just an additional transcendent path for the members under Levi's command. He sheltered the Panda clan to provide more options for everyone. As for himself, he hadn't undergone the heart-seeing test. Without a primordial soul, he had no interest in pursuing other paths. Time flew like an arrow, days and months passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 4 years went by. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1330, Month of Flowers. According to the Ancient Tower Scepter's guidance, just over a year remained until the dark ancient tower would open. Levi sat meditating by the small stone pond, lost in time. Within the iridescent crystals, his maximum soul had condensed a full 64 strands, with only 17 left to achieve perfection. Chapter 1663. Emperor Mew, already 340 years old, was embarked on the path of the infinite primordial soul, a journey destined to be extremely difficult. Otherwise, why would it be easier to reach Grand Wizard or even legendary status? Levi's mentality also shifted constantly. With a lifespan like his, why rush? On the side of the Holy Infant, the maximum soul had already condensed 20 paths. After over 80 years of cultivation, Gandalf had successfully brought the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the peak of the 5th level. The old man's whole body had concentrated a grand total of 90,000 body refinement demon god runes. These runes, akin to demon god scales, covered his entire body, granting him monstrous power with each movement. But, breaking through to the 6th level and reaching the 5th circle realm required more time. Additionally, Gandalf's own condensation of the maximum soul was also progressing smoothly. Overall, for Levi's 2 clones, the 49 maximum souls were merely a matter of time. These 4 years of refining had seen the chariot rune successfully reach level 12, increasing the speed boost to 120%. Simultaneously, the travel distance of the heavenly Pegasus star soul's breath through the void had stretched from 3,000 miles to 4,000 miles. This enhanced Levi's ability to escape, making it even more extraordinary. If this continued to increase without limit, wouldn't it reach 180,000 miles in a single breath? As for the moon rune, it had also advanced to level 5, and Levi's lifespan increment had reached a terrifying 40%. If calculated according to the standards for wizards for a rank 6 knight, Levi could now live at least 2,400 years. However, don't forget that Levi's own longevity came additionally from the Dragon clan's bloodline boost and his wizardly cultivation. Even if these factors couldn't simply be stacked one on top of another, Levi's actual lifespan should be above 3,000 years. And that was the average lifespan of a 7-circle wizard. His lifespan could likely be much longer than this. Yet Levi preferred conservative estimates, overly cautious. After the Panda clan joined the ancient Saint Plane, this small realm became livelier and increasingly bizarre. For a moment, Levi felt as if he were on the set of Kung Fu Panda, surrounded by divine dragon warriors. With the Holy Emperor, a bona fide level 6 expert, joining, the ancient Saint Plane was even more impregnable. The 4 sons of the Qi sect had all reached the pinnacle of level 5. They had gained much from their adventures inside the ancient tower and were still digesting their fortunes. As the top talent of the Panda clan, their ascension to level 6 was foreseeable. Levi once secretly peeked at the Panda Plane. It was clearly guarded by the Black Dragon army, evidently having become the main base of the Black Dragon Empire. He dared not get close, as the Empire's 4 generals and the Black Dragon wizard were not to be trifled with. Also, Levi hadn't forgotten the gift for 100 flowers. He was now preparing materials, waiting to personally refine it for her after obtaining his primordial soul. In the year 1331 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of beginning, there were still 9 months until the ancient tower would open. The 231st round table meeting of the Twilight Knights was fully attended. Levi looked around at everyone, each exuding an exceptional aura. Clearly all had made significant progress. The older generation needn't be mentioned, as they were all already at rank 5, with standout individuals like the Blood Knights, Ash Knights and Divine Light Knights, who were already advancing to the mid-stage. Emperor Mu, smiling, said, "Commander, I've recently invented a new combat technique. How about you help me name it?" Levi replied. "Sure, demonstrate it for me." Emperor Mu pulled out a wine gourd filled with spirit brewed by the Spirit's energy sect. It was said that staying constantly tipsy from it helped one to comprehend the essence of the spirit. After drinking, a drunken vigor overcame Emperor Mu, and he staggered about like a spirit monkey that had stolen some immortal wine, each movement fluid and natural. He swung his fist enveloped in flames, and as he opened his mouth a breath of alcohol ignited by the scorching air transformed into a flame flow, which Levi easily deflected. After the demonstration, Emperor Mu burped and then used blood chi to sober up, laughing. "How about that, Commander?" Levi replied. "Not bad, it can be called Drunk Ape Sacred Fist." Upon hearing this, Emperor Mu clapped and cheered. "I thought of 100 names and none seemed right. It still has to be the Commander, the culturally educated have such a nice ring to names. I will now propagate the way of the Drunk Fist." Levi said. "It's indeed a very good combat technique, integrating the marvels of the energy sect. Every move carries the majesty of nature itself. Once your energy sect reaches rank 5, only then will you truly unleash the power of this technique. Right now, it's merely a cantrip, flashy but not practical." Levi then pointed out some areas where Emperor Mu's boxing could improve, leaving Emperor Mu very satisfied as he returned to his seat. Among the middle generation knights, the Dark Moon Knight had also reached the 5th level. He showcased his blood source armor to everyone. Named Shadow Armor, it had 2 functions. First, much like the Dharma Idol, it could enter the shadow dimension, though faster, and could even banish enemies to that dimension. Second, it could summon the shadow-devouring heavenly dog from the shadow plane, a shadow creature of 5th level existence. It inherently possessed the ability to summon shadow creatures. With the help of the heavenly dog, Dark Moon could summon a small squad of shadow creatures to battle. While not comparable to Levi's shadow dragon group, it was still considerably powerful. The shadow-devouring heavenly dog, a rare and noble creature within the shadow plane, reached a 6th level existence upon maturation. The Dark Moon Knight's summon was merely a juvenile. Not only could it summon shadow creatures, but it could also chase and lock onto an enemy's shadow, using this method for reconnaissance and positioning. After devouring a shadow, it could even acquire a small part of the enemy's memories, and without their shadow, the enemy would eventually die. Overall, this summoned creature was incredibly sinister. This directly made the Dark Moon Knight the top assassin and jungler of the version. Furthermore, the Dark Moon Knight could also use the Heavenly Dog to extract bloodline essence for cultivation, fully embodying Levi's virtue of thorough utilization. Of course, one shouldn't overdo it, it was necessary to keep the Heavenly Dog contented, or it might render the next summoning ineffective. The Dark Moon Knight's Divine Palace could create a moonlight barrier to trap enemies. Now, in the middle generation, only Thousand Illusions and Steel Dragon Knight had not reached level 5. Levi advised them not to rush and to let things take their natural course. Among the new generation knights, the Halberd Knight had advanced to level 4, giving birth to the bloodline Dharma idol Heavenly Unicorn. This was a giant insect Dharma form with immense strength, and its sharpened unicorn head could easily penetrate the protective force field of an ordinary 4th circle wizard, demonstrating formidable power. Among the various dragon knights and beast knights, the Heavenly Unicorn was indeed an outlier. Having heard the knights' reports and formulated plans for the next phase, Levi continued his retreat. Half a year later, on the eve of entering the dark ancient tower, beside the small stone pond, a brilliant light surged in Levi's mind. On the 5-story Divine Ring Tower, another lifelike white Divine Dragon spell model emerged. Although the dragon was white, it radiated multicolored splendor. If one gazed intently, it seemed one could see endless changes, mountains and rivers, sun and moon. It appeared that within this white dragon, a world was contained, nurturing all beings. As the white dragon opened its eyes, at the moment of its awakening, Levi closed his eyes. In his world, all things were imbued with spirituality. He exclaimed, "When one dragon awakens, all beings thrive." This chaos system spirit awakening magic can be called 10,000 Dragons' Birth. Chapter 1664. 10,000 Dragons' Birth. Levi had devoted 50 years to this spell. Keep in mind that it hadn't taken him this long to rise from the realm of 5th circle to the realm of 5th circle perfection. He had contemplated the name for the 9th talent, 10,000 Dragons' Birth, for 50 years. Whether in grandeur or concept, he was quite satisfied with it. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. 10,000 Dragons' Birth, 9th talent level 11, 1/300,000. Fire Dragon Tribulation, Earth Dragon Barrier, Water Dragon's Song, Thunder Dragon Flash, Wind Dragon Scamper, Ice Dragon Prison, Golden Dragon Break, Shadow Dragon Group, 10,000 Dragons' Birth. Hence, Levi's 9 great talents were all mastered. He only needed to cultivate 10,000 Dragons' Birth to the maximum 13th level of a 5th circle talent for his achievements to be complete. Levi sat by the small stone pond, spreading open his palm. A white spirituality mist swirled within it, and then he pressed it into the pond water. In the next instant, invisible ripples spread throughout the vicinity. All inorganic things like stones and creeks, as well as unconscious entities like ordinary plants, started trembling. Centered among them, Levi appeared godlike, looking on with a casual gaze. The creek water all congealed into a transparent, water wave giant standing 30 feet tall, like a water elemental spirit, which then knelt down with a thunderous sound, bowing before Levi. Thousands of pebbles sprouted limbs, and even faces, chattering away in a language they couldn't understand, forming an army like a nation of little ones that surrounded Levi in the middle, also bowing down. Dead trees by the river, scattered rocks on the bank, tiny hills. Everything within this vicinity began to move, worshipping Levi in a manner akin to stars orbiting the moon. Levi surveyed all this with interest. Mana appeared on his shoulder, laughing. "This is quite interesting. Is this the latest spell you've mastered?" Levi wrapped an arm around Mana's slender waist, set her down, and said, "Yes, mountains and rivers, every grass and tree, all have spirituality and can be enlisted as soldiers, which I call spiritual weapons. However, my current level of cultivation is too shallow. Once I reach rank 6, I should be able to endow a mountain peak with spirituality, transforming it into a powerful mountain spirit weapon capable of shaking a 6th circle wizard. Or turn a whole lake into a lake spirit weapon that could drown everything." Mana listened and opened her mouth slightly in surprise, before sitting back on Levi's shoulder and saying, So, if you became a grand wizard, or even a legendary wizard, couldn't you endow continuous ranges of mountains or vast seas with spirituality? Or even directly transform a plane into spiritual weapons? Levi replied. In theory, that is possible, but as for the enlightenment faction I practice, it is possible that no one has reached this level so far. Mana laughed. I believe you can be the first in all of history. Levi said. Thank you. Is the spatial channel ready? Mana, swinging her crystal clear, jade-like little feet, laughed. It's ready. Levi said. Excellent. Next, I can allow the members of the ancient Saint Plane to start developing the IC Secret Realm. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1331, Month of Harvest. Emperor's Palace. Levi felt something unusual in his mind. With a wave of his hand, the Ancient Tower Scepter emerged. Ancient Tower Enforcer, Level 5 Authority. Law Enforcer's Manual. Ancient Tower Countdown to Opening, Ready to Open, Prepare to Enter. Levi felt somewhat excited. 100 years have passed, I can finally enter again, although it's only for 1 year, it should be enough to achieve my goals. He took a deep breath, checked the items he was carrying, and said. Enforcer Levi, logging into the Ancient Tower. Alongside a beeping sound. The Ancient Tower Scepter shone brightly, and Levi's figure disappeared from the Emperor's Palace. Dark Ancient Tower. First Layer. Lost Swamp. A figure in a white robe appeared. This was where Levi had once discovered the Saint Fruit Tree. It left a deep impression on him. Now that I've advanced to rank 6, on this mission, I can try to pass the trial and become a level 6 authority holder. This way, the next time it opens, I can enter the 6th layer of the Ancient Tower. He explored the swamp for several days, discovering that the Saint Fruit Tree he had harvested previously was beginning to bear fruit again. Not bad. Levi picked some Saint Fruit, and after ensuring there were no other rare animals or plants in the lost swamp, he wandered around other areas on the first layer with Jin. After several days, he had a small harvest, finding some rare medicinal herbs not found before. Levi didn't harvest them all, instead, after getting some seeds, he moved on to the second layer. For one, it would have been too time-consuming. And second, as an enforcer, he couldn't overstep his boundaries by taking too much. The glossy Jin laid atop Levi's head. Levi said. Next, it's your turn. Jin puffed up with pride, feeling more valued than ever. Sniffing around, it started to act importantly. Levi's previous explorations of the first 4 layers had been rather rudimentary. Now, with his strength immensely improved, he could rapidly revisit them. 3 days later. Levi, traversing the wilderness of the second layer, suddenly stopped. Jin squeaked excitedly, pointing at a fiery catacomb below. Memories from over 100 years ago surged, and Levi murmured to himself. Isn't this where I obtained the iron tree and the crimson-horned fire python before? Could there be some opportunity left undiscovered? Jin grinned and transformed into a streak of golden light, darting straight down. Levi stepped inside. The flames of the catacomb automatically parted, creating a majestic path to the heavens for him. This was one of the changes after the Crimson Emperor Dragon had reached rank 6. Chapter 1665. As the Flame Dragon of World Annihilation, ordinary flames, when faced with the Crimson Emperor Dragon, are as if before the Fire Sovereign. Jin didn't know how long he had descended before he arrived at a magma pool. The scalding golden magma surged, unbearably hot. Levi felt that even a 5th circle wizard might not be able to endure it. At the edge of the pool lay a snake skeleton hundreds of meters long. On its forehead grew a flesh-colored plant, mushroom-like in appearance. In addition to that, there were 2 curved horns, akin to those of a water buffalo. Time, so long and eroding, had withered everything else, yet these 2 great horns still shimmered brightly. Levi's face lit up with joy. There are remains of a 6th level creature here. It looks like it might have wandered into the ancient tower and died of old age. Moreover, he sensed an aura similar to that of the crimson-horned fire python on this creature's body. This must be some kind of sub-dragon, somewhat close to the single-horned dragon python. It might be a mutant of its kind, which is why it grew a pair of horns. The fleshy mushroom on its forehead was a blood fungus. Levi had obtained such an item from the skeletal remains of a giant beast in a forbidden area of the outer ring of the Endless Sea. Later, he refined the bloodline secret medicine for Leviathan, helping it advance to level 2. This skeleton could be an ancestor of the fire pythons. This fellow is indeed fortunate. Now that Levi had the Black Lotus beast, the crimson-horned fire python had long retired, cultivating in the Flaming Mountain, only showing up for the Dragon Deo conference. As a meritorious servant, it was sure not to be treated poorly. Levi carefully picked the blood fungus and stored it in a jar. With a grand wave of his hand, he pulled down a 10-meter-long crimson horn. This 6th-level horn is excellent material for weapon refinement, especially suitable for crafting combat arrays. Later, I can let the Holy Infant produce more Dragon King orders using it. The rest of the snake bones, under the influence of external forces, collapsed thunderously, turning into ashes. This kind of sub-dragon can be named the bull-horned dragon python. Levi recorded it in the Dragon Clan Atlas he was compiling and turned to leave. Jin squealed in a mess. Levi said with a smile. "All right, you're awesome. Are you satisfied now?" Jin crossed his arms, heart brimming with satisfaction. With this, even the Mist Sword spirit should be of lower status than him, right? Levi whistled softly. Riding the gale, the majestic white tiger appeared beneath him. He mounted the white tiger, vanishing from the 2nd level. Next, relying on Jin, Levi took another stroll through the 3rd level. The 3rd level had no significant finds, just an old gathering place for wizards, littered with the remains and artifacts of wizards. Levi picked up a dozen storage rings. The cache inside, along with various materials and wizard tools, amounted to several million ether stones, a small consolation. After having obtained materials from a 6th-level creature in the 2nd level, his standards had naturally risen. One day, he found another wizard's remains and picked up a ring from the desiccated and weathered corpse. He cremated the body with the fireball technique. "I take your belongings and cremate you free of charge, let's consider it an equivalent exchange. If you have a spirit in the underworld, please don't blame me." He emptied the contents of the storage ring. 60,000 ether stones, a 4th circle wizard tool. Wait, what's this? A small, exquisitely crafted tower-shaped artifact appeared in Levi's palm. After some study, Levi could hardly conceal his excitement. It turns out to be a wizard tower design model and blueprint. The wizard tower here was not the broadly defined wizard's tower, but specifically a narrow-sense wizard tower. In today's wizard world, few wizards would go to the trouble of building such a thing, so not many designs are circulated. The Flower Knight had been eager to construct one. She had collected some blueprints, though mostly from some ordinary primordial soul wizards of old, not of great reference value, which left her unsatisfied, so she wanted to design her own blueprints. Levi's excitement stemmed from the fact that this wizard tower model was crafted by a grand wizard. He had even heard of this grand wizard's name. From the storage ring, he took out an ancient-looking book. Gargamel's Book of Seals, a 5th ring top-grade wizard tool. With the ancient Banyan fairyland, this wizard tool was temporarily set aside by Levi, intending to bestow it upon future meritorious servants. The wizard tower model in his hands was left by Gargamel. Gargamel was adept at sealing science, space studies, monster studies, and several other disciplines. The 100-eyed demon king of the endless sea from the past was sealed by him. Originally, Levi was unsure whether or not to build a wizard tower since most mainstream wizards had already abandoned the idea, preferring to treasure their time for an earlier breakthrough. This mainstream wizard approach was entirely unproblematic, given the limited lifespans of wizards. It was only someone like the 100 Flowers, who had broken through to primordial soul early on, who would plan for a wizard tower. Now armed with Gargamel's wizard tower model, Levi felt that after reaching primordial soul, it might be worth a try. Without a wizard tower, a wizard always seemed incomplete. It is said that in ancient times, some wizards with wizard towers would combine the Divine Ring Tower as a supreme archmage, merging it with the wizard tower as one, and use the wizard tower as their soul artifact to protect their primordial soul. A wizard tower as a soul artifact could encompass attack, defense, control, sealing, and various other functions, far beyond what ordinary soul artifacts could compare to. But as 6th ring magical artifacts, others might simply refine a flying needle, a secret sword, or a crucible. Using a wizard tower as a soul artifact, on the other hand, was of an entirely different level of difficulty. Chapter 1666. So even the Flower Knight, her soul artifact of choice was the Star Ring. The refining of a wizard tower is a long-term process. Starting from the 6th circle, it is possible to advance to the 7th circle during the refining process. This lengthy time certainly requires the protection of a soul artifact, otherwise, in combat with others, one would definitely be at a disadvantage. Of course, after paying a price that ordinary wizards find hard to bear, it is also possible to replace the soul artifact itself. Otherwise, what would wizards do if their soul artifacts were damaged? Would they be without one for the rest of their lives? The wizard tower model left by Gargamel was named Eternal Star Abyss. This wizard tower is fully functional, but its main focus is on sealing. According to his design philosophy, the Eternal Star Abyss consists of 10 layers of Star Abyss, perfectly corresponding to the realm of wizards from the first circle to the legendary wizard. This reminded Levi of the Dark Ancient Tower left by Sauron. Could the Dark Ancient Tower be Sauron's own soul artifact, or even his wizard tower? Thinking like this, it really seemed possible. The Eternal Star Abyss had 10 layers. Each layer contained an individual sealing space. Sealing spaces are essentially small heavens and earths, unlike the ancient Banyan fairyland. These small heavens and earths are not alive but rather dead, they are not complete small worlds. Their area is much smaller than the Dark Ancient Tower, but they should be about the size of a small or medium-sized secret realm. From the first to the 10th layer, beings of corresponding power levels can be sealed within. These beings would become Star Abyss Tower citizens. Tower citizens could be called forth for battle, or used as wizards' laborers, slaves. If the Tower Master sustains damages beyond their tolerance, these injuries would be shared and absorbed by the Star Abyss Tower citizens. Therefore, the more Tower citizens there are, the stronger the Tower Master's ability to preserve life. Moreover, the Wizard Tower itself is a massive energy converter. Every increment of power birthed by the Tower citizens' cultivation breakthroughs would have a small portion drawn away by the Wizard Tower. After conversion by the Wizard Tower, this accumulation of power, much like a combat array, would gather within the Supreme Archmage. In critical moments, the Supreme Archmage could unleash the stored power. If there were enough Tower citizens with strong enough powers, fighting above one's level was also possible. Of course, the power of Tower citizens could not exceed Levi's own realm, or it would inevitably lead to backlash. After viewing this, Levi's face showed shock. This is what a real wizard tower is. Gathering the strength of thousands to augment oneself for battle. Initially, Levi had considered making a secret sword his sole artifact, for simplicity's sake. Now it seems that the secret sword soul artifact could only be a temporary measure. My ultimate soul artifact must be a wizard tower. Or rather, put the soul artifact on hold and use an ordinary wizard tool after the primordial soul. Although it would be less powerful, Levi had night techniques to supplement it, so the impact wouldn't be significant. Changing soul artifacts can have quite a negative effect on the primordial soul. Although it could be compensated for, the cost would be substantial. Constructing a wizard tower is a century-long project, not a day's work. Levi packed away the model, saying, "I can take it back for 100 flowers to look over, consider it her birthday gift for next year." He and 100 flowers couldn't possibly completely copy the Eternal Star Abyss model. They wanted to integrate their own ideas and innovations, crafting the wizard tower to suit themselves better. The calling of Jin brought Levi back to reality. Levi grabbed the little creature, saying, "I'll credit you with a great merit." His Mount Abiao howled as if to say, "What about me? You've also worked hard these past days, following me around." Levi patted the white tiger's backside and laughed. Content: the white tiger rose on the wind and flew toward the entrance to the 4th layer. Within the wind disaster stratum. Suddenly a whirlwind of boundless air currents coiled into a cluster of cyan feathers. A tremendous cyan-hast eagle with a wingspan of hundreds of meters suddenly emerged. It spoke in a human voice. "Are you an enforcer as well?" Levi displayed the ancient tower scepter and laughed. "An enforcer from beyond, Levi, level 5 authority." This level 6 upper level wind element lord was the 3rd level's enforcer. Seeing the scepter, the Hast Eagle addressed him respectfully. "I bid Sir Levi a safe departure." Levi waved his hand. "Go about your business, I'm just here for an inspection." The eagle transformed into a breeze and dissipated into the nature. 4th layer. Sea continent. Levi revisited the place with a sense of nostalgia. Following his memory, he toured various resource points. Because only a century had passed, nothing was found except for some leftovers. Oddities and such were not seen at all. Jin wasn't omnipotent, after all, the creature itself was an oddity, operational sometimes and not at other times. However, Levi felt that as his lover's rune and wizard realm improved, Jin's treasure hunting efficacy was also getting better. A month had passed since Levi entered the ancient tower. Without delay, he headed straight to the location of the siren, guided by his memory. The boundless ocean. Levi descended from the sky, spreading his spiritual force. Right here is where I once discovered traces of that sea beast lord. I wonder if it's still here. Generally speaking, sea beast lords seldom change their lairs unless they are in danger. On this fourth layer, a siren is a ceiling-level force, so the likelihood of it moving was low. Levi dived into the water and descended continuously, as his danger perception began to alert him. He smiled. It seems it's still here. After an unknown amount of time, Levi may have descended tens of thousands of fathoms deep, in the sunless depths of the sea abyss, when suddenly two eerie green eyes appeared. The flickering pale green light was barely able to reveal 8 shadowy figures dancing, seemingly warning those who approached. A thought entered Levi's ears. Who are you? Chapter 1667. Levi's expression remained unchanged. The siren was smart, it knew Levi was powerful, so it didn't choose to attack immediately. Levi said, I want to take you out of the ancient tower, are you willing? The siren fell silent, then said, I have lived here for 1,000 years, this is my home. Levi shook his head. No, this is just a tower. His body emitted 10,000 strands of golden light, illuminating the gloomy seabed. The figure of the siren was fully revealed. It had 8 tentacles, each 200 meters long, like pillars holding up the sky. In the mortal world, long ago, tales of such monsters were passed on by sailors' lips, but then they disappeared without a trace. The siren asked, Why do you want to take me away? Levi exuded endless authority as he said, I need your blood for an experiment. Of course, I will ensure your safety and provide you with a better living environment to compensate for your loss. The siren laughed. How about we fight a round? If I lose, I'll let you do as you please, and if you lose, you'll become my meal. Right at that moment, Levi realized that he was surrounded by 8 giant tentacles in the sea area he was in, and an overbearing aura pressed towards him. He laughed. I've already given you a chance. The siren said. I'm not a fool to go with a stranger easily. The tentacles were overwhelming, shattering the void, stirring up turmoil, engulfing Levi. In the blink of an eye, a giant tortoise phantom enveloped him, which the tentacles shattered after withstanding them for a moment. No wonder you dare to attack me, indeed your strength is not bad. His palms were like dragon claws, filled with golden gravity. The elementary magnetic field churned like a washing machine, stirring the seawater. The siren's figure involuntarily spun as it suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of ink. The ink, filled with poison, dyed a 10-mile radius of the sea black. Countless sea beasts perished. Levi's golden light spread, repelling the poisonous water. Ink that can affect perception, interesting. When the ink dissipated, Levi found that the siren had already made its escape. The creature was truly cunning. The ancient tower scepter appeared, and soon Levi found the siren's hiding place. Sorry, but I'm an enforcer with authority, a level 6 upper-level existence like you doesn't belong on the 4th layer. The next day, the siren looked at the golden figure as if it had seen a ghost. Why are you chasing me? Levi said. Come with me, there's no place for you on the 4th layer. The siren repeated its trick and began to spray ink again. Levi snorted coldly. You won't cry until you see the coffin. With a thought, the Red Emperor domain unfolded. In an instant, the seawater around Levi, along with the ink, evaporated into nothingness. Feeling the surge in his attributes, Levi stomped fiercely, shattering the void and causing the seawater to retreat. The siren's 8 arms whipped around like a propeller tearing the void, trying to flee. Levi's hand, filled with golden light, grabbed a tentacle of the siren. Get out here! The extreme power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon left the siren with no chance to react, and Levi pulled it out from its midst. The siren's other tentacles wrapped around Levi, tightening. The suckers revealed countless 7-gilled eel-like mouths, gnawing at Levi. Red Emperor Dragon transformation. Levi roared. Boom! A sun rose, the scorching heat forced the siren's tentacles to retract quickly, curling into a ball, manipulating the seawater to protect its vitals. An even larger red giant dragon emerged. Its 4 dragon claws clung to the flesh of the siren, its wings flapped, propelling it into the sky. The giant dragon opened its mouth, the terrifying Crimson Emperor Dragon's breath already brewing. If this were to hit solidly, the siren thought it would likely meet its end here. The siren pleaded. Lord Enforcer, please show mercy, I am willing to leave this place. The giant dragon sneered. Do you really know you were wrong? The siren replied. Absolutely true. The dragon transformed back into Levi. The wise adapt, I won't harm you. He held the scepter in his hand, drawing symbols in the void. Runes appeared, branding on the forehead of the siren. Levi said. From now on, you follow me. The siren quickly agreed. What Levi used just now was also a kind of enforcer's authority. Through this method, he could take the siren out of the ancient tower. Levi stood on the head of the siren, floating in the void, and asked. Do you have any treasures in your lair? The siren replied. Lord, I do not know if this is the treasure you speak of. It extended a tentacle, from one of its suckers, it spat out a semi-translucent blue jellyfish with truth runes flowing on it. Not bad, it's exactly this item. Levi pocketed the jellyfish. It was the heart of jellyfish, a sky-grade oddity. Had it not been for the illustrated guide of strange items from Ms. Lucy, he would not have recognized this item. Now to take down the Golden Absolute's race, my spiritual force's upper limit can still grow a bit more. Levi rode the siren, heading to the 5th level. On the 5th level. On the Io continent. The giant siren eclipsed the sky. Levi sat on its head, a Biao lay beside him, resting. With the siren as an assistant, it's even more certain to defeat the Golden Absolute's race. Because the siren resembled an octopus, or the North Sea kraken from ancient myths. Levi named it North Sea Octopus Paul. Paul was a creature that the ancient tower had accidentally sucked in 1,000 years ago, not native to this place. Its former world was extremely harsh, so naturally, arriving at the 4th layer felt like coming home, and it did not want to leave. Chapter 1668. Its abilities are numerous, commonly using control ocean currents, poisonous ink, spiral jet, and shrinking. It could reduce its size at will, from a gigantic creature of several hundred meters to the size of a palm. And compared to other giant beasts, its intelligence was also higher. Next, Levi rode Paul, touring western AIO. He went to the northern barbarian tribe lands. The barbarian tribes still existed, but they no longer had barbarian king-level powerhouses. The previous battle in Chaos City had dealt a devastating blow to the barbarian tribes. Perhaps in hundreds, or even thousands of years, the barbarian tribes might gradually regain their strength and then continue the previous cycle. But next, the boss they would face was no longer the supreme archmage, but Levi. Although this was unfair to the barbarian tribes, Sauron considered it from the perspective of wizard civilization, and Levi was helpless. Afterward, Levi went to the demon race lands in the Million Mountains. The situation of the demon race was similar to that of the barbarian tribes. Demon King realm powerhouses had already died out, leaving only some ancient demons barely surviving. However, the Million Mountains were rich in demonic aura, and given time, new demon kings might be born. Levi found a giant underground cavern and used a 5th circle array to create a mushroom farm. He then planted spores there. According to the art of fungus, demonic aura facilitates the growth of fungi. Levi had already witnessed the power of music fungus. Next were bomb fungus and fungus breeding deer. In the Central Kane Empire, the faith in the Supreme Archmage collapsed. The surviving mages in the empire, connected by schools or master-apprentice relationships, began building mage towers. They recruited apprentices and rebuilt mage civilization. However, the newly born mage civilization, lacking tools like Supreme Divine Talisman, was obviously not as powerful as before. Levi, like a behind-the-scenes observer, carefully watched the evolutionary process of civilization on ruins over the past century. The Dark Ancient Tower, isn't it just a large laboratory? Levi did not interfere much with the 3 great civilizations. He randomly appeared in the gathering places of mortals, in the guise of a white-robed wizard, taking along some mortals with promising wizarding or combat skill talents. The ancient tower had few restrictions regarding the removal of mortals. Population was also a resource for wizard civilization. As the creator, Sauron naturally hoped that the mortals within the ancient tower could provide fresh blood for the wizard world. In the blink of an eye. 3 months passed. On Paul's body, a dozen Kane people were protected within a light shield. They were young, both male and female, and even the least talented in wizarding talent had triple affinity. Half a year later. On Paul's back, an 8-year-old boy timidly stood within the light shield. His name was Sta, and as he looked at the white-robed wizard ahead, his little heart was filled with envy. 3 days ago. This wizard had passed through their village, and with a wave of his hand, golden light struck dead hundreds of black beasts, saving the villagers, including him. Levi turned around, and the little boy bowed his head, not daring to look directly at him. Sta was the only thunder wizard he had discovered in the past 6 months, a rare thunder element child. Levi planned to have him become Sarit's disciple, so that Sarit could personally teach him Black Oblivion thunder spells. If he survived, he had hopes of advancing to rank 5 and even Primordial Soul in the future. These people, including Paul, had all been taken by Levi using the permissions of the Ancient Tower. As for Ancient Banyan Fairyland, according to the Law Enforcer's Manual, they were not allowed to open this time. Now that his permissions were nearly exhausted, there was no need to waste more time. Golden Absolutes Race, I'm coming. Western AIO. Underground World. A black stone palace lingered there, slowly absorbing the elemental power around. Inside the palace, Captain Erixus sat on the throne, with several first mates standing guard by his side. Within the cabin, crowded with countless barbarian, mage, and demon race natives of AIO, captured as sacrificial offerings. The number of these offerings was in the thousands. They looked despairing and numb. The Golden Absolutes race was too powerful, especially the one who claimed to be the captain. With a single punch, he had directly killed their archmage or a rank 5 from the barbarian tribes. Among this group, there were some familiar faces to Levi. Silver Badger Tam and his tribesmen from the Badger tribe. Tam, now a late-stage level 5, had no strength to fight back before the Golden Absolutes race. Erixus said coldly. The Black Stone is almost fully charged, and next I will communicate with the Golden Will through sacrifice, relying on the power of the sacred tree to tear through this ancient tower's barriers and send us back to the land of darkness. Golden Will, also known as the Golden Ancient Tree. In the culture of the Golden Absolutes race, if all Saint Kings are gods, then the Golden Ancient Tree, towering above all Saint Kings, is their supreme will. The sole god of creation. They believed that in the boundless Black Sea, there was nothing the Golden Ancient Tree could not do. Erixus exclaimed. Wherever the sacred tree's will shines, the golden law flourishes everlastingly. He looked at those offerings as if they were mere pigs. Lowly creatures, being the bridge to communicate with the Golden Will is an honor for you. He waved his hand, signaling the start of the sacrifice. 3 mitre golden sculptures, perfect bodies, transformed into golden blades. May the sacred tree shine upon you. Mitre chuckled coldly, and as the blade light flashed, the heads of the offerings fell to the ground one by one. The screams and cries of pain were incessant. Erixus clasped his hands together, his heart devout. Blame the creator of this ancient tower. He trapped you here, treated as pigs, and I'm just helping you liberate. Chapter 1669. The other vice-captains also joined in the slaughter. They were all at the peak of level 5 saint warriors, especially the first mate Gertu, who was already halfway into the realm of a 6th level soul warrior. Silver Badger Tam closed his eyes. The War Badger tribe shall now become dust in history. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Black Stone Palace seemed to tremble. The vice-captains who were slaughtering stopped in their tracks. The figure of the second mate Kagalai, who had the explosive physique of the statue of Venus, said. Captain, someone is attacking the main gate of the Black Stone Hall. Erixus said. It doesn't matter, the fully charged Black Stone Hall is not something that ordinary level 6 warriors can break through. He had just finished speaking when. Boom! With another thunderous roar, a black stone gate came flying through the air, destroying all the mechanisms in its path. Behind the gate, a figure shrouded in golden light, like the god of war, used the gate as a shield, charging straight ahead. This person was Levi. Boom! Levi fell from the sky into the hall and looked around. At the same time, a giant octopus, as large as a mountain, knocked down chamber after chamber, guarding Levi's rear. Kagalai frowned and said. Who are you? Daring to enter the interior of our Black Stone, truly ignorant of life and death. She quickly recited commands, and in the Black Stone, endless mechanical tentacles reached for Levi. Levi clenched his right fist, his muscles tensed, with flames flowing in his veins before bursting forth. Boom! His unadorned punch was thrown, directly shattering all the tentacles. Then a flash of golden light beheaded the beautiful head of Kagalai. Her beautiful face lost its luster, already lifeless. Kagalai turned into a golden leaf, caught by Levi with gravitational attraction in his palm. He raised his hand again and gravitational light shined brightly, rescuing the natives from the hands of the golden absolutes and throwing them out of the black stone palace. Some of the golden absolutes tried to chase after them but were blocked by Paul's mountainous figure in the passageway. Levi pulled out the ancient tower scepter and slammed it down on the ground, saying coldly, "You should surrender, as invaders, to eradicate you is my duty." Seeing such a display by Levi, even Arixis was taken aback. "Everyone, all of you, kill him." Arixis's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a 10-meter tall golden statue, his body shining with elephant-shaped golden runes. He had no weapon, his indestructible Vajra fists were his strongest killing moves. Levi said, "Paul, those below level 6 are yours, leave that bald first mate, kill the rest." Paul nodded, swinging his tentacles, fighting against 10 by himself. The first mate, the third mate, and others led a group of less than 30 golden absolute sailors to fight Paul. But before Paul, their attacks were insignificant. With just a casual sweep of his tentacles, Paul could kill a golden absolute. Levi sensed approaching danger. Arixis was already on the attack. La Holy Image Shield. Levi's body flashed explosively, his presence mountainous as he swung out with a flame fist. The red fist wind swept out, clashing head-on with Arixis's golden fist. Boom! Fist against fist. Levi did not budge, while Arixis was sent flying, crashing into wall after wall before steadying himself. The outcome was immediately clear. Arixis spat blood, looking at his own cracked fists in disbelief, and said, "Who exactly are you? A wizard, a mage? Or from the barbarian tribes?" Levi smiled and said, "Not bad, this body." The power of this Arixis was quite impressive. It was stronger than a 6th circle ordinary body refining wizard from the wizard world. Unfortunately, when compared to Levi, at the rank 5 level of the brilliant golden dragon armor and the crimson emperor dragon, the gap was huge. His figure blinked, appearing instantly in front of Arixis, and his fan-sized palm shot towards Arixis's chest. Arixis protected his chest with both hands. La Holy Image Shield. A golden shield appeared, blocking Levi's punch. Crack! The defense Arixis was proud of shattered with a single punch from Levi. His figure retreated explosively, swinging out tens of thousands of fist shadows in a blink of an eye. La myriad forms. Boom! Rows of giant elephant phantoms charged forward like a stampede, crushing everything in front of them, aggressively headed towards Levi. Levi took a deep breath as the 8 desolate halberd materialized in his right hand. The BGM of the music fungus also started to play. The aura of the moon entered his body. He stepped forward, the floor cracked, and he slashed down with the halberd. Vacuum thunder flashed, spear light streaked, and one by one, the giant elephant phantoms fell and dispersed. Levi leaped into the air, bringing the halberd down from above. Upon seeing this, Arixis roared like an angry elephant. His body swelled once again, directly transforming into a gold elephant 100 meters tall, like a mountain. The elephant's trunk, like a long whip, struck Levi's halberd. Crack! The halberd cut through the trunk with unstoppable force. Arixis cried out in pain as the massive body of the elephant, fearless in the face of death, charged at Levi. A golden repelling force emanated from Levi, slowing down the elephant's momentum. Boom! The giant elephant kept pushing against Levi, its tusks pierced through the golden force field and the golden scales, knocking Levi out of the black stone and carrying him for 10 miles. Levi gripped the tusks with both hands, his arm muscles bulging fiercely. Arixis laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, that's all you've got." Arixis's strength in his giant elephant form was indeed exceptional. Levi was unimpressed. He tightly grasped the tusks. Crimson Emperor Domain, open! Boom! Red flames surged, scorching the giant elephant. Arixis screamed in agonizing pain, his cries piercing. Levi's immense strength burst forth, gripping the tusks, he followed with an overhead throw and a whipping kick. Boom! The giant elephant fell from the sky to the earth. The underground world trembled, and huge rocks tumbled down. The giant elephant was smashed into a crater, its body disintegrating and revealing the form of Arixis. Levi descended from the sky, his halberd striking into the vulnerable Arixis. In terror, Arixis screamed. "I am a level 6 citizen of the sacred realm, even in the Black Sea, I am protected by the golden decree, if you kill me, the All-Saint Kings will not let you off." Levi's halberd plunged into Arixis's head, stirring it into a pulp. Crimson Emperor Dragon flames followed suit, pouring into his body, which was now a statue cracking with red light. Boom! The body of Arixis exploded. A golden leaf inscribed with the holy image fluttered into the void, grabbed by Levi and stored in a ring. This golden decree really is domineering. Too bad, this is the ancient tower, not to mention the sacred kings, even if the will of the golden ancient tree descended, it wouldn't make a difference. Before this, the will of heaven that might have been on par with the golden ancient tree had descended, and wasn't it also killed by Sauron's power within the scepter? Inside the ancient tower, Levi, as an enforcer, was unruly. Behind him stood Sauron. Chapter 1670. Dark Ancient Tower. The 5th level. Underground World. Paul quickly dispatched the remaining members of the Golden Absolutes race. Golden leaves floated in the void. Assemble totals 36 golden leaves, plus 1 sky-grade oddity. If I'm lucky, my spiritual force might have the chance to directly touch the lower limit of the primordial soul. Levi's current upper limit of spiritual force was 1,750, just 250 short of 2,000. If Levi were to ascend to the primordial soul with an upper limit of 2,000 points of spiritual force and then increase it by another 1,000, his spiritual force would be at 3,000 points as soon he entered the primordial soul. According to 100 Flowers, 3,000 points was precisely the requirement for a 6th ring senior wizard. Setting aside other conditions, the moment Levi ascended, he could leapfrog directly to the status of a 6th ring senior. Even for 100 Flowers, it took 100 years of polishing. And some ordinary 6th ring wizards with exhausted potential might never step into the senior realm until their death. Levi mused aloud. Looking at it this way, it's indeed very beneficial to increase one's spiritual force a bit more in the 5th circle. However, the requirements for infinite primordial soul were too high. Throughout history, for sure not many had achieved it. Levi's condition could only be considered a special case. Levi withdrew his mind. Paul used his tentacles to bind and bring the deputy Gerdu in front of Levi. Gerdu looked listlessly at Levi and said, "You actually dare to attack a citizen of the sacred realm, the Golden will punish you." Levi laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." He had already refined a bunch of golden leaves and hadn't seen the so-called Golden will come to punish him. To put it plainly, it was just a powerful divine tree. Everyone was a child of the origin will. When mana grew in the future, it might not be weaker than this golden ancient tree. By then, the residents within the ancient Banyan fairyland might even have to respectfully address it as mana will. Currently, the 6 contract slots of the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique were already in use. He could only temporarily imprison Gerdu and wait to contract him after ascending. It would be convenient for gathering information and materials about the golden sacred realm. Gerdu could feel Levi's unabashedly greedy gaze, as if the latter would devour him. For the wizard civilization, the golden sacred realm was a dream come true. It was only because the golden sacred realm was far away and the secrets of the golden ancient tree were little known that the Congress had not already sent an expeditionary army to attack the sacred realm. Those natives that Levi had saved had hastily fled, and Silver Badger Tam led the Badger clan away as well. The warlord catalogue had been quite helpful to Levi, and he still had some fondness for the Badger clan. On the other side, the Blackstone Palace lay in a corner. The glow from Levi's flower gaze ring shone brightly, pulling it inside. As a 6th ring storage ring, the space within flower gaze was comparable in volume to a living space ring like Alice's ring. Fitting an entire palace inside was not a problem. This thing seems to be the transportation of the Golden Absolutes race, or rather, a universe spaceship. Once I attain my primordial soul, I'll study it thoroughly. Perhaps I can decipher some powerful techniques and knowledge for my use. The Blackstone Palace was made entirely of precious materials, and the cost was so high that ordinary primordial soul wizards could not afford it. In the future, when constructing his own wizard tower, he could dismantle this thing to obtain materials. A month later, Levi arrived at the abyss where he had initially encountered the Shell Demon clan. From there, he traveled an unknown distance downward. At the center of an underground lake, his danger perception started to send warnings. Lightning bolts slithered over the surface of the lake like water snakes. Splash! Gallons of lake water exploded, and a thick lightning pillar shot towards him. Boom! A barrier formed by golden gravity covered Levi's body, and scales of golden scales emerged one by one. Crackle! The terrifying thunderous strike blasted him away, and he slammed deep into the rock wall, embedding himself within it. High heat brewed inside, and a faint firelight could be seen as Levi's voice came from the dark mouth of the cave. Starting with an attack before wits, "Hey! You clam lack martial virtue, today, I shall stir-fry some clams." Boom! Red flames melted the rocky cavern into magma, flowing upon the earth and into the lake water, summoning endless steam. Levi's figure, slightly charred, restored to its original state. He leaped into the air and landed in the center of the lake. "Boil for me!" Gurgle! The small lake began to bubble and steam. Under the unbearable heat, the water level started to rise. An islet covered in seaweed, kelp, and sandstone suddenly rose to the surface. It exuded an aura of ages, its lifespan probably measured in tens of thousands of years. Shell creatures had lengthy lifespans. Even most longevity species could not compare. Correspondingly, for them to step onto transcendent paths or to become stronger was much more arduous. The ancient giant clam's shell was covered in intricate, mysterious rings. It opened its mouth, revealing delicious clam meat and a purple lightning bead emitting a destructive aura. This lightning bead was the most valuable thing on it. It could serve as the energy core of the ancient shell palace, providing a continuous supply of energy. Crack! Lightning beads shot out one after another. Levi, like a startled dragon flying through the sky, used the power of the void to flicker continuously, dodging the attacks, and approaching the giant clam. Once within striking range, Levi held the 8-armed demon emperor and swung it down with the flow. Bang! The attack wave sent the giant clam flying, smashing into the lakeshore. Levi struck out with his palm, and streaks of golden light, like the 6 veins divine sword, blasted the giant clam continuously. The indestructible exterior of the giant clam began to show fine cracks. "Hand over the shell pearl, submit to me, and you may live," said Levi. Chapter 1671. A thought wave entered Levi's mind. "Young man, don't kill me. I am willing to hand over the shell pearl." The giant clam was obviously cowed. It had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it was not easy to have come this far. It certainly did not want to die here without understanding why. The human in front of it was far superior in strength. Not to mention, there was a siren with strength not inferior to its own behind him. There was no hope of victory in today's battle. Levi said in a softer tone. "Thank you. I'll just take the shell pearl and won't disturb you." He also knew it was not easy for the giant clam to have grown to this point. He did not wish to kill needlessly. A beautifully splendid lightning bead was spat out from the giant clam's mouth and was attracted to Levi's hand by golden gravity. Levi asked. "I am an ancient tower enforcer, I can take you out. Would you like to leave with me?" The giant clam's aged voice inquired. "Where would you take me, young man?" Levi answered. "To a perfect world, beyond this earth." The giant clam replied. "Please allow me some time to think." Levi responded. "That's fine. If you decide to follow me, wait for me at the exit of this underground world in 5 months. If not, I won't harm you." To him, the shell pearl was all he needed, but if he could take a level 6 giant clam with him, it would naturally be most desirable. After setting the arrangement, Levi left riding on Paul. Only 5 months remained until the ancient tower would close. However, he had already completed all of his objectives for this trip. The following actions were up to him. He had 2 plans for what to do next. 1. Take advantage of this opportunity to hunt some more black beasts in the underground world. 100 years had passed, and the stockpile of black beast flesh and blood, which was alarming in the face of Long's increasing appetite, was starting to dwindle. Furthermore, by hunting some level 5 and level 6 black beasts, he could replenish the Shadow Army's forces and upgrade the troops. Once back in the wizard world, there wouldn't be as many level 5 black beasts to hunt. 2. To complete the level 6 authority holder assessment. 3 months later. Central Io. Motto Main City. Surrounded by a 5th circle array. Inside the city, a group of wizards was struggling to fend off the black beast tide. Mortal onlookers were watching in despair as if it was the end of the world. Over these 100 years, the increase in the amount and frequency of black beast invasions was visible to the naked eye. The foundations of the three native civilizations suffered damage, allowing the black beasts to grow unchecked in number. The actions of the black beasts became more brazen. At this moment, deep abyssal fissures opened across the earth outside. Tens of thousands of black beasts surged forth. The level 5 archmages defending the city had lost all hope. Just yesterday, outside the wilderness of Motto City, a skeleton giant ape dropped from the sky. Its immense strength cracked the wilderness, opening numerous passages to the underground world. Like gates to the demon realm opening, a dense horde of the black beast tide returned. With their forces, they were utterly insufficient to stand against them. After who knows how many waves of assaults, the black beasts breached the fifth circle array using their dead bodies. With the array's illusion shattered, the wizards and mortals within the city walls were exposed, naked before the onslaught of the black beast horde. Murderous aura filled the sky, and black gas swirled. Black beasts of the sea, land, and air came down like a blanket, sweeping across. Run, Motto City can't hold out anymore. What about these mortals? Who can worry about mortals now? Ever since the Supreme Archmage fell 100 years ago, Io's day of reckoning has arrived. Alas, the sky is falling. A group of wizards began to flee, the mortals watched the black beasts charge but could only wait for death. Even the weakest black beast could easily slaughter mortals. Since ancient times, the mortals of Io had been intricately bound with wizard cane. Now, as the wizards themselves were struggling to survive, there was no need to mention the mortals. The sound of a howling wind passed through the heavens and earth. A figure in a white robe, shrouded in endless red twilight and enshrouded in flames, descended from the sky. Levi looked at the black beast tide with a grave expression. Such organized assaults, there must be a 6th-level black beast lord organizing them from behind. He waved his hand, and a vast shadow obscured the sky as Paul descended. Paul, defend this city. Kill all these black beasts, and pile their bodies up for me. Paul replied. Lord, rest assured. Levi snapped his fingers. From the shadows behind him emerged the vast black shadow army, which had already reached 1,000 in number. You, along with Paul, hunt the black beasts. After 3 months of hunting, a good part of the shadows behind Levi were of level 4 strength. In addition to the 3-headed demonic snake, dragon abomination, ghost baby, and big-eyed monster that were level 5 shadows, he had formed an extremely formidable force. These level 5 shadows transformed from level 6 beings could exhibit combat strength far exceeding their realm. They were quite impressive. The Black Shadow army began to suffer casualties, but Levi remained undisturbed. The Black Shadow army needed to be tempered. Through constant slaughter, 1,000 elite soldiers would be selected. This way, his Shadow Dragon talent could grow. Inside the city, the escaping wizards and mortals saw the white-robed wizard descend like a heavenly deity and were greatly shaken. Is this the Supreme Archmage? I don't know, I have never heard of this being. We didn't expect that besides the black beasts, there would be level 6 experts on Io continent. We're saved. Perhaps he's a powerful figure who has been in seclusion in the outer sea region. To be able to command the Beast King, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this ray of hope, some joined the larger force hunting the black beasts. Paul stood firm, impregnable, its 8 tentacles sweeping across the land improbably fast, not needing to cast a spell, relying solely on its body, capable of crushing swathes of black beasts. Chapter 1672. It was still unable to exert its full strength on land, but in water, it would be even more invincible. The Black Shadow army was responsible for intercepting those that escaped Paul's watch. The black beast masses gathered around Paul, like river water held back by a dam. This provided an opportunity for mortals and mages within the city to evacuate. Levi arrived at an abyss that connected to the underground world, seemingly newly formed. Wrapped in golden light, he stepped in. Before long, a hall constructed of bones appeared before his eyes. Around the grand hall, there were dozens of 5th-level black beasts. In the square, a skeleton ape king sat on the throne with a sturdy bone club beside it, radiating treasure light, clearly a crude rare treasure. Seeing Levi arrive, the skeleton ape king stood up, gripping the bone club and roaring defiantly. So it's you, the big guy causing trouble. This was the skeleton ape king that had attacked the 9 Cities Alliance a century ago. Levi grasped his great halberd, standing firm with it across the air. The skeleton ape king leaped high, the bone club in its hand striking down with the weight of the heavens. Levi lifted his halberd upward. The aura of the sun filled his body. War King Chronicles, Sunrise Eastward. Boom! With a crash resonating through the underground world, the bone club was directly repelled by the halberd, its surface cracking and the treasure light dimming tragically. Seeing this, the skeleton ape king's expression turned to horror, then it became even more frenzied. This bone club was its beloved object. It swung fists as large as small hills, the dense shadows of its punches enveloping Levi. Golden light from Levi's surface formed chains, entwining the skeleton ape king. He burst forward like a superhero, his halberd slashing down repeatedly. Like playing fruit ninja, the ape king's long arms were chopped off inch by inch but rapidly grew back, clearly possessing a strong self-healing ability. Levi wrapped his hands in the power of the Death Ember Dragon, sheathing his halberd, his form rocketing forward like a cannonball, cutting through the gusts, and smashed atop the giant ape's head. With a kick, he sent the giant ape's head flying. Though headless, it still thrashed about, its arms attacking Levi like swatting flies. Levi's body was engulfed in red flames. He burrowed into the giant ape's body, igniting it inside and out. I refuse to believe you can still heal from this. The giant ape cried out mournfully, struggling amidst the flames, Levi's punches raining down like a swift storm, until he reduced the giant ape to a pile of ashes, finally pausing to catch his breath. It's dead. Levi didn't waste the giant ape's ashes either, collecting them to feed to Long. He picked up the fallen bone club, muttering. Though crudely made, it is still a 6th level treasure, suitable as a reward for a member of the Knights. Levi named the bone club Ape King Stick. Emperor Mew would likely find it quite handy. Following the giant ape's death, Levi swept through the remaining 5th level black beasts like a whirlwind. Outside, the Ape King had fallen, and the black beast masses receded like the tide. Despite the superior numbers, Paul was still riddled with wounds. But that wasn't a big issue, as he would recover quickly. The Shadow Corps also lost a third of their force, leaving only the elite. With the black beasts from the ancient tower, these forces would be quickly replenished. Inside Motto City, surviving mortals and mages watching the white-robed wizard turn away, said in unison. Thank you, Senior. We don't know your honored name, but we could erect a temple in your honor and worship you always. The white-robed wizard said indifferently. No need. It's not a god that saved you, but yourselves. He vanished. The mages in the city pondered his words. Though the archmage has died, life must go on. Indeed, the gods are high above and don't always watch over us, only by improving our own strength can we save ourselves. Time flew swiftly. Only a month remained until the end of the ancient tower trial. Levi, using information from the ancient tower scepter, hunted down 3 hidden black beast lords in the underground world and killed countless ordinary black beasts. Though minor to Io, this could lessen the onslaught of the sea beast tide somewhat, giving the civilization of Io a brief respite. Now, having collected plenty of black beast flesh and blood, and with time running short, it was time to initiate the trial. He brought out the ancient tower scepter and said, "Initiate level 6 authority trial." The ancient tower scepter flickered with light as beeping sounds emanated. Enforcer trial initiated. Trial requirement, level 6. Trial duration, 30 days. Trial objective, use your own strength to kill a severely injured Chaos God monster. Trial reward, gain level 6 authority. Levi looked at the trial info and pondered. That Supreme Archmage seems to have unleashed some monster, which was gravely injured by the Sky Eye. I thought it was dead, but it seems it's still clinging to life. Without the ancient tower scepter's reminder, once it fully recovers, Io might face a great age of terror. The Chaos God monster was a creation of the Supreme Archmage. At its peak, it might have just reached level 7. Yet now, heavily injured, it was likely at the scale of a 6th ring senior, at most 6th circle perfection. The ancient tower scepter wouldn't send him on a suicide mission against a level 7 entity. After all, he might also be the chosen one Sauron spoke of. The gap between level 6 and level 7 wasn't as vast as from level 5 to level 6. However, this didn't mean that after reaching the primordial soul, leveling up challenges became easy. In fact, leveling up battles remained difficult. Most primordial soul wizards, even when facing someone slightly higher in minor realm, wouldn't dare risk life and death. Not to mention a major realm difference. Chapter 1673. Levi estimated that once he advanced all his breathing techniques to the 6th level and added the primordial soul of his wizard cultivation, he would have some confidence when facing a 7-circle opponent. Of course, fighting beyond his level was clearly against Levi's life philosophy. There was no need to risk his life in battle if he could dominate his current level. Levi's principle was to show cowardice when facing those of higher realms. But within the same realm, he still needed to maintain an invincible momentum. Half a month later, using the scepter for location, Levi arrived at the hiding place of the Chaos God monster. This place was the final battlefield a century ago. The ruins of Chaos City. Levi spread his spiritual force, carefully perceiving his surroundings to see if he could scavenge any treasures, but in the end, he found nothing. As he delved deeper into the center, a strong sense of crisis overwhelmed him, much stronger than any other enemy he had encountered before, even the Ghost Baby Lord. Could it be a 6-circle perfect strength? Or is it because 100 Flowers is not with me, causing a subconscious lack of security? Levi suddenly thought of Flower Knight. With her, even if the sky fell, Flower Knight would be there to hold it up. Not long after, in the center of the ruins, hermit runes flickered as Levi saw the remnants of the Archmage Tower, collapsed there. Around the debris, there were countless bones, human, black beasts, barbarian tribes, the demon race, innumerable. Among the piles of bones, a red-haired quadrupedal monster with its ribs turned out opened its eyes. A wave of chaos and brutality swept through. Clearly, it had discovered Levi, who was hidden. Levi deactivated his invisibility. From his perception, the monster appeared to be at the strength of a 6-circle senior, which was still within his capacity to deal with. However, the monster radiated an ominous aura that unsettled him. Roar! The red-haired monster raised its hand, and endless corpses tumbled toward him. With a thought, Levi's Red Emperor domain descended, turning all the corpses into ash. He clasped his hands, and golden gravity formed into sky-spanning lightning, striking the red-haired monster. On the monster's body, red hair spread, turning an area of more than 10 miles into a dense jungle. Tens of thousands of monsters emerged and lunged at Levi. This power, no doubt it is that of a 6-circle senior. Levi's Red Emperor domain acted like a grinding mill, killing the attacking monsters one by one. In his mind, the Wind Disaster Pearl emerged. Wind arises. Levi waved his hand, and a colossal tornado formed, charging recklessly, engulfing those monsters within it. Time riding 6 dragons. Behind Levi, the primordial spirit in the form of the Thunder Emperor emerged imposingly. Purple thunder flickered, gathering the power from the Thunder God illusion in his palms. Hands to the sky. Summoning thunder. Boom. Electric snakes fell from the void, and thunder flames were the best for dealing with such ominous beings. Thunder King's court, nothing could withstand its devastation. The Thunder Emperor and Levi attacked the red-haired monster from both fronts. The Thunder Emperor, wielding the Crimson Dragon Slash, surrounded by the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, and with Chaos Sword energy entwined with lightning, dominated the battlefield. Levi layered on multiple defenses for himself. Golden Force Field, Golden Rock Armor, Turtle Shell Barrier, Wind Spirit Shelter armors encircled him. Even if a 6-circle perfect wizard came, breaking through such defenses would not be easy. The monster's hand stretched out like a long snake, snatching at Levi. Bang bang bang! The defensive field shattered, his heavy armor cracked open, the turtle shell barrier shone, shielding him from the terrifying assault. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Emperor's shield, filled with thunder fire, slammed into the monster's back, with a stench permeating the air as countless creatures within its pores perished. In pain, the monster's hand struck, hitting the Thunder Emperor's chest. Boom! The Chaos Shield shattered. The golden shield was sent flying. The Thunder Emperor was blown back, a bloody hole prominently visible in his chest, countless tentacles writhing violently inside. At that moment, Levi's Red Emperor domain slammed onto the red-haired monster, igniting its thick fur with the scorching flames of the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames. From within it, thousands of creatures crawled out, their dazzling attacks detonating like fireworks in the void. Levi's halberd thrust into the monster's chest as he exerted all his strength. Under the 500% strength amplification of his domain, he felt like he could lift the entire world. The sunrise. The red-haired monster, several times bigger than Paul, became unstable and was flipped over, its belly torn open by a gaping abyssal maw, from which countless creatures ran out. The Thunder Emperor's sword chi followed, slashing deeply into the monster's right arm, spilling dark blood onto the ground, which morphed into another group of creatures. This thing is a composite of various monsters, a pinnacle sowing monster. I wonder how the Archmage came up with it. Levi increased his firepower. The power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon made millions of flames rise within the domain, all converging on the red-haired monster. The monster wailed, in agony within the flames, its mouth gaping as three shadows emerged from within. One clothed in a wizard robe, clearly a supreme archmage. One clad in beast skin, a barbarian king. The last one, massive and corpulent like a mountain, was the mountain demon king. Levi's gaze intensified. This abomination appeared to be capable of transforming the corpses of strong beings into puppets within its body. The three puppets, expressionless and covered in red fur. They used their past techniques, wielding the momentum of level 6, and charged. Levi swung his halberd, clashing with one of the barbarian kings. Boom! Their powerful presences collided, sending the barbarian king flying backward. Levi quickly followed up, and the halberd chopped down. The barbarian king tried to block with his weapon but was severed by the halberd and crumbled. Then the halberd tore through him, splitting his body in half. Chapter 1674. Levi unleashed the golden gravity and Crimson Emperor Dragon flames together, incinerating the body of the barbarian king. Good, these level 6 creatures are but paper tigers, their strength is far from what it was when they were alive. Elsewhere, the Thunder Emperor also dealt with that supreme archmage but was now entangled by the Mountain Demon King. The Demon King had been a level 6 mid-stage being in life. Now, even as a puppet, it was still troublesome. The two titanic beings collided and fought in mid-air, causing the earth to split and mountains to collapse. Levi's figure flickered as he chased toward the distance. Just a moment ago, the red-furred monster, sensing danger, had actually run away. The ancient tower scepter became a streak of light, guiding Levi to its location. What seemed to be a trial task was actually the ancient tower's way of seizing the opportunity to have Levi eliminate this unstable element, preventing it from affecting Io's ecological balance. Before long, Levi caught up to the red-furred beast aboard the heavenly Pegasus chariot. At this moment, it was in a town, unleashing a massacre. Lives were devastated, doomsday had arrived. Seeing this, Levi let out a roar of anger and transformed into a golden giant dragon. The dragon became a flash of golden light and brought down the red-furred monster. Its wings flapped, and the golden gravity burst forth, sweeping all the townspeople to a safe place. Boom! The red-furred monster, with immense strength, reversed the situation and pressed the golden brilliance dragon to the ground, its hooked claws reaching for the dragon's belly. The giant dragon suddenly changed shape back into Levi, freeing himself from control. He teleported into the void, appearing above the red-furred monster's head. Red Emperor Dragon Transformation. In the sky, a red giant dragon with a 500-meter wingspan glared down at the monster. Roar! The giant dragon's four claws brought down the red-furred beast, and an unimaginable force erupted. No matter how the monster struggled, it remained immovable. The giant dragon swung its wings fiercely, releasing the solar wind at close range, blasting the monster's face. The scorching breath burned off all the red fur on the monster's body, revealing countless small creatures inside that continued to emerge and die off. Then, the dreadful Crimson Emperor Dragon's breath was sprayed directly onto the monster's head. Under such a primitive attack, the monster felt fear. It suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh remnants that scattered in all directions. The Red Emperor Dragon was caught in the blast, covered in wounds. It let out a loud roar, extending its Red Emperor domain to the maximum. At the same time, the Thunder Emperor, having slain enemies, came to support Levi. With a sword swing, as if blessed by divine providence, within a 10-mile radius, everything turned into an ice crystal world. At this moment, the cold ice breath broke through to the 7th floor. Frost Sword Realm. The world of the sword oppressed the area, trapping a large part of the flesh, with billions of ice crystal particles scouring it away. The rest of the flesh remnants were turned to ash by the Red Emperor domain. From Levi's palm, streaks of golden light shot out, and the gravitational pull brought the remaining escapees into the Red Emperor domain. Not until the ancient tower scepter stopped giving warnings and text emerged did Levi finally breathe a sigh of relief. The trial task is now complete, your authority has been raised to level 6, and your rights have increased. After reading it, Levi's face lit up with joy. Level 6 law enforcement rights would take effect the next time he entered the ancient tower. By then, he could go directly to the 6th layer, and he would be able to bring more people out with him. After checking, the flesh monster did not drop anything good. Levi left the place. Days later, he was back at the exit of the underground world. A giant clam floated in mid-air, and the voice of an elder transmitted. "Kind sir, please take me away." Levi nodded and said, "Sure." He wandered aimlessly for a few days and then left the ancient tower with Paul and the others. Next time he'd enter, it would be 100 years later. By then, he would be a primordial soul wizard. Emperor's Palace. Accompanied by a white light brightening up. Levi, Paul, Gullet, the giant clam, and a group of mortal rookies materialized. These mortals curiously observed the new world, waiting for Levi to issue his commands. Soon after, Mia arrived hurriedly and asked, "Lord Levi, what do you need me for?" Levi said, "Take these mortals to the Tower of Dawn for cultivation, and assign them to the teachers." Mia's face lit up with happiness upon checking and finding that these mortals had good talents, basically all with dual affinity. Understood. Mia left in a hurry. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi brought the ancient clam to the seashore and said, "You shall cultivate here from now on, no one will disturb you." The clam gratefully responded, "Thank you, sir." The slender figure of the shell demon mistress flew over, her face brightening upon seeing the ancient clam. "Lord, have you found the thunder shell pearl?" Levi nodded as a purple bead floated up. The shell demon mistress said, "This thunder shell pearl is of great quality. Now, the ancient shell palace doesn't have to worry about energy issues anymore." Levi said, "I've brought its owner too. From now on, live in harmony." Out at sea. The figure of Akun surfaced. It had wandered the oceans for years, significantly improving the ecosystem of the Fairyland Sea. The clam found a place for itself and began cultivating in solitude, feeling moved. Indeed, this is a wonderful place. For it, losing the shell pearl was not fatal, only a drop in strength. With time, it could return to peak condition and regather a shell pearl. Levi rode Akun, patrolling the sea, followed by Leviathan, Gustav, and a host of sea beasts, with the clam engulfing the power of lightning. He reflected. The Dragon Palace is getting better. Gullet, the first officer, was imprisoned by Levi in the Fairyland, strictly guarded by the Black Lotus beast. Thunderclap Mountain. The thunderstorm wolf dragon and Sarit cultivated in this place. Chapter 1675. The former was still in the late stage of level 5. Sarit had already achieved perfection of the 5th circle. Now, with 8 innate spells under his belt, he wasn't planning on learning a 9th. Compared to Alexandra and Elsie, he didn't have as much time on his hands. Seeing Levi approach, Sarit concluded his seclusion and, standing up, said, "Master, what are your orders?" Levi, pulling along the timid sta, said, "This is a thunder wizard. You don't have any students, so from now on, he will take you as his master." Having spent years in seclusion, Sarit felt somewhat lonely. He responded, "As you command, I will surely nurture him into talent." Levi inquired, "Is your potion for advancing to the 6th circle ready?" Sarit hesitated before answering. "In the legacy I received, there is a potion. Although its potency isn't great due to its age, it should be enough for me to gamble on the primordial soul once." Levi said, "That will suffice." After Sarit's primordial soul, he would also become one of Levi's generals. Due to his identity as a fugitive, it wasn't convenient for him to reveal himself in the wizard world. When the time came, a change of appearance would be in order, letting him teach and educate at the Tower of Dawn and guard the rear, a fine choice indeed. Under the ancient banyan tree, Levi approached slowly. Mana and Martha were playing a game of chess. He watched quietly, silent. When the game ended, Mana asked, "What's up?" Levi chuckled, pulling out a stack of golden leaves, and with a smile said, "Senior Mana." Mana huffed. "When you need me, I'm senior, when you don't, you keep me away." Although she said this, she still gleefully took the golden leaves. Those things were addictive to absorb. And among these golden leaves, it seemed like there were a few of higher quality. If fully refined, her mid-stage level 6 strength would likely be able to increase a bit more, entering the late-stage level 6 realm sooner. For Mana, conventional cultivation would take tens of thousands of years to break through a major realm. But now, she had golden leaves and golden fertilizer to rely on. Together with Pandora's root and absorbing the will of shattered plains, her upgrading pace had greatly accelerated. Levi left ancient Banyan fairyland with an embarrassed smile and vanished in a flash. Flower Hall. Elena was practicing the path of the energy sect when Levi's voice reached her. 100 Flowers, are you busy? I need to talk. With a smile creeping on her lips, 100 Flowers replied telepathically. I'm occupied. Levi said. Oh, I see. Then I'll come back after you're done. He turned to leave. 100 Flowers sighed and teleported behind Levi using void travel. Why didn't you ask what I was busy with? Levi turned around, puzzled. What's there to ask? Looking skyward speechlessly, 100 Flowers inquired. What do you want? Levi coughed and said with a laugh. I've got something nice for you. Expectation in her voice, 100 Flowers' eyebrows rose. Did you figure out what you're getting me for my birthday? Levi shook his head, stating seriously. That's not it. Your official birthday gift has to wait until after I reach the 6th circle. He pulled out the Eternal Star Abyss model and said. This is a wizard tower structure model, take it for reference for now and just return it to me when you're done. The wizard tower structure model was unlike ordinary spells, with the capacity of the memory slate, it was not enough to replicate it. This thing was too mysterious. Levi felt dizzy after just a while, figuring he would only be able to study it after obtaining a primordial soul. 100 Flowers reached out to take it and after examining it for a moment, exclaimed with delight. It's actually from the Grand Wizard Gargamel, where did you find such a priceless treasure? Levi said. Picked it up on the road. 100 Flowers' nose wrinkled slightly, her voice tinged with sadness. Commander, you're lying to me, aren't I your best friend? Levi scratched his head in frustration and replied. I really did pick it up, you have to believe me. He had aimlessly wandered around the 3rd level of the ancient tower under Jin's guidance and found it on a corpse. It was the honest truth. Seeing that Levi did not seem to be faking, 100 Flowers chuckled and said. As long as you didn't lie to me, thank you. You're really lucky, no wonder Triss said that praying for a blessing from Levi before exploring a secret realm could have wondrous effects. Levi's face was full of black lines. What was Triss thinking? So wizards don't believe in gods, they believe in me instead? Levi said. You'd better get busy, I won't disturb you any longer. 100 Flowers said softly. It won't take up much of your time, come in and sit down. I just have some questions about level 5 knights I'd like to ask you. Levi gladly agreed. After advising 100 Flowers, it was already the next day. 100 Flowers looked at Levi's retreating figure, fumbling with the wizard tower model in her hands. Looking forward to your birthday present. 4 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1335, Month of Flowers. Dragon King Levi, 345 years old. Time flies like a fleeting steed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Dawn Tower had already become a centennial wizard organization. Levi refined the blood fungus obtained from the bull-horned dragon python into a medicine. Shortly after the crimson-horned fire python consumed it, it advanced to the 5th level realm. This metamorphosis significantly enhanced its potential. Though level 6 was inconceivable, reaching the peak of level 5 was not beyond possibility. After reaching level 5, during the 9th World's First Dragon Tournament, the crimson-horned fire python also achieved an impressive ranking. Sea Demon Paul was released by Levi to roam in the ocean of the ancient Saint Plain, cared for by the giant beast Paradise. In the past few years, the knights had preliminarily selected 10 martial prodigies from the human realm, without faith, bloodline, or background, but all with exceptionally good foundations. These individuals with notable combat technique talent would be specially cultivated by the knights into sacrificial soldiers, practicing the siren breathing technique. Levi was only responsible for proposing ideas, and the specific implementation was done by others. Most of the time, he was in closed-door cultivation. After refining the sky-grade oddity of the heart of jellyfish, Levi barely obtained any substantial benefits. It only optimized the water dragon's song spell model a bit, increasing the spell's power. He couldn't remember the last time he was so down on his luck. His hope for pursuing a higher limit on spiritual force still relied on the golden leaf. Half a year later. Small Stone Pond. Levi, who was practicing the 10,000 Dragon's Birth spell, opened his eyes. A scent filled the air as Mana stood in front of him. Incomplete truth oddities swirling around her. Levi smiled and said. It seems your cultivation has improved again, congratulations. Mana replied. It's a shame, still far from the late stage. She left behind the incomplete oddities and went back to solidify her strength. Levi casually caught the incomplete oddity with the holy image painted on it. Next, let's see where the limit of my spiritual force lies before I obtain my primordial soul. Chapter 1676. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Because the oddity was relatively incomplete, it didn't take too much time to refine. 3 months later, the sacred elephant artifact from Captain Erixus had been refined. Levi's mind. Within the divine ring tower, the iridescent crystals that had not changed for a long time expanded a bit more. It was as though a balloon was being inflated. Levi could clearly feel his spiritual force's upper limit had been raised. He placed it atop the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 1750/1780. Spell power, 175,000. An incomplete oddity can increase about 30 points of spiritual force. If it was in perfect condition, this oddity must have been of Morning Star level standard. Levi reached out with his right hand, his arm adorned with golden holy image runes of truth flowing around it. Within these runes dwelled an incredibly explosive power. This incomplete oddity still has other functions. It seems that if the level of an incomplete oddity is high enough, it doesn't serve only to enhance spiritual force or its upper limit. These holy image runes were somewhat similar to the body-refining runes produced by cultivating body-tempering techniques, and they could amplify Levi's attributes, such as strength and defense. It appears that the functions of a truth oddity are more than I had imagined. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Holy Image Law, Zeroth rank, non-upgradable, special effect, Elephant Power. Elephant Power, increases your basic strength attribute by 50%. After reading this, Levi's brows furrowed tightly. Zeroth rank, this is the first time I've seen this. It seems the Holy Image Law might be a combat cultivation method from the Golden Absolutes race, and it's inseparable from the inherent traits of a truth oddity. A 50% increase in strength was quite good. After all, it didn't require Levi to waste time on cultivation. He wasn't keen on learning such cultivation methods. Continue refining, maybe there'll be more to gain. Levi had been settling his mind for quite some time now, with no issues. Thus, he decided to refine the remaining incomplete oddities in one go. 1 year later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1336, Month of Germinal. Midland Continent. On this day, Gondif had completed his meditation. He was covered in a dense array of demon god runes, emitting an ancient and fierce temperament. 10,000 demon god runes, having reached the 6th layer in the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique, I have stepped into the 5th circle realm. Gondif calculated, and before he knew it, 90 years had passed in his cultivation of this body tempering technique. Over the 90 years, his aura had become more stable, and his physique even more robust. With a casual punch, he stirred the air, and the void burst with sound. Meanwhile, ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened his eyes. Finally reached the 6th layer, next I can try to fuse the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique with the bronze statue body tempering technique. 2 primordial soul level body tempering techniques, plus an assortment of various other tempering techniques layered on top. Wonder if I can break through their limit and reach the Grand Wizard realm. With a thought, he began to fuse. Gondif of Midland Continent immediately closed his eyes, the light from the 2 types of body refining runes within him intensified, starting to merge. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Gondif stood up from the meditation room, his body lean and emaciated, like someone starved to death. Furthermore, his mental state was also in deficit. White-haired Gondif truly became a little old man, his life seemingly at its twilight, except for his eyes which remained profound, piercing through space-time. He hurriedly consumed the prepared medicines and nutritional supplements. Before long, Gondif's shrunken body inflated rapidly, like a balloon. He pounded his chest, feeling the strength surging into his limbs and body. Remarkably powerful. His entire body turned a bronzed hue, reminiscent of a temple's Buddha statue, the patina revealing traces of the ages. The previously sinister demonic runes transformed into dark golden runes filled with a sense of divinity. His gaze profound, a smile on his lips, coupled with a head full of white hair, he looked like a kind-hearted elder. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Just now, the iridescent crystal and its capacity within his mind had expanded by a fraction. He felt as though he had just gained a considerable increase in the upper limit of his spiritual force. He quickly tested with the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 1752/1880. The upper limit of spiritual force soared by 100 points in one breath. That's even more than what a Morning Star level oddity would grant. It seems I have fused a remarkable body refinement technique. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Every body refining technique he had before had disappeared, leaving only one. Levi. Thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique, level 5, 23467/30,000, special effect, ancient god body, rank 5, divine light protection, ancient god's gaze, divine light flashes, 1,000 hands without space, 10,000 demons paying homage. Seeing the dense array of special effects, Levi was momentarily stunned. Such a powerful body refinement technique. Reaching level 9, aiming for the 9th circle realm, shouldn't be a problem. This thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique can surely become the fundamental cultivation method for Gandalf in the future. All he will need is to continually integrate new body refinement methods to optimize it. He opened each of these special effects one by one. Ancient god body, rank 5, possess a powerful body similar to that of an ancient god, greatly increasing your strength, defense, speed, physique, endurance, and perception attributes. Additionally, the upper limit of your spiritual force is increased by 100 points. The ancient god body sounds very strong. With this, Gandalf's upper limit for spiritual force has also reached 1,100 points, comparable to some top talents. Divine light protection, protective shield formed from the divine light of the ancient god body, capable of withstanding a huge amount of damage without breaking. Chapter 1677. Ancient God Condensation. Utilize the power of the ancient gods to launch a spiritual force attack on enemies, causing those of weak will to fall into a short state of confusion. Divine light flashes. Burn ancient god runes to triple your speed. 1,000 hands without space. Reveal the true form of the thousand-handed ancient god and drag enemies into the infinite divine prison. 10,000 demons paying homage. Inflict increased damage on creatures of the abyss and other dark creatures. Hiss. Levi couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. This must be the strongest body refining technique in the history of the wizarding world, without equal. He closed his eyes and continued to refine the incomplete oddity. He only had 120 points of spirit left before he could reach the lower threshold of the primordial soul wizard. 2 years later, Gandalf opened his eyes from his secluded retreat and looked at the communication wizard tool. Gandalf Pharmacy suffered from a terrorist attack. In the image, the place where he used to sell medicine suddenly exploded, chaotic streams of the void swept through, and among them the clerks were reduced to ash and smoke. As my true self said, I have been targeted by the mysterious organization indeed. Good thing I haven't been there much recently. Gandalf felt a rush of relief, realizing that any being capable of such a terrifying attack must be of the 6th circle level. Although he had mastered the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique, he was still far from a match for those in the 6th circle. Before long, a message arrived. Laplace, Gandalf, are you okay? Gandalf glanced at it. Laplace was a 6th circle senior from the Sorin Holy Tower he knew, and his strength was on par with Triss. Although they did not meet often, they clicked well, which made for a good relationship. In addition to this there were numerous messages, all expressing concern and well wishes. It couldn't be helped, Gandalf was just too popular in the Midland continent. Gandalf didn't rush to reply, uncertain whether any of the well-wishers were spies of the mysterious organization. Midland continent. A secret realm. Demonic aura rampaged, darkening the skies. On the throne, Crowfeather Demon King Victor had a cold gaze. In front of him stood a mysterious grey-robed wizard, masked. He was the number 23 who had attempted to assassinate the Holy Infant. The grey-robed wizard asked. At present, it appears Gandalf is not at the pharmacist's shop. How shall we proceed? Victor said. This Gandalf must have heard something and concealed himself ahead of time, damn it. Victor was in fact a 7th circle dominant, the walker assigned in the Midland continent by the Komodo snake Anne. The mysterious organization was not picky about its members, as long as someone served their purpose, they welcomed wizards, dominants, alien races, and even demons. Victor's quick recovery of the demon lord's strength was also helped by the mysterious organization. His mission was to spread the forbidden technique of the 9-headed prison snake body refining technique throughout the wizarding world. By employing this technique as a lure, he ultimately served a hidden level VIP within the mysterious organization. The organization had a strict hierarchy. From top to bottom, it could be divided into ancient level, hidden level, venerable level, envoy level, and walker level, below which were all operators, differentiated only by rankings from 1 star to 5 stars. The snake envoy was, after all, just a high-level lackey. He and Victor, their real boss, was that 9th level hidden entity. As for those comparable to legendary wizards of the ancient level, their true identities were unknown to the rest of the organization. The grey-robed wizard said, "Now that my whereabouts in the Midland continent have been exposed, I need to lay low for a while to prevent being captured by the enforcers. The attempt to assassinate Gandalf will be put on hold for now." Victor frowned fiercely. "I can't stand this, that Gandalf has foiled my plans time and time again, and now he has managed to escape." After a brief discussion, they contacted the snake envoy. The figure in the black robe sitting amidst the snakes opened his eyes. The grey-robed wizard spoke softly. "Emissary Lord, Gandalf appears to be aware of our actions and has hidden in advance. Our raid flattened the pharmacy he frequently visited, but we did not find any trace of Gandalf himself. Only some ordinary workers were there." The snake envoy spoke coldly. "Are a few fifth circles not able to resolve this? For such a minor matter, do you expect us emissaries to take personal risks of being discovered by the Congress and act on our own?" Victor said. "These geniuses are far too cunning, and often they are protected by powerful backers, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them." The snake envoy asked, "How is the teaching of the 9-headed prison snake body refining technique proceeding?" Victor responded, "So far, one person has cultivated to the level of the 6-headed snake, a 6-circle refining body wizard, and there are 7 at the 5th circle who have reached the level of the 5-headed snake. There are a good 100 people below that, at the 4-headed snake level or lower." The snake envoy said, "Your progress is still too slow. Accelerate the process, and strive to produce several geniuses who can cultivate to the level of the 9-headed snake as soon as possible. Our patron behind the scenes is growing impatient. If you can successfully accomplish this, the patron will help you return to the abyss to reclaim what is yours and ascend even higher." Victor said, "I will speed things up. Recently, the attack efforts of the Sorin Holy Tower have intensified, and I hardly dare to show my face. Moreover, with that meddlesome Gandalf, our work has encountered many obstacles. Gandalf alone has killed 3 members who were at the level of the 5-headed snake." The snake envoy furrowed his brows. "It seems this Gandalf is indeed a nuisance, he must be eliminated. Number 23, go to this coordinate in the Land of Darkness, someone will arrange to send you an item called the Power God Fruit. Chapter 1678. Victor's expression changed. Power God Fruit? A 6th-level treasure fruit that can greatly improve a wizard's physical constitution, the holy fruit in the hearts of body-refining wizards. The snake envoy said. "This is what I obtained from the Hidden One, originally intended to help practitioners of the 9-headed prison snake body refining technique increase their cultivation speed and improve their cultivation talent. Now it seems, it can temporarily serve as bait to lure Gandalf." The grey-robed wizard suddenly realized. "I understand, my lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. Gandalf is a renowned body-refining wizard, cultivating the formidable nameless body-refining technique. If he hears of this item's existence, he will definitely not miss the opportunity. After all, it's much more difficult for body-refining wizards to advance than for ordinary wizards." The snake envoy said. "The initial plan is as such, but I need you two to perfect the details, ensuring we can accurately lure the snake out of its hole and kill it while avoiding any losses to us. We can't end up losing the chicken to save some rice. Additionally, Gandalf has just survived an assassination attempt, so he's definitely on high alert now. Therefore, we'll implement the plan in a few years, there's no need to start now." Victor smiled and said. "Rest assured, as long as this Gandalf takes the bait, we'll make sure he has no burial place." Time flies like a white steed flashing past a crevice. 2 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1340, Month of Beginning. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Small Stone Pond. Dragon King Li, now 350 years old, opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, another 4 or 5 years have passed in seclusion. Alas, my spiritual force's upper limit still cannot reach 2,000 points. Levi's spiritual force had reached a bottleneck. The iridescent crystals could not enhance it further. Half of Levi's incomplete oddities had been used up, with 15 paths remaining, still unrefined. On one hand, continuing to refine them would, apart from strengthening his spiritual force, serve no other purpose, somewhat wastefully. On the other hand, many of these 15 paths of incomplete oddities could not be refined, likely because they overlapped with those already refined. As the base number of golden leaves he had refined increased, the oddities began to duplicate. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 1840/1999. Spell power, 184,000. No matter how hard I try, a fifth circle wizard just can't compare spiritual force with the primordial soul. Reaching 2,000 points is impossible. My current level of spiritual force is just about the lower limit of a sixth circle ordinary wizard, but the quality still falls far short. After all, I have not yet achieved primordial soul. To have reached this point, Levi was already quite satisfied. Throughout history, it is unknown if there has been a second person, apart from him, who has reached 1,999 points of spiritual force during the fifth circle. In these 5 years, Levi boosted his spiritual force by nearly 100 points at rocket speed. Next, he would condense his soul to the maximum while slowly polishing his spiritual force to 1,999, stabilizing his mental state. The remaining 15 paths of incomplete oddities, he planned to feed to the Sword of Victory, to see if it could accelerate the nurturing of the Knight's Sword. His maximum soul now had 67 paths, with 13 still to go to reach the limit. The further he went, the slower the pace became. Levi estimated that achieving primordial soul before he was 400 years old would be quite good. The Holy Infant had already condensed 30 paths of maximum soul. And so had Gandalf, with 27 paths. Enough of this, I should attend the meeting. By now, it had been almost 10 years since he left the ancient tower. On Thunderclap Mountain's side, Sarit's directly taught apprentice, Sta, had already become an official wizard. With the talent of a child of the elements, combined with Sarit's personal guidance, rapid progress was natural. The 240th Twilight Knight's Round Table meeting. The Flower Knight had arrived early. She looked at Levi and her expression subtly shifted. "Are you about to achieve primordial soul?" Levi smiled and said. "It might still take a few decades." The Flower Knight said. "Your current spiritual force is not too far from that of a primordial soul. Which internal energy crystal shattering technique are you cultivating?" Levi mentioned it casually to the Flower Knight. Upon hearing this, the Flower Knight covered her mouth in disbelief and said, "Is it really that most difficult technique? No wonder even someone with your talent has been stuck in the fifth circle realm for almost 200 years. It seemed that the Flower Knight had heard of this technique. After she explained to Levi, he found out. The infinite primordial soul method he was practicing, among the internal energy crystal shattering techniques of the wizard world, was one of the most difficult. Many geniuses from top wizard organizations basically did not cultivate this technique. Of course, it wasn't that the technique was ineffective. On the contrary, the infinite primordial soul method is considered one of the most top-level internal energy crystal shattering techniques. The reason others avoid it is merely that raising the spiritual force's upper limit and condensing the maximum soul is too difficult. Thus, most opt for easier methods. The infinite primordial soul method is one of the few techniques that could potentially assist in advancing to the legendary realm, or even after reaching legendary status. This method is not considered a secret among the top ranks of some wizard worlds. The predecessor who created this technique, with the consideration of wizard civilization, made copies for the Congress and also discreetly spread a portion of it. So Mia's ancestors likely got it that way, not as Levi had guessed, that Mia's ancestors were legendary wizards. The Flower Knight looked at Levi somewhat amused and said, "You are truly amazing, to nearly master this technique by sheer perseverance. How many oddities did you obtain in the ancient tower?" Levi was speechless, the only one here stubbornly cultivating the infinite primordial soul method. If it weren't for his good luck and his panel, achieving the 81 paths of maximum soul would have been wishful thinking. The Flower Knight said. Chapter 1679. Actually, this is better for you. Your foundation will be much more solid compared to others. Do you know who the predecessor who created the infinite primordial soul method was? Levi shook his head. The cultivation method he received was anonymous. The Flower Knight said. Platinum Wind Roger, a legendary wizard from the Metal School. After Sauron, he was a level 10 existence, sufficiently renowned to rank among the foremost legendary wizards in later generations. Levi said. I see. The Flower Knight smiled slightly. If you're free usually, you can join me and visit Ms. Lucy for a tea party chat. The lady is unfathomable, and her teacher is even more so a black abyss walker. Through the tea party, you can grasp many secret knowledges known only to the upper echelons of the wizard world. By the way, what gift did Ms. Lucy give you? Can you share it? Levi said. An illustrated guide of strange items. The Flower Knight said. That's odd. The lady gave both Sister Triss and me a Morning Star level oddity. Why did she give you a guide? I thought you received a Morning Star artifact too, especially since she seems to think highly of you. Levi was also puzzled and sighed. Maybe it's because my power is too low. This guide is actually quite good for me. The Flower Knight suddenly realized. I understand now. Since you can walk the path of infinite primordial soul, naturally you wouldn't lack oddities. That's why the lady gave you the guide. A thought struck Levi. Ms. Lucy, indeed mysterious, as if she sees through everything. Who exactly is she? The Saint Ape Knight was the third to log in. He saw the smiling and whispering commander and the Flower Knight and his lips curled into a smile. Indeed, my intuition as Emperor Mew is very accurate. The commander and the Flower Knight definitely have a secret affair. The 18 Twilight Cavalry arrived one after another. This marked the 320th year since the establishment of the Knights. Levi looked around. The changes in the 18 riders since the founding of the order were revolutionary. All these were inextricably linked to the resources he brought back and the training in the nightmare world. In a blink, everyone had trained in the nightmare world for over 70 years. Once Levi reached level 6 with the nightmare dragon breathing technique and became a true nightmare lord, he should be able to let more people enter. Levi noticed. The Steel Dragon Knight's cultivation had already reached the 4-ring senior realm. This young man had now been on his wizard's journey for exactly 200 years. Upon inquiry, he was polishing his 6th talent and planned to ascend to the 5th circle once it was complete. Whereas his path of knights had already successfully advanced to rank 5. His blood source armor, called the Steel Dragon Armor, was slightly inferior to the superdimensional light armor and other top-grade armors. However, the Steel Dragon pursued ultimate physical defense, which was understandable. Moreover, since Andrew also followed the path of the wizard, his techniques could compensate through wizardly means. The path of knights, like Levi's early stage, just needed continuous stacking of armors. His Steel Dragon Divine Palace was also a stacking armor skill. Compared to Andrew, the Thousand Illusion Knight's blood source armor was functionally more complex. It was called the Phantom Illusion Armor. This true armor could deploy charming techniques, controlling enemies for short periods, similar to a succubus's abilities. Additionally, it could also release the scent of phantom beasts to liberate desires within an enemy completely, such as the desire of sin. Finally, the armor could also extract life energy from the enemy to heal its own injuries or to enhance all its attributes momentarily. Its Illusion Beast Divine Palace could create an illusion realm maze, extremely difficult to decipher. Even a 5th circle wizard, if careless, could fall into it and be unable to extricate themselves. After reaching rank 5, both Thousand Illusions and Steel Dragon, along with the old and middle generation knights, were all now rank 5. And among the new generation, aside from the early advancing rank 4 Fire Dragon Knight, others had also progressively reached rank 4 over these years. Their bloodline Dharma idols also had various uses, displaying numerous functionalities in combat. The Blood Knight reported the knight's pioneering efforts in the nightmare world over these years. The Black Dragon territory had now become the overlord of this fringe area. Every unstable element threatening the territory in the chaotic wilderness had been exterminated by the knights. Given their current strength, the team coordinated to slay even peak level 5 experts. In human realms, the Black Dragon Empire had already evacuated the forsaken land of the god. Only a vast wilderness remained, rampant with cataclysm beasts and black beasts. The Black Dragon Empire had now become the ruler of the Panda Plain, relying on its intrinsic defensibility, attacking the church to seize resources while defending against other enemies. Moreover, in the wizard world, top wizard organizations from various schools had established branches in the outer sea region of the Seven Kingdoms continent, each stationed with 6th circle wizards. It seemed that the Dark Wave revival had entered a new phase. The human realm might become the main battlefield of the era in the future. After the meeting, the 107th Dawn Wizard Association also concluded successfully. Compared to the somewhat exhausted Dusk Holy Temple, the Tower of Dawn, still in its early stages, was developing swiftly, changing day by day. The halflings and cave elves who had migrated here previously had produced some promising wizard seedlings. These newcomers provided fresh blood for the organization's development. Among the four organizations, the old ancient Dragon Empire remained the top battle force of the ancient Saint Plane. It currently possessed 15 level 5 ancient kings, 81 level 4 ancient saints, and over 600 individuals at the 3rd level ancient snake rank. Chapter 1680. This is the answer from the ancient Saint Deist Sanctum. Another Shinnik Academy also developed quite well. Among the lizardmen, there were still some individuals with decent wizarding talents. After a long development, a few 4th Circle Shinnik lizardmen were born, but they had not yet given birth to a 5th Circle powerhouse of their own. The last one, Giant Beast Paradise, belonged to the logistics department. It developed quietly and would receive Levi's financial support from time to time. After all, transcendent creature breeding is the foundation of the Knight's continuous development. Seeing the development of the ancient Saint Plane, Levi was even more confident about the upcoming Abyss Blood battle. If the 18 Riders and the Ancient Kings, these core forces, could advance to level 6 before the Blood battle, then preserving the ancient Saint Plane should not be a problem. The Abyss would not send such powerful demon lords to deal with a small Kara like himself. When the sky falls, it's the Congress and those top wizard organizations that hold it up. Because of the invisible pressure of the Blood battle, Levi felt that after his primordial soul, it was necessary to actively foster good relations with powerful individuals like Ms. Lucy and Black Abyss Walker. Triss's thighs, though still very white and fragrant, were not thick enough for the current Levi. Having a Grand Wizard as a backer would make it much safer to get through the Blood battle. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Golden Light Cave. The Sword of Victory floated within. Inside the Holy Sword Tomb, the second Sword of Dust People had taken on an embryonic form, but it was still far from complete. Levi invested an additional 15 incomplete oddities into it. Half a year later, he found that only 14 incomplete oddities remained. At the same time, the second Sword of Dust People was formed. Levi's face lit up with joy. Indeed, nourishing with oddities is the right way. The Golden Absolutes race is the best feed. Under normal conditions, it would take 1,000 years to give birth to a knight's sword. Now, it seemed that if he absorbed all those incomplete oddities, it could happen within 100 years. Levi gazed at the Holy Sword Tomb, deep in thought. After I refine the 3 types of swords once each, the oddities that are birthed thereafter can be placed in the knight's treasury for the knights to exchange. Then, it will be the lizardman's turn, followed by the sect wizards of the Tower of Dawn. Of course, the day this truly happens is still far off. A year later. In the year 1341 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers. Within the ancient Banyan Fairyland. After completing his breathing technique practice, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Sky Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 17, Maximum, Evolvable/Advanceable. The Endurance Breathing Technique has also reached its limit. Levi was unfazed. In addition to the Sky Dragon, the Crimson Dragon was also nearing its limit. Furthermore, Levi had long been prepared with the advancement potions for these 2 great breathing techniques. Having already advanced the Golden Brilliance Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, Levi's present advancement could be said to be a journey already well traveled. Half a year later. On the ancient Saint Plane. A familiar island in the sea. The place where Levi had previously faced his tribulation was once again bustling with activity. Throughout the heavens and earth, fierce winds howled and lightning roared. Within a radius of 10 miles, the wind-thunder elemental power formed countless feather blades and thunder scales. The feather blades converged into a grey giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 300 meters. The thunder scales transformed into a giant dragon resembling a silver mountain range. The Blood Tribulation Master of the Sky Dragon Breathing Technique. Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon. From afar, the Blood Knight and the Silver Dragon Knight were invited to come. There was also the uninvited Flower Knight. The Silver Dragon Knight exclaimed. The commander really is a monster, he has practiced all of our breathing techniques himself, does his 1 day really equal our 1 month? The Blood Knight smiled wryly. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, it would indeed be hard to imagine. What we thought were bloodline curses and restrictions seem non-existent to the commander. That's how he could forge the path of a knight. The Flower Knight was truly not worried about Levi this time. because compared to the last tribulation, this one was obviously much easier. Levi calmly observed the two blood tribulation masters. After advancing to level 6 as the Crimson Emperor Dragon, accompanied by a surge in his strength foundation attributes. Facing other breathing technique calamities for Levi had changed from difficult mode to easy mode. His fists were entwined with wind thunder power. Behind him, wind thunder wings vibrated. 3,000 feather blades shot out, mightily heading towards Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon. Levi's wind and thunder palms landed blow after blow against the two legendary creatures. From behind, the Silver Dragon Knight and the Blood Knight carefully watched and took notes. Especially the abilities of these blood tribulation masters, which were of the utmost importance. Knowledge of legendary and mythical creatures, accessible to ordinary people, is usually distorted folk legends. Being able to witness it face to face was undoubtedly a precious experience. When the time was almost right, Levi suddenly exerted force, holding a great sword composed of 3,000 feather blades, and unleashed a terrifying sword chi with a thunder half-moon slash. Maya let out a mournful cry, and its figure dissipated. Afterward, the Silver Mountain Dragon also abruptly disintegrated under Levi's rising sun sword chi. Next, there was the Dark Tribulation. This time's tribulation only involved the Black Beast Tribulation, with a level 6 early stage Black Beast Lord thunderously arriving. Levi's face lit up with joy. Here comes another Black Beast to give me. This Black Beast Lord, nearly 200 meters long, was shaped like a turtle with a snake's head and looked ferocious, resembling an alligator snapping turtle. This shell is good, it can be used to refine a sixth ring magical artifact. Levi jumped high, behind him endless wind thunder elemental power converged into a storm and thunderclouds. Like a god descending into the world, he held the 8 desolate halberd, and thunderously slashed down. Chapter 1681. Boom! The fierce battle began. At this moment, Levi was like the Lord of Storm, with every move unleashing the power of disaster. The wind thunder wings, now a level 6 divine weapon, surged with 3,000 feather blades like flying swords, sometimes circling Levi, sometimes blasting towards the enemy. After a hard fight, the giant turtle's shell appeared unscathed, marked only by scratches from the wind blades. But inside, its flesh had long been charred by lightning. In Levi's hands, a golden light shone brightly as the golden ray shot into its head, exploding it from within. The dark tribulation had passed. Levi collected the giant turtle's corpse and sat down cross-legged. 100 Flowers came over with 2 others and said, "Today, we've seen 2 mythical giant beasts again, quite an eye-opener." The Silver Dragon and Blood Knight also sent their congratulations. At this moment, facing Levi, they truly understood what it meant to look up to a high mountain. Forever cutting through brambles and thorns on the knight's path, this is the commander. After the pleasantries, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Sky Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1/50000000, Special Effects, Sky Dragon Body Legendary, Level 6 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Wind and Thunder Surge, Blood Source Armor, Storm Dragon Armor, Exclusive Wizard Tool, Wind Thunder Wings, Level 6. Sky Dragon Body Legendary. 1. You possess the incredible endurance of a Sky Dragon. 2. You have excellent Wind Thunder Elemental Affinity Talents. 3. You have comprehended a storm domain with a 5 km diameter, capable of causing sustained wind blade and lightning damage to enemies within the domain for an extended period. 4. You have gained abilities like Traveling the Void and Mountain's Tenacity, which allow you to travel long distances across multidimensional planes like Maya. 5. You can temporarily transform into a Sky Dragon. After reviewing the abilities of the Sky Dragon, Levi pondered. It seems that even after the fusion of Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon, they still haven't reached the standards of mythical creatures, but are stronger than the ordinary legendary level. Only the Golden Brilliance Dragon, which fused with 6 giant dragons, could reach the mythical level. Or like the Crimson Emperor Dragon, which already possessed a top-level mythical bloodline and had fused with many legendary-level bloodlines, could transcend the mythical level. It seems, the path to mythical level is not so simple. However, for me, it's entirely sufficient. The abilities of the Sky Dragon are, relatively speaking, par for the course. With the precedents set by the Golden Brilliance Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon Pearl Jade, they even seem a bit ordinary. But that ability to travel the void, it will be a great help to Levi's future plane travels. Half a year later, The year 1342 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The month of Germinal. Somewhere in the ancient Banyan fairyland, Leon had been asleep for nearly 30 years. On this day, at the place of Leon's retreat, gusts of chill wind, dark clouds bearing down. Twisted human faces emerged from the void. They snarled and clawed like evil spirits. Levi and Mana hurried over, his expression grave. Leon is about to face his tribulation. Mana asked in confusion. Leon's tribulation seems unusual. I've never seen such a disaster before. Levi observed these evil spirit faces in the sky closely. He vaguely saw Roman, saw Simon, those souls devoured by Leon, as if all the dead had returned to life. These faces watched Leon with malice and ferocity. Let us reincarnate. You defy the rules of the underworld, and sooner or later you will face retribution. Die, die. Damn these insects. Levi's expression shifted slightly. Is this Leon's tribulation? The souls it devoured transform into twisted grudges akin to evil spirits, seeking revenge. Levi really wanted to throw a flame fist and shatter all these annoying faces. But this was Leon's tribulation, he couldn't interfere. On the ground, Leon's small body curled up into a ball. He was flailing his little claws, his wings fluttering, and he was shouting incoherently but with strong spirits. Don't be mean to me. Eat you, rawr. Food should be aware of its place. It's only natural for me to eat you, what does the underworld have to do with this? You're the insect, your whole family is full of insects, I am. Leon, my master's good child. Levi understood. Leon might be trapped in a kind of tribulation similar to the heart demons of his past life. Come on, little guy, you can definitely get through this. Levi's achievement today was not only thanks to the proficiency panel, his own efforts, and the Dragon Clan. Little Leon played an indispensable role. If it hadn't devoured the enemies completely, cutting off any possible clues that could lead to him, then with the means of the wizard world, no matter how careful Levi was, he could have been exposed. Especially after killing those top-level organization talents inside the ancient tower. He couldn't be without Leon. In the sky, more evil spirit faces appeared. Along the way, both intentionally and inadvertently, Levi had killed quite a few. Looking at the worried Levi, Mana patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Leon will be fine." Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes. His body visibly shrank, from 3 feet tall to just 1 foot. His insect features further weakened. Within the radiance, a mini chubby toddler appeared, white and tender, like a child from a New Year's painting, with 2 antenna-like feelers wiggling atop his head. Leon looked at the sky filled with fierce faces and bared his teeth at them, saying, "I'm going to eat you all." He opened his little mouth, and a great suction force emerged. The dark clouds overhead and the numerous twisted evil spirits, all involuntarily flew towards Leon. Gurgle, gurgle. Who knows how long it took, but eventually, the dark clouds and twisted faces in the sky all dispersed. Leon patted his belly, sitting on the ground, having already passed the tribulation so effortlessly. After resting, he zipped into the void and appeared in the palm of Levi's hand. "Master, I'm level 6 now, hee hee hee." The little person danced with joy. Levi asked, "Do you have any abilities now?" Leon raised his hand and made a gesture. A sticky spider thread pierced into the void and then retracted back. "I can pull people back from the void, nobody can escape Leon's belly." Levi cast an approving glance. He touched his head and then said, "In my mind, there seem to be some memory fragments. These memories come from those souls I devoured, and there should be something useful for the master in them." After speaking, Leon spread his little hand. A spider thread spun and entwined, eventually forming a white disc. On the disc, a twisted face vaguely reminiscent of Roman emerged. Leon said, "This is the lost disc. It contains the organized memory fragments of Roman. They might not be complete, but they should be useful to the master." Chapter 1682. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Seeing Leon's extraordinary abilities, Levi couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Mana was also shocked. "Little guy, how did you manage to absorb so many memories and still maintain your sanity?" she asked. Levi was curious as well. In the wizard world, there were forbidden techniques similar to soul searching from the past life. But these techniques would cram too many jumbled and useless memories into a wizard's mind. If one had strong spiritual force and willpower, it was all right. But an ordinary wizard could easily fall into a quagmire of memories, leading to memory confusion, chaos, and even personality disturbance or madness. Moreover, many top wizard organizations would set restrictions on their members. If someone tried to forcefully search souls, it would directly detonate the member's mind. Levi hadn't expected that Leon could have maintained the memories of devouring souls from so long ago. With so many mixed and chaotic soul memories inside, even a primordial soul wizard might go mad. Leon was truly extraordinary. Leon hopped into Mana's palm, enjoying the strokes of the young lady, and said, "I don't know, it's just as natural to me as eating." Mana marveled at the wonders of creation. "Our ancient Banyan fairyland has gained another 6th level general, that's great." Levi felt equally relieved. After reaching level 6, Leon himself also possessed considerable combat strength. In future battles, he should be able to help him. Especially that spider silk void pulling ability, it was truly a divine skill. It was perfect to counter those primordial souls who liked to escape by void travel. As for Roman's memory fragments, Levi had also studied and retrieved them. He obtained several 6th circle spell models and the knowledge to activate the Skyfire Fortress, and even some dirty, hidden dealings of the 9 Cities Alliance were recorded. There were also some memory fragments that seemed to be secured by intricate restrictions set by the 9 Cities Alliance, causing Levi to be unable to read them. A light touch would turn them into nothingness. Of course, Roman's life contained mostly jumbled, useless memories which Levi chose to ignore. 1 year later, Leon's realm had stabilized. He also developed some other level 6 abilities, which continued to surprise Levi. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1343, Month of Wheatfield. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. On this day, Levi opened his eyes. He had received a message from Gondaf. After reading it, his face showed delight. Gondaf had contacted him, wanting him to attend a private auction in a month's time. It was said that a power god fruit suitable for body-refining wizards would be available. Based on the intel Gondaf had gathered, this fruit had infinite uses, with market prices starting from 100 million. As he controlled the finances, he naturally could only ask Levi for help. This power god fruit is the holy fruit for body-refining wizards and useful for Gondaf to break through to the primordial soul. We must acquire it, money is no issue. However, allowing Gondaf, a 5-ring wizard, to carry such a large sum to the auction could pose a risk, especially since he was just targeted for assassination by a mysterious organization a few years ago. After some thought, Levi decided to go there himself. Midland Continent. Nameless Secret Realm. On this day, wizards continued to arrive. Among these wizards, 5-ring body-refining wizards were in majority. The owner of the secret realm was called the Stone Dragon Wizard. He was a rare 6-ring independent wizard who had just entered the primordial soul realm 100 years ago. This private auction was also hosted by him. In the secret realm, the Stone Dragon Wizard looked around. Due to the scarcity of body-refining wizards, this auction attracted only 3 6-circle refining body wizards. One wore a grey robe, his body as hard as obsidian. One blue-robed wizard, clearly a powerful figure from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Lastly, one dressed in a white robe, wearing a golden mask, professed to be an independent body-refining wizard. He felt uneasy. This Gondaf didn't come? With his connections and background, it's impossible for him to not know about this auction, he thought. The Stone Dragon Wizard, also a walker of the mysterious organization and one who had never exposed his identity, was responsible for hosting the auction to lure Gondaf. He and Victor, along with others from the 23 members, had discussed an extremely meticulous plan to ensure Gondaf knew of this. Unexpectedly, the key person just didn't show up. Below, Levi quietly waited for the auction to start. The Stone Dragon Wizard could only arrange for someone to temporarily start the auction while contacting Victor and others. Soon, he received a reply from Victor. The auction continued. If they couldn't assassinate Gondaf, then they would kill the other wizards present in the secret realm. After all, one objective of the mysterious organization was to eliminate the active forces of the Wizards' Council, among others. Moreover, Victor believed that Gondaf was probably already at the scene, just using some method to hide his presence, disguising and blending into the crowd. So might as well eliminate them all. The moment to make a move was when the Power God Fruit, the highlight of the auction, was being bid for. At that time, the wizards below would undoubtedly be fiercely competitive, letting down their guard, best for launching a surprise attack. As long as they sealed the entrances and exits of the secret realm, they could trap and eliminate them. The Stone Dragon Wizard analyzed and thought it feasible. Currently, in the secret realm, there were 4 walkers from the mysterious organization. Himself, Victor, 23, and that grey-robed body refining wizard at the auction scene. This man was the only one in Victor's command who had reached the 6-headed snake realm. Furthermore, inside the secret realm, there was also an army of 9-headed snakes hidden. Chapter 1683. This battle saw their side, with twice the number of level 6 wizards compared to their opponents. The Stone Dragon Wizard thought to himself. Advantage is on our side, this should be stable. After this deal, I will leave the wizard world, expend my merits, and have the organization perform the plain sovereign transformation ceremony for me. He had promoted his primordial soul and already exhausted his potential, making further progress impossible. In this situation, it would be better to find a medium-small plane and mix days as a sovereign. Although there are significant limitations, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Sorry everyone, for the sake of my eternal life, you all have to die. Levi closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the boring auctions ahead to end. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. It wasn't that the auction had started. Rather, he had just sensed a strong hostility and killing intent. He looked around discreetly. Including himself, there were only 4 sixth circle wizards at the auction. The secret realm's owner Stone Dragon, a blue-robed body refining wizard, and an unknown grey-robed body refining wizard. Apart from the blue-robed wizard, Levi sensed hostility from the other 2. This auction is actually a trap. The blue-robed wizard, apparently still unaware of being in a trap, was waiting calmly for the Power God fruit to appear. Levi stood up and spoke coldly. When will the Power God fruit start? I'm getting impatient. The Stone Dragon Wizard responded with a smile. Don't worry, my friend, this key item will naturally appear last. Levi said. I have an urgent matter to attend to. After speaking, he didn't care about the Stone Dragon Wizard's attitude and directly left the auction, flying towards the exit. The Stone Dragon Wizard did not pursue and pondered. It's good that he's leaving, his strength is somewhat unfathomable. With him here, complications could arise. Now, only the blue-robed wizard was still in the dark. 4 against 1, they couldn't possibly lose. Leaving the venue, Levi's body flickered with hermit runes and he vanished into the void. The secret realm wasn't large, and he quickly arrived at the exit. The exit isn't sealed yet. He concealed his form and quietly slipped out, the 2 fifth circle level guards completely unaware. Outside the secret realm, that sense of danger immediately decreased a lot. Levi became even more convinced there was treachery at this auction. Using the Power God fruit as bait to attract a group of body-refining wizards to the secret realm for an ambush, who could be so malicious? Of course, the mastermind might not be targeting a group, but rather interested in one of the attendees in particular. Thankfully I came in person, or Gondif might have been in great danger. Levi dove down until he reached a subterranean cavity within the rock layer. With a wave of his hand, the Death Ember Divine Palace was established here. Although the auction is a trap, that Power God fruit is indeed real, as it was already displayed earlier. I shall leave a contingency here and continue to participate in the auction to secure that fruit. The sense of danger wasn't particularly intense, which meant that those hostile to him weren't beyond his ability to counter. With his 3 6th level breathing techniques, primordial spirit projection, wind disaster pearl, and several other means, he should be fine. He snapped his fingers. A heavenly horse pulling a silver chariot emerged, prancing proudly. Now, it could traverse 4,000 li at a breath. If there truly was trouble within the secret realm, he'd simply commit suicide to return to the city. Then, resurrecting through the Death Ember Divine Palace, and fleeing on horseback. After rehearsing the plans in his mind, Levi returned to the secret realm. At the auction, seeing Levi return, the Stone Dragon Wizard frowned. He had thought this man would leave, so he hadn't cared before. Unexpectedly, he had returned after a while. Levi impatiently said. Why hasn't it started yet? The Stone Dragon responded. Very soon, don't worry. He thought to himself. Heaven has roads you didn't take, hell has no gates yet you trod that path, since you've come back, you shall remain here. Subsequently, one item after another was auctioned off and Levi also bid on several items. Finally, as everyone eagerly awaited, a fruit emanating a golden legendary aura emerged. The Stone Dragon Wizard exclaimed. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone is eager. This is the Power God Fruit, genuine, with a starting bid of 100 million ether stones, each increment not less than 1 million. As soon as his words fell, the body-refining wizards present began to aggressively bid. Levi didn't hurry to bid. The grey-robed and blue-robed wizards had already pushed the price up to 150 million ether stones. The grey-robed wizard grinned. You must be from the Ocean Abyss Alliance, right? Is your top wizard organization too needing to compete with us ordinary primordial souls for this? The blue-robed wizard laughed. This treasure goes to those with money, what does it matter which organization I'm from? The grey-robed wizard huffed. Sir, this is the Midland Continent, territory of the Earth School of Thought, don't be too arrogant. The blue-robed wizard replied. Looking at your realm, you've only just advanced to the 6th circle, yet you dare to threaten me. I'm determined to get this fruit. He had sold one of his 6th ring magical artifacts for this fruit. The two stood in opposition, their hostility palpable. Suddenly, the grey-robed wizard burst forward explosively, his obsidian-like body smashing a few 5th circle wizards, as his fist shot towards the blue-robed wizard. You're staying here today. The blue-robed wizard's expression changed, and he said coldly. You dare to attack at an auction? Mr. Stone Dragon, won't you intervene? Seeing this, the Stone Dragon Wizard twisted his mouth into a smirk, saying. Chapter 1684. I indeed need to intervene, please stay here, sir. At this moment, the blue-robed wizard realized this auction was a trap. He furiously shouted. You really are audacious, daring to cause such a commotion in the sacred land of the Midland Continent. The Stone Dragon Wizard clapped his hands, laughing. Mr. Victor, you can come out now. Hearing the name Victor, Levi's eyes narrowed. He was familiar with this name. The former old master of Sorit. Could it be a coincidence? Levi wondered, skeptical. Suddenly, from afar, waves of demonic aura surged, enveloping the wilderness. Kikik. A strange laughter resounded. A figure clad in black crow feather armor, wearing a crown, descended thunderously. Victor. This demon lord did not conceal his demonic aura. At the same time, a flash of light streaked by. It darted towards the blue-robed wizard who was fighting the grey-robed wizard. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the blue-robed wizard's defensive field was pierced, creating a large hole. His body's blue body-refining runes flickered, forming scales. Yet, the blast smashed his chest, penetrating and leaving a bloody hole. Strands of black corrosive power twined around the wound, preventing it from self-healing. The blue-robed wizard's expression changed, he coldly said. The Flying Secret Sword Cult. Erosion Witch Artifact, you are from that dreadful organization. A figure emerged from afar, it was number 23. His face was aged, wearing a grey robe. Seeing the white-robed wizard Levi, his expression changed. Why is it this person? However, remembering that his side had 4 6th circle wizards, he sneered. Perfect opportunity to avenge the last failure. Levi stayed back, a golden gravitational field forming around him. He had not seen that grey-robed wizard before, but he was all too familiar with the fleeting white bone secret sword. It's the mysterious organization. The mysterious organization. As anti-social members, their actions were more despicable than most dark wizards. They had previously failed in assassinating the Holy Infant and after, failed in assassinating Gondaf, and now were openly slaughtering so many innocent fellow wizards. Even Levi, who typically disliked meddling, felt some anger at this moment. His figure flickered, appearing behind the blue-robed wizard. With a casual slap, a giant golden palm collided with a hand that emitted dark demonic aura. Victor took advantage of the blue-robed wizard's injuries, who was unable to divide his attention, to launch a sneak attack. Boom! Levi's body slightly stepped back, while Victor was sent flying backward, stabilizing midair. He looked incredulously at his shattered demon claw, and after restoring it with demonic aura, he uttered in slight shock. Not a bad body tempering technique, who are you? Number 23 appeared behind Victor, saying. Victor, this person is the body-refining wizard from last time who foiled my assassination attempt. He can shatter a standard secret sword with his bare hands. Don't underestimate him, let's join forces to kill him. Victor said. So it is, a body-tempering genius of this caliber. He will indeed be our organization's great future enemy. Leaving him here today would also be a great achievement. Elsewhere, Stone Dragon Wizard's innate spell formed a massive stone dragon statue. The giant dragon spewed flames, shattering the earth, slaughtering those fifth circle wizards. Faced with sixth circle powers, the fifth circle wizards could not muster any resistance and scattered like birds, flying towards the exit. At that moment, they realized that the exit to the secret realm was sealed. Damn it, the enemy came prepared, planning to trap us all here in the secret realm. Don't panic, the secret realm is a secondary plane of the Nora plane. We'll immediately communicate with the Soren Holy Tower to have the officials deploy rescue. As they were all fifth circle wizards, they were mentally resilient. Soon, these people, eager to survive, started searching desperately for ways out. They just needed to hold on a bit longer until the enforcers from the Soren Holy Tower arrived who could forcibly enter the secret realm. The blue-robed wizard, grateful to Levi for the rescue, said, "Thank you, sir. I am a wizard from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Let's combine our strength to break out from here. Once back at the organization, I will certainly reward you generously." Levi nodded. There were too many enemies on the scene. Saving the blue robe was also to gain an ally. Alone, facing 4 ordinary sixth circle wizards was too challenging. They were not cave wizards. Victor, as a demon with a tough body, had rampant demonic aura swirling around his entire body. Crow feathers emerged from the void, shooting towards Levi. Number 23, from afar, uttered incantations, as the power of the metal element in the surroundings gathered above his head, transforming into countless sharp swords hanging in the sky. Boom! The crow feathers and the swords, forming 2 massive streams of black and gold, tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Levi's water elemental power condensed, forming a turtle shell barrier. The intense attacks pattered like rain, quickly shattering the shell. But Levi had already traveled through the void and left. Victor said, "Don't let him escape." Number 23 said, "Now that the secret realm is sealed, he can't escape anytime soon." The Stone Dragon Wizard was currently wreaking havoc, many fifth circle wizards had already fallen. However, some fifth circles had spell scrolls, caught off guard, he too suffered significant injuries. In the void, Levi's figure reappeared, his palm entwined with crimson flames. He gathered his strength and threw a punch towards the Stone Dragon Wizard. The Stone Dragon statue beside the Stone Dragon Wizard blocked in front. Boom! Levi's fist wind shattered the statue into fragments, turning it into ash. He passed through the explosion's shockwaves, and the Crimson Dragon Slash emerged. With a spinning motion, his sword chi swung. Chapter 1685. Frost Sword Realm. Ice crystal particles burst forth, forming an ice barrier with a diameter of 10 miles. Boom! 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 A behemoth hundreds of meters long, covered in rock-like scales akin to those of a stone lizard, rose up as a primordial soul wizard avatar. Primordial soul wizard avatar Grey Rock Dragon. The Stone Dragon Wizard concealed within the avatar had a brick-shaped object floating in front of his chest, immensely heavy, akin to a mountain. Soul Artifact Star Sinking Brick. The Great Lizard swung its tail, slapping the star-sinking brick forward. The Stone Dragon Wizard chanted continuously, the brick growing larger until it seemed to form a small hillock. Boom! The Frost Sword Realm shattered, and the Great Lizard burst forth, the brick aimed squarely at Levi. Victor's figure also charged back into the fray. Seeing this, Levi exhaled, his primordial spirit projection emerging. The Thunder Emperor held the Crimson Dragon Slash, appearing from thin air. While drawing circles with both hands, the Chaos Shield orbited around him, dazzling Chaos Sword energy slashed forth, battling Victor fiercely. The Stone Dragon Wizard's expression subtly changed. "Are you the Golden Dominator?" A long time ago, within the School of Death, there was a renowned power who eventually disappeared without a trace. His wizard form and the man before him were identical. Victor, wielding the crow feather greatsword, clashed with the Emperor, the demonic aura and thunder mutually annihilating each other. Levi seized this opportunity, his fists pounding with energy as the Red Emperor domain exploded forth. Not only that, but on his arms, golden runes like those of a giant elephant also appeared. Boom! Immense strength burst out, Levi's flame fist colliding with the brick wizard tool. Crack! Crack! The wizard tool was directly sent flying, its surface even showing fissures. The Stone Dragon Wizard's strength was mediocre at best, and naturally, his soul artifact wasn't much either. Levi swung a blazing fist wind, clashing with his wizard form. The pinnacle of force required only the most unadorned attacks. The wizard form was sent flying, scorched by the flames, causing the stone dragon wizard excruciating pain. A thought summoned the earth elemental power into countless stone statues. Hundreds of these surrounded Levi, but were worn away as they entered the whirling red emperor domain. Levi stretched out his palm, golden gravity like spider webs of lightning, shooting out instantly. The stone dragon wizard avatar was pulled in. Levi's elemental magnetic field deployed. The magnetic field reversed. Under the dual effect, the stone dragon wizard, just as he tried to use void travel to escape, was harshly slammed to the ground instead. With a wave of his hand, meteors fell from the sky, striking from every direction without a blind spot. Stepping through space, Levi appeared before the stone dragon wizard, and another frost sword realm was cast, confining him. The stone dragon wizard's face bore an expression of despair. "Victor, save me. Elsewhere." Victor was locked in fierce combat with the Emperor's essence, leaving no room to attend to the stone dragon wizard. Boom! 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 Levi's fists smashed through various innate spells thrown at him, the explosive shockwave completely blocked by his golden rock armor. The stone dragon wizard hit him with the brick, but Levi responded with a ferocious punch. His fist went straight through the brick, landing a direct hit on the stone dragon wizard's body. Like a kite with a snapped string, his energy suddenly wilted, his internal organs and bones shattered violently. Seeing Levi press his advantage for another assault, he threw the brick and detonated it. His spiritual force, already grievously damaged, now suffered severe injuries due to the self-destruct of his soul artifact. The explosion from the soul artifact sent Levi reeling back. Victor, seeing the stone dragon wizard self-destruct, was profoundly shocked. How can someone with the aura of an early stage level 6 have such terrifying strength? From Levi's first move until now, despite their numbers, they hadn't just failed to capture him, but their ranks had been thrown into complete chaos. The stone dragon wizard had a chance to flee into the void only because he risked the explosion of his soul artifact. But before he could even relish his narrow escape, he found that accompanying him through the void was a strand of silk seemingly capable of infinite extension. The silk struck, sticking to the back of the stone dragon wizard and wrapping around him in circles. Had the stone dragon wizard been in his prime, he might have been able to resist. But now, weakened by the soul artifact's self-destruction and his spiritual force flagging, he was as good as dead. On the other end of the void, Leon flicked his fingers, and the silk dragged the stone dragon wizard over. Only then did the wizard see his captor, a tentacle creature barely a foot tall. "Damn, what the hell is this thing, a fairy?" The little creature's fingers danced, wrapping the stone dragon wizard into a large dumpling with the silk. He bit through the wizard's defensive field with a mouthful of venomous fangs, injecting venom. The already dying stone dragon wizard wilted in an instant, ceasing all resistance. Leon sucked in air with a slurp, swallowing the massive dumpling into his Chien-kun belly. This was a new ability after reaching level 6. From now on, cleaning up the spoils of war would be Leon's job. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and returned to the secret realm. Taking advantage of the chaos, he moved stealthily through the battlefield like a little mouse, sneakily using his silk to steal the spoils from the fallen wizards. On another front, having effortlessly resolved the issue with the stone dragon wizard, and after confirming with Leon that they had secured the power god fruit, Levi momentarily left Victor alone, his form flickering as he flew toward number 23. On the battlefield, the blue-robed wizard was battling a six-headed snake monster. The grey-robed wizard had already shown his true form, wrapped in a demonic aura. 6 snakeheads spit out black flame, turning the surroundings murky and intensely hot. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The blue-robed wizard's head shattered through his defensive field in an instant. The next moment, a blood fog exploded. A tiny primordial spirit grabbed some objects and stepped into the void, but was caught by a large demon flame hand. The 6-headed wizard laughed savagely, and the burning black flame completely eradicated the blue-robed wizard's primordial spirit. A tracking mark flew out from the blue-robed wizard, but it was blocked by the grey light surrounding the 6-headed wizard. Chapter 1686. It was quite clear that the mysterious organization had powerful counter-tracking measures. The 6-headed wizard picked up the spoils of the blue-robed wizard and laughed. "Only the white-robed wizard is left, number 23, let's go finish him off." Boom! In the void, A figure enveloped in raging flames descended from the sky and crashed to the ground. It was Levi arriving at the battlefield. He looked at the dissipating traces of the mark of truth and sighed to himself. I'm late. Well, 3-6 circles, I should be able to handle them. Hearing Levi's arrogant words, the somewhat irrational six-headed snake roared. I was just about to go find you, die for me. 6 serpent heads, each a kilometer long, all struck at Levi. Levi flickered in shape but found that these serpent heads could lock onto his position as if guided. There was no escaping the assault from all directions. With golden light protecting his body, he charged straight at the 6-headed wizard. All 6 serpent heads attacked Levi. Levi burst forth with tremendous force, roaring like a lion, dispersing the clouds between heaven and earth. Boom! His golden mane was sleek and fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Levi's robust figure transformed into a golden, radiant lion man. He knew. The 7th level of the Lion King battle technique, which had troubled him for years, had finally been broken through. He had realized the strongest move of this combat technique, the Lion King battle technique. His lion's claw, enhanced by the immense strength of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, struck out. The 6 serpent heads exploded instantaneously. Levi charged wildly, knocking down the 6-headed wizard. He clamped his hands on the wizard's shoulder blades and crushed them with a fierce squeeze. The 6-circle refining body wizard's shoulders exploded into a blood fog, and bones shot out. Boom! Levi pinned him to the ground. Their bodies scraped across the field, plowing a 10-kilometer-long trench in the earth. Not until they slammed into a mountain did they stop. Levi looked at the bloodied body-refining wizard, his powerful fist crushing his skull. He spat out the Crimson Emperor Dragon flames from his mouth, turning the man's primordial soul into nothingness, annihilating his existence. Levi noticed that this man's primordial soul lacked the protection of the Divine Ring Tower. It seems that not all primordial souls can create Divine Ring Towers. Or perhaps, this kind of primordial soul isn't ordinary, and is undoubtedly related to that forbidden technique. Leon appeared out of the void, his belly bulging with spoils of war, happily collecting another level 6 upper-level soul. He, time for another feast. With the increase in his strength, Leon's appetite had also grown from before. A 5th circle soul could no longer satisfy him. Bang! With the secret sword piercing through Levi's protective golden light once again and embedding into his body, Levi finally looked annoyed towards the distance. Just now, when he was dealing with the body-refining wizard, the old man had kept harassing him with the secret sword, truly irritating. His body healed, the bones trapping the secret sword within. The corrosive power on the secret sword had its effect, but it was nothing serious. He stuffed a purification elixir into the wound and smashed the bottle to eradicate the corrosion. Also, the quivering, but trapped, secret sword was pulled out by him. Levi smiled. Another one of these inferior secret swords. Golden light flourished as veins popped out on his arm. Crack! The white bone secret sword shattered once again. A repeat performance. Number 23 looked aghast. Didn't the organization say that the quality of the secret swords was much improved this time? How come it still got crushed so easily? In fact, the quality of the secret swords had improved. But now, with Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon at level 6, his strength had increased by far too much compared to before. So, the end result was still it getting crushed. Levi's palm shot out the golden ray, filling the skyline with a myriad of golden lights. Number 23 lost all his fight, his figure retreating explosively, tearing through the void, attempting to escape. However, Leon had already encircled him, suddenly revealing an enormous spider web that covered the sky. Like a headless fly, number 23 crashed right into the spider web. His innate spell casting made the spider web tremor. Leon puffed his cheeks, continuously producing more spider web. Damn it! Victor, save me! Number 23 could only hope for a teammate to save him. Elsewhere, Victor was also in trouble, unable to save himself. Apart from the Emperor's essence, a plethora of 5th circle wizards harassed him, fighting desperately. Seeing this, his expression turned fierce, black crow feathers bursting out as his entire body violently exploded. The powerful Lord-tier demon body exploded, sweeping demonic aura everywhere. Countless 5th circle wizards perished among them. Even the Emperor's essence shattered and, having run out of energy, finally dispersed into nothingness. In the sky, a terrifying black vortex appeared, sucking away Victor's demon soul. Damn, I just got this level 6 demon body, and now it's gone. Seeing Victor escape, Levi's expression became grave. This black vortex gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Victor must have used a powerful life-saving trump card. Under these circumstances, even if he were to release Mana and the others, it wouldn't help, and he might even expose his identity. Therefore, he did not act rashly. Within the spiderweb, number 23 was now just an empty shell, his soul already peeled away by Levi. Of the 4 enemies, Levi alone had defeated 3. He looked at those survivors with vacant expressions. The crowd said, "Thank you, Senior, for lending a hand." Levi responded, "You're welcome, just wait for the official rescue." After cleaning up the battlefield, Levi's figure disappeared, in a desolate place, and he violently exploded. Outside the secret realm. Deep underground. Chapter 1687. In the Death Ember Divine Palace, Levi's figure emerged. He mounted the horse carriage that had been waiting for a long time, shattered the void, and left this place. Inside the secret realm, the survivors felt shocked as they sensed all their enemies had been wiped out. Just now, that one, with his own power, forced back the Demon Lord and killed 3 Sixth Circle wizards. It's terrifying. He seems to be the Golden Dominator, who was quite famous for a while and then fell silent. Indeed, the Golden Dominator is also a body-refining wizard, so he came to participate in this auction. So strong, also a 6th Circle body refiner, but the other one is negligible in front of him. No one knew how much time had passed. 3 primordial soul wizards wearing earthy yellow wizard robes arrived at this place. One of them had a powerful aura, and was already at the pinnacle of the 6th Circle. They were all enforcement officers from the Sorin Holy Tower. This 6th Circle perfectionist, called Laplace, was a genius of the Earth school of thought. He had cultivated for no more than 1,000 years. This upright and strict enforcer was also seen as a rising star across the Midland continent. The demonic aura lingered, refusing to disperse. Laplace asked, "Inform me of everything you know about the situation." In front of the imposing 6th Circle perfectionist, the survivors provided truthful testimony. In the end, Laplace appeared contemplative. Who is this Golden Dominator, such a sacred figure? Several days later, the troubled secret realm was completely sealed off, and all the survivors went to be investigated. The Sorin Holy Tower publicly extended an invitation to the mysterious and unpredictable Golden Dominator. Afterward, rumors spread. A member of a mysterious organization had lured many body-refining wizards with the power god fruit, then committed murder. A 6th Circle wizard from the Ocean Abyss Alliance perished on the spot. The Demon Lord's demon soul among the members of the mysterious organization escaped to the Midland continent and its whereabouts were unknown. The other 3 died at the hands of the Golden Dominator. Suddenly, the mysterious body-refining wizard who had once made a fleeting appearance in the realm of death once again dazzled the Midland continent with a spectacular appearance. Month of Harvest. Endless Sea. As per tradition, Levi, having been on a rampage across Midland, disguised himself and came to this place to prevent being tracked. According to the information gathered by Gonduf, the Sorin Holy Tower was already investigating this matter, with the responsible party being none other than Gonduf's friend, Wizard Laplace. The Sorin Holy Tower asked the Golden Dominator to come for investigation, something Levi naturally did not wish to do. All his actions that day had been just, and those survivors could testify on his behalf. No longer dwelling on this matter, Levi calculated that Triss had been in seclusion for 30 years. Having not heard from the lady for a long time, Levi actually felt somewhat unaccustomed. Several days later, Witch's family. Square. Levi's figure emerged. Suddenly, the water elemental power within a 20-mile radius began converging, flowing toward one of the wizard towers. Levi's thoughts stirred, that was Triss's wizard tower. What a coincidence, I've arrived just in time for the lady's breakthrough. A 7th Circle wizard's breakthrough really is no small event. From the 6th Circle to the 7th Circle, there are no catastrophes. Such a commotion comes quickly and goes quickly. Soon enough, a powerful 7th Circle aura swept across Witch's family. A series of powerful presences flew out from their respective wizard towers. One of them, an old witch with an aura as vast as the sky dome, was among them. She was this generation's witch. An 8th Circle cultivation, she was the acknowledged strongest member of Witch's family. A group of primordial soul witches appeared, causing members of Witch's family to stop and watch. The old witch said, Congratulations to Triss on advancing to the 7th circle, a step further on the path of a wizard. Another slim-waisted, curvaceous witch wearing a cat mask also offered her congratulations. Triss, how come you quietly reached the 7th circle, not waiting for everyone? Triss, with a smile on her face, became even more gracefully mature after the breakthrough, sweet as a ripe melon. Thank you, Lady Witch. Selene, it's not that I didn't wait for you, but you have been busy with the work of Star Tower, neglecting your own cultivation. I heard you even damaged a rare treasure recently, how did that turn out? The cat witch waved her hand helplessly and said. Don't mention it, that mirror was clearly damaged due to official duties, but that old man, the Molten Gold Wizard King, took the opportunity to make a fuss, causing the Central Realm to temporarily suspend me. It's better this way, I can focus on cultivation. As the witches chatted, Triss suddenly caught sight of Levi standing in the square. She smiled faintly and said. I've just made a breakthrough and need to consolidate my realm, see you all later. She took a step forward, and ripples spread through the void. The next moment, she appeared before Levi. The two of them, chatting and laughing, headed towards Triss's cabin. The cat witch said. Triss really likes this student, doesn't she? The old witch replied. This person is indeed out of the ordinary, I advise you not to be curious. After speaking, the old witch left with hands behind her back, leaving the cat witch pouting. Am I still a cat if I'm not curious? I don't have any bad intentions, meow. Triss's cabin. Levi looked at Triss, radiant and seemingly rejuvenated, and congratulated her. Congratulations, lady. Triss leaned on the sofa and said wistfully. Is it just verbal congratulations? Levi coughed and said. Well, I will prepare a congratulatory gift when lady holds the 7-circle ceremony. Triss laughed out loud. I'm just teasing you, but if you really do prepare one, I'll accept it without any hesitation. After the primordial soul, every major realm advancement was worthy of a ceremony. Some shameless ones would even use ceremonies to collect gifts for minor realm advancements. By nature, Triss would certainly hold a ceremony. Triss said. You haven't encountered any trouble during my retreat these years, have you? Have you contacted Ms. Lucy? Levi shook his head. No, I haven't dared to disturb Ms. Lucy, after all, my power is insignificant. Triss smiled and said. You lad, still playing coy, your spiritual force fluctuation is almost on par with the primordial soul, when do you plan to break through? Levi said. Not sure yet, I'll break through when the time is right. Triss said. Then you should speed up a bit, the first tide of plane convergence is coming. When it arrives, many planes will become part of Nora. Moreover, the subdimensional spaces will gradually return to Nora, and the boundaries between the human realm and the wizard world will disappear. Are you prepared for this? Levi took a deep breath and said. I am prepared. He had already learned some of this through the Flower Night. The teacher and student talked for a long time. Lady, you should focus on consolidating your realm, I won't disturb you further. Levi took his leave. Triss smiled and said. Go back, your teacher is soon to be a 7-circle wizard, I've got you covered, no problems. Ancient Saint Plain. Emperor's Palace. Leon spat out a lot of storage rings, wizard tools, and such, not yet waiting for Levi to take inventory. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, joyful news came. He entered it. The Black Lotus Beast, Mana, and a host of level 6 experts, along with a group of Dragon Palace members, surrounded the blood-sucking demon dragon's blood pool, all with excited expressions. The Black Lotus Beast said with a laugh. Lord Dragon King, it seems our second brother is about to break through. Above the blood pool, boundless blood clouds gathered, gradually condensing into a slender, tall beast with fierce blood scales on 4 legs. It had antlers, a dragon head, and cow hooves, with an overall shape that had a bit of the flair of a Kylan from ancient times. Levi knew this was the blood-sucking demon dragon's blood tribulation master. Legendary creature Blood Dragon Beast. The blood-sucking demon dragon flew out of the blood pool, dragging a bloody storm, and clashed with the blood dragon beast. Blood clouds surged, blood thunder filled the air as the two giant beasts battled in the sky. After a fierce fight, the blood-sucking demon dragon narrowly overcame the tribulation. Overall, the success rate of sub-dragons in overcoming such disaster was much higher than that of wizards. Only those with innately poor development and weakness would be eliminated. Boom! accompanied by boundless blood clouds engulfing and absorbing like a whale. The power-increased blood-sucking demon dragon stretched out its 300+ meter wings, circling in the sky. The Dragon Palace had gained one more level 6 general. Chapter 1688. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The blood-sucking demon dragon descended from the sky, landing in front of Levi. Thanks to the Dragon King's cultivation, I have successfully reached level 6, keeping pace with eldest brother. Levi said. Your ascension is mainly due to your own efforts, I've merely created some trivial conditions for you. Consolidate your realm in these next 2 years. The blood-sucking demon dragon said. Thank you, Dragon King. After reaching level 6, the blood-sucking demon dragon underwent a qualitative change. It could now release more powerful negative energy Ghost Blood Flash Chain among several other level 6 spell abilities. The Ghost Blood Flash Chain is a high-intensity attack, similar to lightning, which, upon contact, clings like a persistent maggot and is difficult to remove. Moreover, the blood-sucking demon dragon's speed was unmatched. When it flew, it was like a streak of blood-colored lightning. It might not fight as well as the Black Lotus beast, but its ability to stay alive was stronger. Seeing that the Dragon Palace had produced 2 local level 6 creatures, the rest of the Dragon clan was incredibly envious. Especially the Faceless Infant Dragon and the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, both at the late stage level 5 realm, but still some distance away from the peak of level 5, it would likely take them several hundred years of cultivation to reach level 6. The other sub-dragons were even further behind, but since they lived much longer lives, they weren't worried about advancing, it was just a matter of time. Several days later, Levi finished tallying the spoils of war from the Midland continent, and it was a bountiful haul. Firstly, there was the Power God Fruit. This was the most suitable holy fruit for body-refining wizards to consume, intended for Gandalf. Levi's own ascension to a superior primordial soul was almost a sure thing. His medicines were the best, and after Triss's modifications, the success rate was as high as 25%. Before advancing to the 5th circle, by increasing the upper limit of his spiritual force, he had added another 7% to his success rate. Furthermore, he learned from Flower Knight that achieving perfection in 9 talents could increase the success rate of ascending to a primordial soul by 12%. With these 3 factors combined, the increase in his primordial soul success rate reached 44%. His elemental affinity talents had accumulated a pile of special effects, plus the improvements brought by level 6 breathing techniques like those of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He could say that he was no less than the children of the elements in terms of each elemental affinity. All these guaranteed a high success rate. What was most important was that he had shattered the internal force crystals and achieved a superior primordial soul. During this process, he continually condensed the maximum of his soul, creating a foundation that was exceptionally solid. Considering all these factors together, he felt he had a 99% chance of successfully achieving a primordial soul. By comparison, Gandalf was somewhat lacking. With the help of this fruit, the chances of achieving a primordial soul through body refinement were even greater. Unlike the Holy Infant, Gandalf couldn't just be reborn after death. Creating a new duplicate would take time and energy to prepare, so it was best to succeed on the first try. Aside from the Power God Fruit, there were over 400 million ether stones. Levi went numb as he finished the tally. He had never acquired so many ether stones in one go before. In fact, more than half of these 400 million ether stones came from that body-refining wizard of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. The other level 6 and level 5 wizards together didn't even make up 200 million. The friend from the Ocean Abyss Alliance had also truly suffered a misfortune, falling into the trap of the mysterious organization. It was indeed difficult to defend against the mysterious organization because one never knew who had secretly joined them. With that, Levi's reserves of ether stones had reached 9 small goals. Other gains included some materials, knowledge, and other things that need not be mentioned. In the realm of 6th ring magical artifacts, the self-destruction of the Stone Dragon Wizard's soul artifact, because it involved a level 10 existence from the mysterious organization, Levi didn't dare to collect the fragments, fearing tracking by a powerful entity with unfathomable means. Number 23's standard soul artifact was once again crushed into powder by Levi. Victor managed to escape successfully, so only the blue-robed wizard had a 6th ring soul artifact. This artifact was a seemingly fine blue treasure armor called the Sea King armor. Since Levi's own physical defense was already at its peak, he planned to, once the Holy Infant reached level 6, combine Gandalf's purple scale armor and Sea King armor with level 6 purple crystals and re-refine them. Then he would bestow them upon Gandalf for self-defense. With a mission at hand, it was relatively easy to make enemies, so it was critical to maximize his ability to save his own life. 1 month later, Gandalf took away the power god fruit, returning to consume and refine it. The terror attack that occurred in the Midland continent once again thrust the mysterious organization into the limelight. Midland Continent. Hydra Organization Stronghold. A peak rank 5 black-robed wizard had just completed his cultivation. With the death of the six-headed snake, he was currently the strongest member of the organization. Suddenly, a demon soul flew in from beyond the skies, entering his mind. After a brief struggle, the black-robed wizard opened his black eyes and muttered to himself. Lucky there's an existing demon body for me to possess. This person was Victor, who had successfully escaped. That white-robe wizard named the Golden Dominator, who in the heavens is he? He was merely at the early stage of level 6, yet he possessed the power to crush people like us, and if not for the card given by the emissary, my mission this time would have likely resulted in more harm than good. In this period, the terror attacks by the mysterious organization had given the Golden Dominator a certain notoriety in the Midland continent. Such a powerful refining wizard emerged mysteriously without anyone knowing his real identity. Rumor had it. The Golden Dominator was the proud student of some grand wizard. His emergence must have also been to meet the era of the Great Plane Convergence. In recent years, many dazzling figures have emerged, each taking their turn on the stage. Chapter 1689. Victor chanted the incantation. The shadow of the snake envoy appeared as he coldly said. I've learned that you all have failed again, and I am truly disappointed. Victor hastily responded. Lord Emissary, this is not our fault. The Golden Dominator is an unimaginably unpredictable variable. The wizard world hasn't seen such a powerful body-refining wizard in a long time. Body-refining wizards were already rare, and those with primordial souls even rarer, generally possessing weaker strength. The likelihood of encountering a strongman like the Golden Dominator was virtually zero. They clearly held the numerical advantage, and their lineup was more rational. Under normal circumstances, this plan should have certainly succeeded. Victor lamented why he was so unlucky, always encountering such troublesome figures. The issue with Gandalf wasn't resolved yet, and now a Golden Dominator had emerged. The Snake Envoy said. I've run out of patience. You failures have botched things too many times. The task of assassinating wizard prodigies was my oversight for entrusting it to you. You just focus on cultivating the Hydra organization, and leave the rest alone. As for the task of assassinating Master Fire Dragon and the others will handle it. Victor felt a sense of relief internally and secretly rejoiced. I understand. The wizard world was too terrifying. Victor now just wanted to return to the Abyss world and resume his role as a demon lord, and never come back. Land of Darkness. In a plain filled with death aura, a man covered in snakes bore a gloomy expression. He was the Snake Envoy. The Komodo Snake. His real name was Hadragandu. He was a level 7 alien race strongman, following the path of a plane sovereign, currently at the early stage of level 7. His gaze pierced through the plane crystal wall, roaming the darkness. In the distance, a faint white light shone brightly like the sun, surrounded by a halo of sparkling lights. That was the center of the Sauron Plain, the wizard ancestral land. Nora, like an ever-expanding planet, was surrounded by many large and small planes attracted by its traction. The Snake Envoy muttered. Komodo Plain, my homeland, is about to die. I don't want to die, I've only lived 10,000 years. It's all because of this damned plane convergence. As the grand convergence of the planes deepened, Nora's gravitational pull would increase. Sooner or later, the Komodo Plain would be absorbed into it, becoming a part of it. And for a plane sovereign like him, there was only one outcome. Death with the plane. This was just the beginning. With the growth of wizard civilization, Nora had become stronger than ever before. According to the predictions of important figures within the organization. In the next 10,000 years, most small and medium planes and some of the large planes within the entire Sauron Plain would be absorbed by Nora, becoming part of it. This was the trend of fate, unstoppable. Nora, being the top-level large plane and sheltered by Sauron, the first strongman of the Pan Plane. Even level 10 strongmen within the organization couldn't alter this situation. Hence, in the next 10,000 years, countless planes would vanish as a result, serving as stepping stones for Nora's ascension. This move was extremely favorable for the wizard civilization. But for a plane sovereign like him, if he didn't find a way to save himself, there was only one fate: death. To resist this tide, the insightful ancient beings of the Panplane had early established the Council of 10,000 Clans, a powerful organization that came into being. The Council of 10,000 Clans was primarily made up of plain sovereigns, who united numerous civilizations that had been invaded, exploited, and colonized by wizard civilization, as well as some wizards. And the benefits promised to these wizards were to use resources for their ascension or to transform into plain sovereigns. The Stone Dragon Wizard was attracted in this manner. These wizards did not yet know that becoming a plain sovereign now was akin to Levi's past life joining the military. The Snake Envoy withdrew his gaze. A projection of a woman with an indistinct face appeared. Merely a projection, yet it instinctively made his heart tremble. This person was the level 9 hidden one he served, also the creator of the modified 9-headed prison snake body tempering technique. The true 9-headed prison snake body tempering technique, known as one of the ancient 4-body refining techniques, had long been lost. The real name of this being was unknown to anyone. Other senior members of the organization simply called her the Snake Mother. Lord Snake Mother, the woman asked. How is the work progressing? The Snake Envoy said. Not bad, just encountering some minor obstacles, but do not worry, I will certainly resolve them perfectly. The Snake Mother said. What obstacles? The Snake Envoy slightly embellished and tremulously reported his work to the higher authority. The Snake Mother fell silent for a moment, then said. If that's the case, then we can wait for now. The wizard world is not chaotic enough at the moment, our actions are limited everywhere. It won't be long before the subdimensional portal returns to Nora, then there should be a small chaos. The optimal time for us to muddy the waters is when the blood battle begins and the wizard world is in great turmoil. The Snake Envoy said. That's exactly what I was thinking. The Snake Mother said. Those prodigies, being able to kill some of them is enough, this would lighten our burden considerably later on. Realm of Death. Demon Ghost Tower. The Demon Ghost Tower Master saw the news from the Midland continent and his eyes narrowed. What? The Golden Dominator single-handedly slew 3 Sixth Circle wizards and repelled a demon lord? That's impossible, isn't he just an ordinary 6th Circle? The Demon Ghost Tower Master was full of questions. Even a 6th ring senior like himself couldn't achieve such feats. With all his cards on the table, he might manage to kill 2 ordinary 6th Circle wizards, but compared to the Golden Dominator, he was far behind. Chapter 1690. He pondered for a moment and muttered. Blood Demon, it's not that I don't want to avenge you, but our enemy is just too powerful. I can't just recklessly give my life for someone who has already died. You were always too domineering in your actions, and I warned you. Sigh, may you have a better life in your next life. 2 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1345, Month of Vitality. Endless Sea. Witch's Family. This matriarchal kingdom was unusually welcoming a number of male wizards dressed in formal attire, looking sharp and energetic. They proudly exhibited their masculinity, hoping to catch the attention of the high-quality witches here. This day marked the 7-circle ceremony of the medicine witch, Triss. Now Triss's realm had stabilized, successfully joining the ranks of the 7-circle wizards. In the entirety of the Endless Sea, she was truly a person of eminence. In the Star Sea region, numerous top-level and high-level wizard organizations as well as respected independent practitioners gathered here to attend the ceremony. Triss sat in the host's seat, happily greeting these guests. Elena, acting as the master of ceremonies, was delighted to collect the gifts. Levi and Anya sat together, watching the ceremony performances. Anya sighed. Sigh, the gap between me and my mother is getting wider and wider. Levi said. You're still young, what's the rush? Anya said. Not that young. We're about the same age, and you're already at 5th Circle perfection, while I am still just a 5th Circle senior. Levi, does hard work really pay off? Levi felt helpless inside. Are you making comparisons with me, kid? If I can't surpass you even with my advantages as a transmigrator, wouldn't that be a loss of face for me? He patted Anya on the shoulder and said earnestly. Don't compare yourself with others, compare with yourself, surpassing yourself is the real victory, right, Lady Sella? The Phantom Witch beside them smiled and said. Yes, even though I am a water element child, I am still just at senior cultivation. Anya was always too hard on himself, living a tired life. Triss was reassured to see Levi and Anya having a good conversation. Anya making a friend like Levi is worth all my effort. Garcia and Jacob from Starfire Wizard Academy, along with Levi's good friends like the Rose Witch, Newt and Xavier, came to give their well wishes. When a group of acquaintances met, naturally, there was a round of drinking and chatting. During the festivity, Levi went to the gift-giving area. The Flower Knight asked with a smile. "What gift have you prepared?" Levi took out a storage bag and handed it to the Flower Knight, containing a bag of saint fruit. The Flower Knight asked, puzzled. "What's this?" Levi said. "Just give it to Madame Triss, she will definitely like it." The Flower Knight licked his lips and said. "It smells sweet and sour, can I try one?" Levi said. "Eating it directly is okay, though it won't have any effect." The Flower Knight picked up a crystal clear saint fruit and popped it into her mouth, bursting with flavor. "Tastes pretty good. All right, I'll keep this low profile and just give it to Triss. This must be an incredible medicinal ingredient. I guess that's the kind of gift you pharmacists would give each other." After the ceremony ended, Levi and the Flower Knight left together, returning to the ancient Saint Plain. Now, with everything in place and nothing lacking, the only thing left was the polishing of time. Next, he planned to enter seclusion until the sky grew dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. Inside a cottage, Triss was happily counting the gifts from the guests. "Great, the gifts I previously gave out have earned me profit." Suddenly, she noticed the bag from Levi. She opened it and found it was filled with plump red fruits. Beneath, there was also a potion formula and a letter from Levi. "Saint fruit, can be used to refine purification elixir, it has infinitely marvelous uses. I gift this to my teacher and hope you will keep it secret. Furthermore, the fruit can be eaten directly, sweet and sour to the taste." Triss picked up a fruit and bit into it. "Ouch, it's a bit sour, but indeed not bad." It seems Levi's pharmacist studies haven't been neglected, he has even managed to research such a medicine. As a pharmacist, Triss knew the high value of the saint fruit, something that simply couldn't be measured by ether stones. "This shows how important I am in his heart, as his teacher." In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi meditated with closed eyes. Little Leon was beside him, continually organizing the lost disc. His current task was to sort out all the memory fragments into discs for Levi. It was no small job. But whenever he thought about how he had lazed around for hundreds of years, Leon felt the work wasn't too much. His master said that the phoenix of the past worked much harder than him. That was the role model he should learn from. Levi looked within. Within the iridescent crystals, the soul at its maximum had reached 69 strands. It hasn't been easy, only 12 more to go. Levi knew that, according to past patterns, after the 70th strand, the degree of difficulty in concentrating them would undoubtedly increase. Yet, he was at ease. Days later, Levi's expression brightened. Gondif has refined the power god fruit. On the Midland continent, in a volcanic land spewing black smoke, beside the magma, Gondif sat cross-legged. He spent years secluding and practicing body tempering techniques in various harsh environments. Extreme cold, intense heat, deep seas, thunder, all were included. His white hair floated, and his bronze-colored body stood tall and strong. His aura had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. The power god fruit is truly a good thing. I can feel that my cultivation speed in body refinement techniques has increased a bit. Moreover, my ancient god body has become even stronger. Even against a 5th circle perfection wizard, or even a top-grade wizard tool, I could smash it with a single punch. Chapter 1691. As the mysterious organization grew increasingly brazen, Gondif knew he needed to reach the 6th circle as soon as possible to protect himself. Once he accomplished that, the work he had put on hold could be resumed. After all, the cost of trying to kill a top-level genius 6th circle wizard was not small. By that time, the situation would have solidified. If the mysterious organization wanted to make a move, they might only be able to enlist the presence of level 7 or higher. Such existences were likely not numerous, and they would not easily expose their identities in the wizard world. Gondif plunged directly into the terrifying magma underground fire. This was level 5's land of underground fire, where the defensive fields of 5th circle wizards could not endure for long. However, he bathed in it as if it were nothing, swimming through it and practicing his combat techniques. To avoid wasting the flash greatsword, a rare treasure among swords, Levi taught Gandalf cold ice breath and some barbarian king battle skills to see if he could learn anything useful. Generally speaking, body refining wizards usually fight using body refinement techniques and seldom use combat techniques. But Levi had also witnessed a body refining wizard who had honed his combat techniques to perfection, the black armored swordsman he met on his journey to Hell. Half a year later. Ancient Saint Plain. The familiar overseas lonely island. Levi was in solitary retreat on this island. The winds changed suddenly, and torrents of blood clouds attacked from all directions, faintly revealing a blood river spanning the sky. Within the blood river, a mist-like creature fluctuated unpredictably, taking on the form of grotesque giant beasts. It was the right choice to fuse away the blood beast. Following this path of the blood beast, one cannot escape the entanglement of the blood river will. Since that's the case, I might as well take this opportunity to completely resolve this hidden concern. The scarlet cloak fluttered loudly. He ripped off the cloak to transform into a streamer, and condensed it into a blood-colored whip. Blood Tribulation Master Blood Beast. Levi swung the streamer, stirring the ocean and raising towering waves, rising against the trend and colliding with the blood river in the sky. At the same time, his figure, like a cannonball, shot directly above the head of the blood beast. Boom! 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 Following the fierce punches, it didn't take long for the blood beast to be shattered by Levi, dissipating into nothingness. But the blood river still existed. Levi's gaze turned fierce as he formed the scarlet dragon bloodline Dharma idol. A ferocious blood-colored dragon roared as it plunged into the blood river, stirring it into chaos and tearing it apart. With the cloak as his weapon, he tore apart the void with overwhelming strength, scattering the blood river. The subsequent appearance of the jade dragon was brief. Shortly after it emerged, Levi tore it apart with his bare hands. They came in haste and left just as quickly, serving merely as a walk-on part. The dark tribulation was also easily overcome, presenting no difficulty at all. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th Tier, 1/50000000, Special Effect, Red Dragon Body Legendary. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Scarlet Ruler, Blood Source Armor, Crimson Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Scarlet Shadow, Level 6. Red Dragon Body Legendary. 1. You possess the super speed of a Scarlet Dragon. 2. You possess excellent dark energy, poison, blood, talents. 3. Your Scarlet Contract has been upgraded to Crimson Enslavement, currently allowing enslavement of up to 8, each level increase grants +2 to the number of enslavements. 4. You have mastered multiple spell-like abilities such as Crimson Rot, Scarlet Escape, Red Boil, Crimson Parasite, Crimson Split. 5. You have comprehended the 5 km diameter Scarlet Blood Prison, in which anyone killed within will be transformed into energy that heals your wounds and restores your state. 6. You can briefly transform into a Scarlet Dragon. Clearly. The Scarlet Dragon, similar to the Sky Dragon, was still of the legendary dragon race, not stepping into the mythical realm. Yet the abilities of the Scarlet Dragon brought many surprises to Levi. The number of contracts suddenly increased by 2, with every advancement adding an additional 2. Crimson Enslavement sounded even more overbearing than Scarlet Contract. Red Boil and Scarlet Escape are inheritances or optimizations of the previous special effects of the Scarlet Dragon. And Crimson Split was a means of escaping as a blood-flying dragon. As Levi's Inferno Dragon breathing technique evolved, this technique became less used. But having one more life-saving technique was always a good thing. Crimson Rot. You can spread the poison of the Crimson Rot using the power of the Scarlet Dragon, causing the victim's body and spirit to inevitably rot. In a state of rot, the enemy's combat strength will rapidly decline and, if not cleansed in time, they may even fall in realm. Crimson Parasite. You can split a part of the Scarlet Dragon seed to lurk inside the target. Once the parasitism begins, the power of the Scarlet Dragon permeates and rapidly transforms the target into your parasitic host, driven by your will. You can carry out remote attacks through the host, and the level of your power deployed depends on the strength of the host. Please note that once parasitism begins, the host's lifespan is only 1 week, after which it will automatically dissolve into a pool of blood. Current number of parasites, 1. The last one, Scarlet Blood Prison, was a large-scale blood-sucking skill. To a certain extent, it could improve Levi's endurance and physique. Among these skills, the most inconceivable to Levi was Crimson Parasite. It was simply a divine assassination skill, unpredictable. With his current realm, if he parasitized a rank 5 existence, he could only use half his strength, but if he could parasitize a level 6, it would be his full strength. But half of Levi's strength was enough to seriously injure or even instantly kill an unprepared 6th Circle wizard in a sneak attack. Chapter 1692. At this point, Levi was only left with the Nightmare Dragon and the Death Ember Dragon not yet at level 6. These two were slower to advance, and he hadn't yet found the appropriate advancement materials, so he wasn't in a hurry. Generally speaking, aside from the Brilliant Golden Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the other breathing techniques were auxiliary in nature and didn't require as high a level. Levi's focus was still on condensing his soul to the maximum. Time flowed like water, ceaselessly passing day and night. 10 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1355. Month of Northern Wind. In those 10 years, apart from regularly hosting the round table meetings, Levi hadn't stepped out of the ancient Banyan fairyland even once. His soul had now reached 72 paths, just 9 paths short of the maximum. The speed of condensation could barely maintain the standard of 1 path every 3 years. From the current perspective, he was still about 30 to 40 years away from his goal. By that time, he would be nearly 400 years old. As for his 2 duplications, the Holy Infant had condensed 36 paths and Gandalf 30 paths. From the current progress, it was highly probable that the Holy Infant would advance to Primordial Soul before him. With the Holy Infant's 9 talents standard, coupled with shattering internal energy crystals and the heart-stealing demon potion, Levi estimated its success rate to be over 90%. Naturally, it couldn't compare to his own capabilities, but it was far superior compared to other wizards. Gandalf was a body-refining wizard, without the concept of 9 talents, but his natural aptitude for body refining was exceptionally good, and his cultivation directly aimed at the 9th circle body tempering technique. Similarly, using the shattering of internal energy crystals, along with the aid of the power god fruit, the success rate was also above 90%. Overall, unless exceedingly unlucky, both duplications should be able to successfully advance. As Levi's duplications, they shouldn't be that unfortunate. After 10 years of relentless cultivation, Levi's spiritual force had reached 1940 points. Of course, over these 10 years, Levi wasn't the only one who grew. Organizations across the ancient Saint Plain had all seen considerable development. The Panda clan had fully integrated there, blending in with everyone. The path of the energy sect was also beginning to rise from decline. The ancient Banyan fairyland was thriving. At Flaming Mountain, the iron tree had grown another 10 feet, now standing 50 feet tall. The fire dragon fruits were growing robustly. Inside the ashen dragon egg, there was a vibrant life force, and the ash dragon was about to be reborn. In the Golden Light Cave, the Oddity Knight's sword had been nurtured, although Levi had not yet refined it. Refining it now would not increase the upper limit of his spiritual force, which seemed a waste. After taking it out, he added new incomplete oddities. His goal this time was to nurture the ultimate King's Sword. Once the King's Sword was fully refined, he could start mass production of the Sword of Dust People. At that time, he aimed to enable each organization member to refine an oddity. Of course, this would inevitably require a long time and substantial support from the Golden Absolutes race. At Thunderclap Mountain, the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon was self-disciplining daily to sprint to the peak of level 5. Sarit also began his own lengthy retreat. His goal was the Primordial Soul. His student, the Thunder Wizard Sta, had already become a 2nd Circle Wizard. Now that he was accomplished, he joined the Tower of Dawn. Elsewhere, the Death Soul Date Tree, Dragon Cloth Giant Tree, and 7-Day Soul Revival Grass and other rare plants were also flourishing. The 9-leaf Blood Datura had blossomed, attracting all the transcendent creatures within the fairyland. Levi picked the flowers and stored them for later use in hunting black beasts. In the mortal world, there was endless turmoil and incessant wars. According to intelligence from the Knights, there had already been a church that had withdrawn from the historical stage, that was the Church of Eternity of the Molten Kingdom. 3 years ago, under the dual pressures of the Plague Empire and Black Dragon Empire, the Molten Kingdom completely fell. The Church's sacred land was directly trampled, saints fell, and many sealing sacred objects turned into light and disappeared into the sky. Clearly, the heavenly eternal fire from the star realm had given up this land of faith, reclaimed the sealing sacred objects back to the star realm, and ceased its desperate struggle. Since antiquity, the scheme of 7 orthodox divine personas had existed for countless years. They had survived numerous changes and even wars like Sauron's and those of the Orthodox gods. Now, this pattern was officially broken. The other 6 churches also seemed to be wavering. Churches such as the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Dragon God also showed signs of withdrawal. The gods were also considering whether to further engage in the great convergence of the multidimensional plane in the future. Especially with the turbulence in the star realm, they felt overextended. Of course, the gods would definitely not give up the spread of their faith. They merely gave up on the rich land of Nora. Beyond the Sauron plane, there was a vast multidimensional plane still open for proselytizing. Divine beings actively withdrawing meant those suppressed evil gods began to emerge amidst the chaos. For the mortals abandoned by the gods, whose faith had collapsed, this moment was an opportune time for harvesting. The God of War Temple, Silent Monastery, Bird of Death's Voice, Wilderness Brotherhood and others rose from the chaos, each gaining a share. The Dusk Holy Temple also took the opportunity to recruit healthy mortals, knights, wizards, chi sect seedlings, etc. For an organization to develop in the long term, it must have a certain number of mortals as a foundation, otherwise, it's difficult to maintain a supply of fresh blood. Though located in the ancient Saint Plain, Levi could sense the oppressive atmosphere of an imminent storm. What he could do was take advantage of the current tranquility in the ancient Saint Plain and break through to the primordial soul as quickly as possible. Cultivation knows no time. 20 years later. For Levi, who had a long lifespan, 20 years felt like just a flick of a finger. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1375, Month of Beginning. The world's first dragon tournament had unknowingly been held for the 13th time. The 6th level dragon clan did not participate. The faceless infant dragon had won too many championships already and was tired of winning. Chapter 1693. The 285th Round Table Meeting. The Fire Dragon Knight had also advanced to become a level 5 knight. This genius had been training for over 200 years. With Levi's help, he continued to delve deeper into the development of the Fire Giant King bloodline. Now, he could no longer reveal his true form within the knights, as his height of tens of meters was indeed too oppressive. The Fire Dragon Knight's blood source armor, named Blazing Fire Armor, was as simple and straightforward as that of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. There were 2 main functions, first was to greatly enhance strength, and second to release blazing flames to scorch enemies. With his giant stature combined, his strength was now comparable to the earlier advanced knights of the middle generation. Seeing the Fire Dragon Knight at level 5, Levi felt as if the seas had changed into mulberry fields. Even the new generation knights are all over 200 years old. The passage of time is truly terrifying. The other new generation knights, about the same age as the Fire Dragon Knight, were mostly at the late stages of level 4. Levi estimated that once he reached the primordial soul stage, the 18 Twilight Cavalry could all become level 5 knights. As for the older generation members like Ash and Divine Light Knight, many were already at the middle stage of level 5. After the meeting, Levi briefly got updated on the organization's current situation and gave everyone some pointers on their cultivation. The Flower Knight, knowing that Levi had recently been busy with the breakthrough to the primordial soul, seldom asked Levi for extra lessons. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant began another period of shedding and slumber. This molting was expected to last a long time, most likely advancing to the middle stage of level 6. Upon success, Levi would possess 2 powerful combatants at the middle stage of level 6. In the self-disciplining wave sweeping through the ancient Banyan Fairyland, only Mana and Martha remained unaffected. One was a divine tree with a long growing cycle, and the other a secondary plane sovereign, whose strength could not increase just by making an effort. Long lifespans came at a cost, and the advancement of strength would also be more difficult. The multidimensional plane understood balance. Half a year later, by the small stone pond, Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual Force, 1999/1999. Spell Power, 19.9. Spiritual Force is truly at its maximum now, there's no possibility for further improvement. For a wizard, to reach 2000 points in Spiritual Force, one must achieve level 6. Levi had already condensed 78 strands of the maximum soul. In 20 years, he condensed 6 strands, and that was with all his effort. The last 3 strands, let's do it in one go. Now, his 10,000 dragon life innate spell had also reached the limit of level 13. All 9 of his great talents had entered their complete state. However, without achieving the status of a primordial soul wizard, the innate spell's power still couldn't make it to the stage. It's worth mentioning that the Lover's Rune also reached level 9 before Levi's advancement to the Primordial Soul, with a luck boost coming to 80%. This gave Levi a premonition that his own advancement to the Primordial Soul would be 100% successful, with no chance of failure. 1 month later. The Tower of Dawn. The Holy Infant's secluded place. He opened his captivating eyes, and his red hair fluttered. Flames shot out into the void, with the surrounding fire elemental power beginning to activate. In his mind, the Holy Infant's iridescent crystal already contained 49 maximum souls. After 70 years of cultivation, the Holy Infant finally reached the end of his journey. With a wave of his hand, a series of items emerged from the void. The Fiery Flame Iron Armor, Extreme Fire Wheel, Crimson Dragon Ring, Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, and Red Infant Secret Sword. These 5 treasures would help him through the 3 calamities and 4 disasters. The Heart-Stealing Demon Potion and Cry of the Cicada were to enhance the success rate and for reserve, respectively. If the Holy Infant encountered obstacles in shattering the crystal, he could use oddities for assistance. In any case, successfully advancing to the Primordial Soul was of the utmost urgency. 3 days later. The Holy Infant's energy and spirit were adjusted to their peak. He went to the small stone pond. Levi opened his eyes. Go forth, and embark on your path to the Primordial Soul. The Holy Infant nodded. He went to a volcano in the ancient Saint Plain, far beyond the sea, and jumped into the magma. The Holy Infant sat cross-legged. Within his mind, the 49 maximum souls began to spin as the iridescent crystal trembled violently. Let's begin. As time passed, the tremors of the iridescent crystal grew more intense. The 49 maximum souls began to merge 2 by 2 and progressively lessened in number. Half a year later, there was only one robust maximum primordial soul left in the Holy Infant's mind, a low-tiered version of Levi's infinite primordial soul. At this moment, the primordial soul was still just an irregular mist. As the Holy Infant consumed the heart-stealing demon potion, his aura soared to the peak, and the primordial soul gradually began to take shape: limbs, head, heart. In the end, the entire iridescent crystal, as if it became a placenta or perhaps an egg, with the newly nurtured primordial soul within, connected by an umbilical cord to the iridescent crystal. With every breath the fetus took, all the knowledge, spell models, memories, and everything related to the spirit that the Holy Infant had learned were devoured into its belly. The fetus's appearance became more and more like the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant quietly watched this scene and murmured. The metamorphosis of a wizard is the condensation of spiritual force, an ethereal substance, into a life-related primordial soul. The first level of nurturing the primordial soul involved absorbing the Holy Infant's spiritual force, soul, memory, spells, etc. During the second level, all the spell power within his body was also drawn in. This process lasted for several months. Finally, on the 10th month of the fetus nurturing, inside the iridescent crystal, a figure exactly like the Holy Infant, about 3 inches tall, was seen sitting cross-legged in shadow form. This was the Holy Infant's primordial soul. The primordial soul contained an immensely vast spiritual force, spell power, and memories. Now comes the most critical step, shattering the crystal. The Holy Infant, fully focused, began to control the primordial soul to exert force towards the iridescent crystal. Chapter 1694. Boom! It was as if Pangu was creating heaven and earth. In an instant, the Holy Infant felt a headache. Continue. His forehead was covered with sweat beads as he controlled his primordial soul, determined to shatter the crystals, like a fledgling trying to break out of its shell. A day passed. A fine crack appeared on the iridescent crystal. A powerful aura emitted from it, causing palpitations. On the second day, there were 2 cracks. On the third day, 3. By this pattern, on the 48th day, the second to last crack began to form. At this moment, the Holy Infant's primordial soul was gasping for breath, extremely ethereal. He had reached his limit. I must succeed. With a resolute will, he exerted all his strength, using his primordial soul to smash the crystal that bound him. Boom! The crystal kept trembling, but the 49th crack was slow to appear. This internal energy crystal shattering technique, if exceeding 49 days without shattering the crystal, would mean failure. Then, one would have to use external items to assist, and all prior efforts would be in vain. He looked at the cry of the cicada in his palm. Shaking his head firmly, he declared. Maximum soul merges with the primordial soul, shattering the crystal from within. Break for me. He didn't want to rely on external forces. He wanted to shatter the internal force crystals just like he himself did. The Holy Infant's primordial soul ascended, transforming into an expanding sphere of red sun. Bang! After another intense collision, the 49th crack emerged. The iridescent crystal exploded like a universe, scattering into countless fragments. In that instant, some kind of shackles were broken. With his spiritual force surging like a tide, the Holy Infant's 3-inch ephemeral primordial soul began to grow taller. Just then, an anomaly occurred. As the spiritual force increased, the Holy Infant's fire elemental body, like an aging red giant star, sublimated and started to collapse. His body swelled like a balloon under high temperatures. The Holy Infant's expression became stern. Why is this happening? I have already successfully shattered the internal force crystal. If this continued, he would not wait for his elemental soul to condense form and pass through the 3 calamities and 4 disasters, he might just explode. In his mind, a massive suction came, drawing in the unrefined cry of the cicada next to the Holy Infant. Boom! An intense cold blast entered the expanding fire elemental body, slowing its momentum. The Holy Infant's eyes flickered. It automatically absorbed the cry of the cicada. It seems ice and fire must meet after all, but it's no matter since I've already succeeded in shattering the internal force crystal. With the suppression of the cry of the cicada and my fire elemental body, it seems a delicate balance similar to the union of yin and yang from a past life has been achieved. After a long time, the Holy Infant's spiritual force reached 2,000 points. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in his mind. One red, the red flame Holy Infant, one blue, the frost Holy Infant. The 2 glanced at each other, then rushed together, merging into one. Red and blue converged into a regal, majestic purple primordial soul wearing an imperial robe. The primordial soul opened its eyes. Left eye, inferno hell, right eye, ice hell. He stretched out both hands, ice blue flames and red flames appearing simultaneously. At this moment, the Holy Infant revealed a satisfied smile, watching the clouds of the 3 calamities and 4 disasters forming in the sky, his gaze filled with confidence. Internal energy crystal shattering, ice and fire meeting, purple chi comes from the east, shape my holy body. The Holy Infant soared into the sky. 4 top-grade wizard tools orbited him, fiery flame iron armor clinging to his body. First came the earth element calamity, meteors attacking from all directions. With the point of his left hand, the fire dragon tribulation appeared, a red flame divine dragon soaring into the sky. Boom! Flames spread across the sky, the meteors not even falling, turning into pools of magma flowing around the Holy Infant, eventually converging into a river of magma, smashing the calamitous clouds. Immediately after, a golden blaze swept over, enveloping the Holy Infant. Golden flame tribulation, even more severe than the normal ones, but no matter. He waved his hand, ice dragon prison emerged, bursting with cold air, expelling all the golden flames. After that, increasingly fierce calamities of wind, water, lightning, frost, and metal appeared one after another. On both sides of the purple Holy Infant, the realms of frost and red flames spread simultaneously. Inside the purgatory 9 dragon umbrella, 9 fire dragons roared ferociously. Boom! All the calamitous clouds, even the most terrifying thunder calamity, were crushed under the realm of ice and fire double heaven. The sky quieted down. Around the Holy Infant, ice and fire elemental powers began to swirl, rushing toward the purple-robed Holy Infant. The Holy Infant's primordial soul completely solidified, forming a small figure about a foot tall. 1 foot ordinary, 2 feet senior, 3 feet perfection. The purple-robed Holy Infant sat cross-legged, his purple hair fluttering in the wind. He opened his eyes, his 6th circle ordinary aura piercing the sky. Behind him, a 300-meter-long divine dragon covered in purple dragon scales, with deer antlers, eagle eyes, lion's mane, and a snake body with 4 claws, coiled around. The divine dragon and the purple-robed Holy Infant together, overwhelmingly filled heaven and earth. The Holy Infant stood between the giant beast's 2 horns, murmuring, "What should I name my wizard form?" This was a question he needed to consult with his original self. Collecting names for the Holy Infant's primordial soul wizard form, 4 characters preferred. Chapter 1695. Ancient Saint Plane. Beside the Holy Infant, 4 top-grade wizard tools had all safely passed through 3 calamities and 4 disasters, without a single one being damaged. As a gift for successfully overcoming the tribulation, he could select one wizard tool as his sole artifact. He unhesitatingly chose the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella. This treasure integrated offense and defense and could also be used for fleeing. Its functions were the most comprehensive, and it was also the treasure into which the Holy Infant had invested the most effort. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a surge of divine light infusing into the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, the wizard tool buzzed joyously. Not long after, a feeling of mental connection emerged. The Holy Infant waved his hand, and suddenly, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella enlarged. It eventually became a colossal umbrella canopy with a diameter of a full kilometer. The canopy covered the sky and sun, gently rotating, drawing the fire elemental power from within a 10-mile radius into it. 9 200-meter-long, snarling crimson divine dragons flew out from the umbrella bones, circling the skies above, emanating a terrifying might. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Infant gathered the 9 divine dragons together, condensing them into a single 500-meter-long, earth-shattering crimson divine dragon. This might should be close to a 6-ring senior wizard now. When the 9 dragons united, their power greatly increased. When the dragons dispersed, they could kill more enemies. These 9 divine dragons, following the Holy Infant's will, could now move around, no longer restrained to mechanical straight-line attacks but instead performing precise guided missile strikes. After becoming a sole artifact, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella's power in all aspects far exceeded the past. However, it still needs to be re-refined before it can truly be called a 6th Circle Soul Artifact. For me, that's not a difficult task. The Holy Infant had already cultivated the 3 arts of wizardry, except for crafting talismans, to perfection. His next tasks were to stabilize the 6th Circle environments, refine the Soul Artifact well, and also elevate the commonly used 5th Circle top-grade wizard tools to 6th Circle standards. Other 6th ring ordinary wizards generally only use soul artifacts in combat because 6th ring magical artifacts are precious, and them having one is already good. The Holy Infant was different. He was a weapon craftsman, and he didn't lack materials. Thus, the path of Duobao still had to continue. When exploring the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm previously, I acquired the remains of a deceased fire dragon. During the second exploration of the ancient tower, I also obtained the horn of a bull-horned dragon python. These level 6 fire element dragon clan bones are natural materials for weapon refinement. Coupled with the level 6 elemental metals prepared in the Roman ring, everything is ready, only the refining is left. Hey, after becoming a primordial soul, why do I feel like there are still so many things to do? Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Small stone pond. Levi sighed with relief. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was good. The uncontrollable signs might be due to the Holy Infant ascending to primordial soul, unable to restrain it. Originally he wanted the Holy Infant to use the cry of the cicada and follow the external force crystal shattering path when he saw the 49 cracks appearing, hard to overcome. But the Holy Infant seemed a bit unwilling to accept defeat, refusing to give in. In the end, he tried his luck and succeeded with internal energy shattering. The cry of the cicada wasn't used for shattering crystals, but unexpectedly merged with the Holy Infant, marvelously reforming his fire element body with its unique oddities. Now, the Holy Infant's body should be an ice and fire elemental body. This reminded Levi of a small game from his previous life. Forest Ice and Fire Man. Generally speaking, water and fire were incompatible, and so was ice. This kind of ice and fire merging, rebuilding his body, was something Levi had never heard of. Sure enough, cultivation can't separate from luck. If the Holy Infant had bad luck this time, then he'd have to reset and start over. Not long afterward, the Holy Infant arrived at the edge of the small stone pond. He asked, "What do you think would be a good name for my primordial soul wizard form?" Levi pondered for a moment, then said, "Ice and Fire Duality, Sanctity through Purple Energy, how about calling it Purple Extreme Holy Dragon?" The Holy Infant fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, That's quite good. Purple Extreme Holy Dragon. It sounded sufficiently imposing. After being named by his own essence, the Holy Infant left contentedly. The Holy Infant temporarily did not announce his breakthrough to primordial soul. Generally speaking, even if a primordial soul ceremony is held, it is only done once the realm has completely stabilized. Levi continued his retreat, striving for the last 3 maximum spirit planes. The Holy Infant's recent advancement had set an example for him. For his upcoming infinite primordial soul path, he now felt more confident. 2 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1377, Month of Winter. The Holy Infant had completely stabilized his realm as a 6th Circle ordinary wizard. The refinement of the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella was also essentially complete. The Holy Infant's weapon refinement skill had successfully advanced to the 6th Circle level. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi's proficiency panel also brought a notification. Special effect Weapon Heart advanced to refining like a god. He murmured. The Holy Infant really handles things neatly. He opened the proficiency panel, his expression startled. Levi. Weapon refinement, level 9, 1/150,000, conditions not met, temporarily unavailable, special effect, refining like a god, level 6. Holy Infant's advancement to 6th ring weapon refiner actually advanced my weapon refinement skill to the 6th ring as well. But what's this about temporarily unavailable? Is it because my spiritual force is not up to standard? Chapter 1696. As is well known, a 6th Circle wizard is a necessary condition for crafting 6th ring wizard tools. Levi speculated that once he advanced to the 6th Circle, he could automatically unseal and directly obtain the 6th Circle weapon making skill without needing further practice. With this in mind, even if I'm independent, the Holy Infant can still serve as my substitute in crafting wizard tools. Since the Holy Infant's primordial soul can't advance his own, Levi had already planned to cultivate his weapon-making skill to the 6th Circle after his advancement. It now seems there's no need to fret over it. Additionally, the previous Weapon Heart special effect has also advanced to an even more powerful refining like a god. This greatly increased the efficiency and success rate of top-quality items when the Holy Infant crafted wizard tools. Most humanely, there is also a guaranteed top grade on every 10th attempt mechanism. After 9 preparations, the 10th weapon refinement attempt will surely produce a top-grade item. Of course, the prerequisite is that the materials can't be too trashy. Materials are the foundation, while skill is the icing on the cake. No matter how skilled your crafting is, you can't make a 6th ring wizard tool out of all 5th level materials. So, the meaning of this special effect is, as long as it's normal refinement, using level 6 materials, then the Holy Infant's 10th attempt will inevitably yield a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. As one knows, as realms improve, the difficulty of producing high-quality and top-grade wizard tools skyrockets. The gift from 100 Flowers was crafted by a friend who was a 6th Circle perfection weapon craftsman, and even he could only make top-quality items. The difficulty of producing top-grade wizard tools is apparent. This effect must be used strategically, to not waste rare opportunities for enlightenment. After reaching the 6th Circle in weapon making, Levi had the Holy Infant prioritize upgrading important wizard tools. Once this task was completed, the Fire Dragon shop could reopen. With the Holy Infant's strength, coupled with a plethora of 6th ring wizard tools and rare treasures, he would be self-sufficient in the wizard world, not fearing assassination by the mysterious organization. In addition, once the Holy Infant advances to a 6th Circle array wizard, it will also be necessary to upgrade and iterate on the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison array. In short, the Holy Infant will handle all matters concerning the 3 arts of wizardry. Levi would be the hands-off manager, reaping the benefits. Ancient Saint Plain. 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. Diabo was on sentry duty. After 100 years of continuous purification, this fire element lord's demonic state had been completely eradicated, returning to normal. Watching the gate over these years, Diabo's strength had somewhat improved, but there was still a significant distance from the middle stage of the 6th ring. However, with a 6th level treasure in a fire element body, even a 6th ring senior wizard would not dare underestimate it. The Holy Infant said, "Diabo, you can take a break from gatekeeping for a while, I'll arrange for Paul and Old Shell to take turns. Next, there's a more important task for you." Old Shell is a nickname for an ancient giant clam, and together with Paul, they were more than capable of safeguarding the ancient Saint Plain, making it as secure as a fortress. Excited by the mention of a more important task, Diabo was overjoyed. "Please tell me, Lord Ace." Phoenix, acting as Diabo's junior companion, couldn't help but feel sympathy for Diabo upon hearing this. "Go ahead, and soon you'll understand just how challenging my journey has been," the Holy Infant said. Weapon refinement. Diabo's heart filled with joy. Weapon refinement sounded like a much more elevated profession than gatekeeping. He would only need to work in the weapon refinement room, avoiding the elements and harassment from the riffraff who wandered in. He quickly replied, "Lord Ace, I'm willing. The holy infant smiled and said. Very well. He glanced over at Phoenix and asked. When will you reach level 6, Phoenix? Phoenix quickly responded. I've just recently reached the late stages of level 5, reaching level 6 might still take a very long time. Seeing this, the holy infant didn't press further and left with Diabo. Before long, Paul arrived to hold the fort at the Dead Sea Hell. Over the past 40+ years, the Sea Demon Knight project was gradually advancing. With the bloodline essence secret medicine refined by the Blood Tribulation Master himself, the effects were truly top level. In addition, with the bloodline breathing technique being of shallow quality, the difficulty was not too great. So in the span of 40 years, the 10 initially selected Sea Demon Knights had already reached level 1. Some with excellent talent had even reached level 2 at a very swift pace. Of course, Levi was not some great villain. To not harm Paul's foundation, he maintained the Sea Demon Knight Order at around 10 members. Each extraction of bloodline essence required the consumption of a significant amount of blood. Even with Paul's large size, he couldn't withstand such consumption over a prolonged period. 3 years later. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1380, Month of Wheatfield. In the weapon refinement room. A treasure, a red secret sword with a radiant aura, danced in the air. The holy infant chanted continuously as he infused it with 6th circle spell runes. Finally, a dragon's roar came from the red infant sword as a solo-horned red python emerged, circling around the holy infant. Not bad, achieving top quality for the first attempt at crafting a 6th circle wizard tool, which is commendable. The holy infant was in high spirits. A 6th circle wizard tool, even of ordinary quality, was worth several tens of millions of ether stones, and his top quality ones valued at over 100 million. The materials for reforging the red infant sword came from 6th level purple crystal and the horn of a bull-horned dragon python. Now, with both attack wizard tools, the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella and red infant sword, fully upgraded, the holy infant's strength was assured. A few days later, following the instructions of his true self, the holy infant brought a group of weapon craftsmen from the Tower of Dawn, along with Mia, back to the Endless Sea. The Fire Dragon shop was about to reopen. Chapter 1697. Endless Sea. Number 1 Which city? A piece of news quickly spread through the city. The Fire Dragon shop had reopened, and Master Fire Dragon was about to return, bringing with him even more excellent works. The wizards in the city found this news somewhat unbelievable. Nowadays, half the weapon-making industry in the entire First Ring region had been taken over by the Schubert family. The dominant position of the Schubert family was essentially established. Even if Master Fire Dragon produced top-quality items, how could he compete with the systematic Schubert family? Instead of persisting in the Azer continent, it would be better to leave and develop elsewhere, like the Star Sea. In the face of external discussions, Master Fire Dragon remained silent. A month later, relying on his ability to generate cash, he took over a shop in the heart of the Witch City and successfully opened for business. On the opening day, Master Fire Dragon even held a raffle. After the prizes were announced, all wizards went crazy. First prize, 1 5th circle top grade wizard tool. Second prize, 5 5th ring high quality wizard tools. Third prize, 24th circle wizard tools. A total of 26 wizard tools, including 1 5th circle high grade 1. The rewards alone were already worth 20 to 30 million ether stones. The Fire Dragon shop's move could be called a truly magnificent expenditure. The announcement of the raffle, full of gimmicks, attracted countless eyes. For transparency, Master Fire Dragon even published the odds of winning. First prize had a 1% chance of winning. Second prize had a 5% chance of winning. Third prize had a 10% chance of winning. Of course, the raffle was not free but had an entry threshold. The threshold was to spend at least 10,000 ether stones at the Fire Dragon shop. In other words, after purchasing a 2nd circle or 3rd circle wizard tool, one would qualify for the raffle. Even those low-level wizards who couldn't afford 4th circle or 5th circle wizard tools had the chance to take a gamble. The focus of this event was on one thing: excitement. As soon as the news of the event was out, the entire Inner Ring District 1 was boiling over. Even wizards from other areas of the Inner Sea region and from the Star Sea came in droves to participate in the raffle. A 10% chance of winning the third prize was already not low. If you won a third prize, it would be a massive profit. As for the first prize, it was an immediate leap to riches. To ensure the event's popularity and allow enough time for promotion, the Fire Dragon shop announced that the event would start in 3 months and last for a month, until all the prizes were claimed. 3 months later, low and middle-level wizards from the Endless Sea and even from other schools gathered at the doorstep of the Fire Dragon shop to start the raffle. Among them, there were some familiar faces to the Holy Infant. Take Rose and the nude couple, for instance, who had rushed over from the Starfire Wizard Academy in the Star Sea, hoping to try their luck. The entire street was packed with wizards, leaving the couple in awe. Mia smiled and said, "Everyone, please be patient. Such raffle events will be held regularly, and the prizes will be even more substantial." Inside the shop, the Holy Infant watched with calm eyes. The wizard tools used as prizes were all transformed from the spoils of his original self. The wizard tools sold in the shop were mainly low-level and middle-level top-quality products refined by the weapon craftsmen of the Tower of Dawn. This promotional method served to clear the previously unsold inventory on one hand. On the other hand, he aimed to solidify the Fire Dragon shop's reputation and announce his return to the throne. 3 days later, the stock within the Fire Dragon shop was bought out. One after another, wizards began to win prizes. Inside a wizard tower, a white-haired third circle wizard clutched a slate, his expression tense. His days were numbered, so he had wagered all his cash on the raffle. After the spell restriction was broken, Mia's sweet voice came through. "Congratulations, you've won the third prize, one random sex fourth circle top grade wizard tool. Please collect your prize within 7 days at the Fire Dragon shop." I won, exclaimed the old man, dancing with excitement. Even if the fourth circle top grade wizard tool wasn't from his own sect, he could still sell it for money. He would make a fortune of several 100,000 ether stones. He had never been this wealthy in his life. A fifth circle wizard, in his desire to win, had continuously bought low-level wizard tools worth hundreds of thousands of ether stones. Damn it, not even a third prize. Rigged. While he cursed, he didn't dare cause trouble at the Fire Dragon shop. Inside the shop, Master Fire Dragon personally oversaw it. Who would dare to create chaos? These days, Number 1 Witch City was as lively as if it were hosting a grand gathering. Soon, all the prizes were claimed, and the inventory of wizard tools in the shop was rapidly depleted. The wizard tools labeled with "produced by the Fire Dragon shop" spread through the 5 lakes and 4 seas with the visiting wizards, once again making the Fire Dragon shop's presence known. The winner of the first prize was a down-and-out third circle wizard who had been planning to leave the wizard world and retire to the human realm, when suddenly, fortune fell from the sky, stunning him. A top-grade wizard tool, worth at least 3 million ether stones, was an unimaginable fortune. The nude couple, after not winning once, also wisely stopped and didn't dare to gamble further. In the end, the Holy Infant calculated the accounts. The raffle event had not only avoided a loss but also made a small profit of 1 million ether stones. Of course, with his wealth, he couldn't care less about such a small amount of money. The most important aspect of this event was its promotional effect, a loss leader to generate a buzz. Looking at it now, it was very successful. Wizards were shrewd. If you did not publish the winning odds, or if the odds were set very low, no one would be the fool to participate, as 10,000 ether stones was not a trivial amount. That's why the high win rates for this event to convince the wizards. Chapter 1698. Promotional events were a means of publicity, but the real profit still depended on the quality and reputation of the artifacts sold at the Fire Dragon shop. Thus, the Fire Dragon shop made a resounding comeback. Over the following year, its name gradually spread throughout the Endless Sea, and it even gained a small degree of fame among other schools. Coupled with the Holy Infant's strict control over product quality, the shop's business thrived daily. Some were happy, others were worried. In the residence of the Schubert family, the council chamber, 4 senior members of the family, all primordial soul wizards, were gathered together with serious expressions on their faces. It seemed they were waiting for an even more important guest. It wasn't long before a man with golden hair dressed in a gold robe embroidered with lightning motifs arrived on a purple electric eel 200 meters long, descending from the void. Both man and beast emanated an aura of the 6th circle. Clan leader Kilut and 3 branch leaders stood to greet him with a smile. These 3 were all the 6th circle wizardless strength of the Schubert family. The family head was a 6th circle perfect wizard. Among the 3 clan leaders, Pierrot was a 6th ring senior wizard, while the other 2, Daemont and Matro, were ordinary 6th ring wizards. Unlike other families, the Schubert family had once had a very powerful array wizard ancestor, so the primordial souls within the family were all noble array wizards, often stronger than those of other families. Still, even in front of this golden-haired young man, even the six-ring perfect cultivation family head had a somewhat ingratiating smile. Electric Eel Wizard, we apologize for not greeting you from afar. What brings you to this place? This young man was none other than the prodigy of the Letny family. Electric Eel Wizard Uwe Vander. He became famous at a young age and was the top prodigy of the Golden Light Wizard generation. His grandfather was even the Molten Gold Wizard King. Even his mount was a sixth-ring sub-dragon kind, the wild electric dragon eel. His noble status was clearly evident. Nearly 200 years ago, at the age of 400, he ascended to primordial soul, and now, after decades, he had entered into the ranks of a sixth-ring veteran wizard. He also served as a high-level law enforcer in the Star Tower's law enforcement department. Fame, power, and status, none of his peers could reach him. The Electric Eel Wizard got straight to the point. Why was there almost 10% less ether stone submitted last year? Kilut said. Your Excellency Electric Eel, we had no choice. In the past 2 years, the Fire Dragon shop has been back, and they've even launched a lottery event, using such shameless methods to seize a portion of the market. The Electric Eel Wizard frowned and said. I just finished my retreat. Are you saying Master Fire Dragon has appeared again? Kilut said. Yes, and he has opened his shop in Zone 1 again. You know his fame, as soon as he opened, our sales plummeted. The Electric Eel Wizard said. What if you lower the prices? Kilut shook his head. Your Excellency, we can't afford to lower them anymore. Our prices are already below the normal market value. Any lower, and I'm afraid we'd be selling at a loss, especially since we've hired quite a few weapon craftsmen. The Electric Eel Wizard stated. Continue contacting those from the organization and ask them to make a move for us again, to deal with the Fire Dragon Wizard. Now is the best opportunity, before he ascends to primordial soul and becomes even tougher to handle. Kilut hesitated. Your Excellency, the Congress has been strict in their investigations lately. It would be better for us to limit our contact with the people from that organization. The Electric Eel Wizard said. What are you afraid of? I'm acquainted with everyone in the law enforcement department, and the department head is my grandfather. Who could trace back to you? Kilut said. Isn't it said that the Central Realm has sent a special patrol wizard here to investigate this matter? The Electric Eel Wizard dismissed the concern with a laugh. It's just our own people overseeing each other, what are you afraid of? With such timidity, how are you to mix in the wizard world? Fortune favors the bold, don't you understand? As long as your family remains diligent in working for us, as long as our family stands, yours will too. The depth of a top wizard organization is beyond your imagination. If a day comes when the golden lightning falls, that's when the sky of the wizard world will completely change, and we'll all be done for. Kilut felt a wave of despair in his heart and said. Let's try once more. In the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1381, the month of winter. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. By the small stone pond. Levi awoke from his secluded retreat. In his mind, he now had 80 maximum spirit forces. 391 years old. Levi felt somewhat sentimental. But relative to his age, he was still 18. Forever young. The difficulty of condensing the last maximum spirit surpassed all before. It used to take 20 points of spiritual force to condense one, but the last one requires 399 points to be condensed together. Looks like it won't be possible to come out without another 10 years. This path became increasingly difficult the further one traveled. Levi was finally experiencing this firsthand. Of course, it was also because he, himself, had pushed his spiritual force to the abnormal level of 1999. While he had been in seclusion, the Holy Infant had managed the Fire Dragon shop excellently, and he was quite pleased. It's a pity that some people, unable to see others thrive, always try to compete with unfair practices, accustomed to using power to solve everything. This is a common human failing. Just then, he received fresh intelligence from Allison, a member of the Schubert family bound by his contract. The family had assigned him a task, to closely monitor the actions of Master Fire Dragon and report at all times. Though he did not know the purpose of the task, Levi could affirm. The previous assassination attempt on the Holy Infant must have been connected to the Schubert family. Knowing full well the not-so-modest background of the Fire Dragon shop, backed by the Flower Witch, they still dared to act. The Schubert family was bold. Undoubtedly, it was their true master, the Letny family, that emboldened them. Chapter 1699. With my current strength, I'm still no match for the Letny family. However, the Schubert family needs to be taught a lesson. Several days later. Number 1. Which city? Schubert's house. A figure silently passed through the protective array and arrived at the location. It was Levi. His gaze was icy as Allison stood there respectfully. Master, what would you have me do? Levi said. Do something for me. At his heart, a red seed split from the scarlet dragon seed. Levi felt that his cultivation with the scarlet dragon had decreased somewhat. Splitting the scarlet dragon seed was a significant sacrifice, but it was worth it. For him, it was just a matter of several more years of cultivation. A tiny scarlet dragon appeared in his palm, entered Allison's body, and merged with his heart, completely inconspicuous. With just a thought from Levi, Allison would transform into his crimson parasite, becoming a duplication that would last for 7 days. At that time, using Allison as a medium, he could instantly unleash powerful attacks and eradicate the enemy. Even with only half his strength, it would be more than enough. After finishing all this, he returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland to continue his seclusion. And Allison was about to become a time bomb for the Schubert family. In the following days, business at the Fire Dragon shop was booming, with many coming from afar to purchase wizard tools. The Holy Infant traveled between the human realm and the wizard world, refining his own sixth ring magical artifact on one hand and fulfilling other wizards' orders on the other. Alexandra and Elsie had been in seclusion for a long time, with no news of them advancing to primordial soul wizards. Then one day, above the number 1 witch city, suddenly dark clouds loomed over the city. Within the clouds, a wizard cloaked in a grey robe, his face obscured, bathed in green lightning, his green pupils staring down. I want to see if this so-called talent, as told by number 23 and Victor, can withstand my green light thunder. He was the Green Light Walker, one of the strong walkers under the command of the Komodo snake. His strength was at the level 6 mid-stage, and he was not a wizard but an alien race. Previously, he had been hidden in the land of darkness. This time, he had come from afar to kill Master Fire Dragon. The Schubert family. Kilut and 3 other clan leaders were observing the situation in Nether Capital through a special method. The mysterious organization has sent a 6th level mid-stage alien to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. This time, it should go smoothly. Even with a rare treasure, Fire Dragon won't be able to escape. If he fails, then aside from our clan leader, no one else in our family can succeed. Once this green light alien makes a move, he will lock down the surrounding void. Fire Dragon, even with void travel treasures, will be of no use. Ha ha ha, with Fire Dragon dead, the reputation bolstering their business will collapse, and there will be no obstacle to our family's weapon-making enterprise. In Nether Capital, Perception sensed the danger as Holy Infant looked up, his gaze grave. Level 6 mid-stage. With a wave of his robe, the array of Fire Dragon shop lit up, and he appeared outside. A thick beam of green light, piercing the sky and earth, fell down. Boom! The lightning was tyrannical, setting off countless green sparks that tinted the entire sky green. After the explosion, the shop remained unharmed. A vast crimson umbrella spanned between the heavens and earth, shielding the shop. Mia's expression changed. Another assassination against Lord Ace. She hurriedly arranged for the shop workers to take refuge. She saw the Lord hovering in the void, his crimson robe billowing and rustling in the wind. The ancient umbrella shielded the Fire Dragon shop from the shockwaves. In Nether Capital, a 6-ring protection array was activated, forming a shield. This was set up by the Star Tower in this place after the last attack by the mysterious organization. After a missed hit, the Green Light Walker was shocked. A primordial soul wizard? Damn it, didn't the Schubert family say there weren't any primordial souls? Even the snake envoy didn't mention it. 6th circle and 5th circle were entirely different. In the 5th circle realm, even if he were a top talent, he could easily kill him single-handedly. But if a top talent advanced to 6th circle, then it was not certain. He might even capsize in the gutter. With that thought, he decisively tore through the void, ready to flee. Holy Infant had a thought. And a domain of icy blue covering a radius of 5 miles thunderously descended. Within the domain, an ice dragon with chilling breath roared and clawed. His 6th talent, Ice Dragon Prison. Once the domain emerged, it frosted everything, locking even the void. Although Holy Infant's realm was lower than his opponent's, Green Light Walker raised his hand and a green thunder shattered the Ice Dragon Prison. But the delay was just enough. Suddenly, a crimson ring descended, binding him. For a moment, he could not move an inch. A sixth ring magical artifact, the Crimson Dragon Ring. It was a recent creation by Holy Infant, not expecting it to be put to use so soon. It was a pity that the Crimson Dragon Ring was only an ordinary tool, not even a top-quality one. Having recently advanced to 6th circle in weapon making, it was already an achievement to have crafted successfully. Hoping for top quality would have been asking for too much. Green Light Walker shattered the ring and fled as a streak of light towards the sea. The ring re-entered Holy Infant's body, and with a wave of his hand, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella took him swiftly in pursuit of the enemy. Green Light Walker said, "Don't push it too far. As a mere level 6 early stage, you dare to chase down the likes of me." Holy Infant sneered. "Weren't you the one who came to assassinate me? How has it become me pushing it too far?" The Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella enveloped the sea, trapping the Green Light Walker within. The latter furiously attacked the umbrella, forming bulges. Holy Infant muttered an incantation. The red infant sword flew out from his mind, crazily absorbing the fire elemental power in the air, circling around the umbrella. Chapter 1700. Boom! The sky was filled with slashing green light, sending the 9 Dragon Umbrella flying. It took the Green Light Walker great effort to escape from under the umbrella, only to face a streak of red light hurtling towards him. Crack! The green thunder that formed a protective layer around his body was torn apart instantly. However, his reaction was incredibly fast because he knew this was a secret sword attack. Thus, in an instant, he dispersed into countless green thunders, elementalizing and dodging the strike. The Holy Infant intoned. 9 dragons returning to 1. From within the umbrella's spokes, 9 ferocious fire dragons burst forth, whipping up the fire elemental power within a 10-mile radius. The fire dragon roared, condensing into a 500-meter-long red flame divine dragon that exploded across the battlefield. The flames scorched the green thunder, and the shockwave spread across the sea surface. Amidst the blazing light, the pitiful screams of the Green Light Walker could faintly be heard. Not far away, his spiritual force appeared diminished, his heart filled with terror. How can this soul artifact be so tremendously powerful? He was clearly at level 6 middle stage, yet felt utterly overwhelmed. The adversary had too many wizard tools, with 3 types visibly displayed. And he was wearing a piece of fiery flame iron armor, obviously a rare treasure. How could he fight when his opponent was decked out in top quality equipment at a level 6 standard? His initial plan had been to swiftly assassinate Master Fire Dragon and make a quick escape. Now, he was being chased and beaten by Master Fire Dragon. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for him, as the Congress Enforcer could arrive at any moment. Fire Dragon Shop. Mia was stunned. Lord Ace has already ascended to the 6th circle. After ascending, the Holy Infant had kept a low profile and hence, remained unknown to all. Fresh into the 6th circle, yet compelling a terrifying peer to flee. Mia's mind was profoundly shaken. After more than a century of silence, she once again saw the resplendent Lord Ace, shining like the sun, from within the ancient tower. In Nether Capital, chaos erupted. Master Fire Dragon has quietly risen to primordial soul. Too strong, that 6th level alien race stood no chance. From now on, I fear no one will dare to trouble the Master. That person from the mysterious organization really is relentless. When will they give up? Schubert family. The expressions of the 3 clan leaders drastically changed. How is this possible? When did he become a primordial soul? Damn it, that fellow was hiding his strength. Kilut said with an ashen face. Master Fire Dragon has already become a significant force. Let the Letny family handle him from now on, we've run out of options. He held no more hope for the assassination. Once a top talent ascended to the primordial soul, attempting an assassination became incredibly difficult. Only a perfection level 6 ring or even a 7-circle powerhouse could hope to succeed. On the battlefield, the Green Light Walker let out a roar, his grey robe burst apart revealing a ghostly green body. His figure swelled, transforming into a towering 200-meter-tall green giant. The giant's muscles bulged, bathed in green thunder, and he sneered. I was going to spare you, but since you're courting death, let me oblige. He threw a punch, and the green thunder formed a long river that collided with the red flame divine dragon. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sent the 9-dragon umbrella flying. The green giant turned into a radiant light, and his fist aimed straight for the holy infant behind the umbrella. The holy infant's thoughts shifted. Primordial soul wizard form, purple extreme holy dragon. Endless amethyst mist rolled in from the east. The fiery flame iron armor transformed into the purple flame emperor armor. The holy infant's hair also turned into a noble purple shade. With calm and awe-inspiring purple eyes, he looked even more dashing than the red-haired holy infant by threefold. A 300-meter-long purple divine dragon coiled behind the holy infant. Rings of mane fluttered, dragon scales rubbed together with a rustling sound, and the dragon's tranquil gaze calmly fixed on the green giant. The onlookers stared dumbfounded. What a domineering wizard form! Yes, it feels like some kind of dragon clan, but one I've never seen before. This wizard form should make it into the rankings, right? If this doesn't make it into the rankings, then it's definitely a rig by the 1000 Mechanism Tower. For the first time, the people of this world witnessed the mysterious power from the east. Ayo! The purple divine dragon let out a heaven-piercing roar. A ray of amethyst light slashed across the sky, charging towards the green giant. Two colossal beings collided in the heavens and earth, with the force of their clash dispersing the clouds. In terms of realm, the divine dragon was a minor realm lower. But it wielded ice and fire, and with a mere flick of a wrist, the attacks of Ice Dragon Prison and Fire Dragon Tribulation formed a world of ice and fire double heaven, going toe-to-toe with the 6th level mid-stage alien. The Green Light Walker, with the towering green crown, fought in the world of ice and fire with endless green thunder. Had the situation involved a 6th ring senior wizard, the holy infant certainly wouldn't have actively pursued. After all, with soul artifacts and wizard forms, the average fighting power in the Panplane was already considered high class. If someone was set on fleeing, he couldn't stop them. But this green light alien race only left a so-so impression on the holy infant. Once the wizard form was unleashed, the holy infant could fully contend with the opponent, even gaining the upper hand. Behind the wizard form, the holy infant recovered his spiritual force through meditation. Initially, that sword strike was rushed and did not build up enough momentum, resulting in insufficient power. This time, while his wizard form was entangled with the enemy, he could make another attempt. The fire elemental power surged toward the red infant's sword. The blade's light intensified and trembled non-stop. The fire serpent began growing dragon's horns and claws, eventually transforming into a huge fire python. Go! The holy infant pointed out. The red infant sword whistled through the air, striking the green light walker with the speed of a thunderclap. Bang! The red infant sword pierced the green light walker's eye socket, and with a scream, exploded into a large cloud of green blood fog. What followed was stopped by the dense green thunder. The holy infant sighed. It seemed the effort was still not quite there.